What's that?
The Proto-Semitic Allah burning down tells us was a black god represented by a black bull whose hide denoted his black skin.
Here's the picture that he showed on the screen. It's a deity El, the god El. Pay attention to the crown or the headdress, if you will. This is a picture from the front of the same statue, a little closer, and a little bit from the side here. Now, this headdress is actually the Atef crown. If you go on Webster's online dictionary, that's what it says. Atef is the specific feathered white crown of the Egyptian deity Osiris. It combines the head jet, the crown of Upper Egypt, with red ostrich feather for the Osiris cult. The Atef crown identifies Osiris in ancient Egyptian painting. If you go to Webster's dictionary, Merriam-Webster, it says Atef, hold on, a tall crown with a long feather on each side, shown in the art of ancient Upper Egypt as worn by Osiris. Okay? Here you can see Osar or Osiris with the Atef crown. This is from the papyrus of Nebket. It's actually in the Louvre Museum, and you can see me filming that papyrus on the video entitled Reality Check. Why black people ain't going nowhere. But you might as well put Afro Style Reality Check. It's going to come up. And in here, it's also from the Louvre Museum. You have Osiris in the middle with the Atef crown, and the description for it. If you go on the website of the Louvre Museum and you type Royal and Divine Triad, you can do a search and you will see they mention that he is actually wearing the Atef crown. Now, finally, you can compare the crowns. Okay, first you have the god of the Arabs Negroes, which first is El, but somehow, some way becomes Allah. But that's up to y'all. That's up to the doctor. And then you have the one that I showed you, Osiris. Then again, from the front, compared with another statue of Osiris, and then finally the same statue from another angle.
Biblical King's Seal discovered in dump site. This is the royal seal of the King Hezekiah, and here we have an ankh. And finally, last but not least, you need to see it to believe it. The God of the Bible, El, slept in his own dung and urine. This is Ugaritic Narrative Poetry, page 195. And we also have this book here, the Masriya in the Prophetic Literature, where it clearly says that El floundered in his own feces and urine. Hotep Sinuhena Senut E Tiren Ishakandugu Kemet. I hope you're doing well. The title of this video is Brother Menkara from F.O.G, which stands for feet on the ground. I want to check the sound as usual. Give me a few seconds.
Peace. Give me a minute to get set up, brother. I just walked in the door, brother. Give me a couple minutes
Yep,
to get
no
set
problem,
up.
bro. Yeah, take your time, bro.
Thank
Whenever you're ready.
you. Thank you, family.
Yeah. Hmm. It's longer than usual. Let me refresh the page. Come on now. Okay, well, I listen on my mobile phone then. You have to adapt. So, microphone check 1 2. You have to adapt. Okay, so far so good. As you have heard, I was about to say it. Our brother is getting himself ready. Now we have Michelle Grant in the place to be, who wrote Shaka, nice to catch you live, but I'm not driving. We have good fella Nella, who wrote Hotep, brother. While our brother Menkara is getting himself ready. Oh, she's asking what's the topic, gentlemen? Well, the topic is that we have a guest called Menkara who's been there. I know him like a good decade ago, sharing the information. We have some people like that who's been there for a long time, but people don't necessarily know them. So, uh, for over a decade, we have seen the conscious community. I don't know if I should say at its inception, because maybe it's safe to say that the conscious community, as we refer to it, started with the videos being shared online and communication. Early on, it was mainly audio, and then we had a few videos here and there, Google Video for those who remember back in the days. Basically, before YouTube or at the beginning of YouTube, back when the time limit was 10 minutes, and every time we would upload uh, documentaries or lectures, it had to be split in 6 parts if it was an hour long. So a lot of time you had part 1 of 13, part 1 of 14, part 1 of 15, part 2 of 15, and so on, part 3 of 15. But that's how it was. And then we had the Block Talk Radio. Everybody was able to basically have a radio broadcast or radio show. Kinetic energy is in the place to be. Greetings to you as well. And that's when we're able to communicate live outside of the message boards or the discussion forums. And then much later, we started having the live streams, Google Hangouts, and a bunch of other stuff. And then YouTube decided to stop with Google Hangouts. And now we have different softwares, different platforms to do our live streams. So the online conscious community at its inception until today. We've seen a lot, we've heard a lot, and we've seen some people change. Some people who are pushing Kemet, and now they are, they are banging against Kemet or banging against the Kemetics. Some things you would have never expected. Some people who are making, derogatory remarks towards Africans. I mean, way back, it was the Hebrew Israelites who were known for making statements like that. Some Asiatic black man. Here you go. Feel free to unmute yourself, brother.
What's going on, family?
Oh, I'm chilling, brother.
Good to see you, man.
Good
Always
to
a
see you as
pleasure.
well. Good decade.
Yes, it has been, man.
By any chance, brother, do you have any headset? Because you can hear the echo of my voice.
Yes, let me get my
Yeah.
let me get my iPod.
Feel free, brother.
Yes, I do. I want to make sure I get everything up to par, brother. So.
Yeah. Weekend for me, so everybody's gonna be.
Can you hear me?
Get on pound.
Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear, brother. Thank you.
All right.
So, feel free to introduce yourself, brother. Brother
My
Menkara.
name is brother. My name is Brother Menkara. I'm a F.O.G refugee who's been rocking out with my clan for about, I want to say about 15. No, let's say about 13 years. Round it off, you can say 15. Um, I started off as just like everybody else, looking for some knowledge. Um, I went to college late. I didn't go to college. I was 28. I was out here in these streets doing, surviving, and ended up getting in trouble or whatnot. And I decided to pursue college. And what I did was I took a lot of the information that we were speaking on, like with all those debates we were having, Shaka. I was in college during those times, and I had some time to readjust my thinking patterns because I'm 28 now. I was 20 at the time. I just turned 40. I'll be 41 this year. Um, and what they say is true black don't crack, you know. But saying that to say, I was able to test a lot of theories, a lot of information that we was going over, and draw my own conclusions. Um, I started off junior college, worked my way up to Cal State University, um, received my AAs in liberal arts, got a transfer to Cal State where I received a bachelor's degree with anthropology, along with three minors, archaeology, Native American Indigenous People Studies, and applied anthropology. Um, Worked the field for a while, worked the CRM for about a year and a half, going on 2 years, where I was actually doing archaeology work. I've done areas in the area in which I'm in Southern California, working closely with the Kauai Indians. Um, Went to field school, spent about 5 weeks in the bush, so I know the process of archaeology. Uh, my emphasis and specialty is mainly pottery. That's mainly what I find when I'm in the field. Um, was basically doing that for a while, and I started noticing a rise in our children being um, placed in special education. So that led me
Brother,
to change my mind. I'm sorry. Did you break up?
you hear me, brother?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm sorry. Something went wrong with my connection, so I missed a bit of what you
Okay.
said. But feel free to continue, brother. Feel free to continue.
Okay. Okay. So what I was saying was that I basically received my I went to a junior college where I got my liberal arts degree. Got a transfer to a Cal State University where I got my bachelor's in anthropology, along with three minors in archaeology, applied anthropology, and Native American studies. I worked in the field for about a year and a half, going almost 2 years doing archaeology work, mainly cultural resource management. And we could talk about that later too for all these Morris brothers and these indigenous people who saying that we'll talk about that later. But I never hear them mention CRM work or anything about cultural resource management as it pertains to being indigenous or Aboriginal things like that. Worked there for a while, and I started seeing a rising number in the community that I live in with a lot of our children being placed in special education. So I decided to go back, get my teacher certificate, and went and got my master's in education with emphasis in special education. And 5 years later, man, here I am.
That's what's up. That's lovely. See, we have already a fair bit of people. The place to be if you are congratulating you. And
Appreciate it.
well, like I told you on the email, feel free to address anything you want, even if it's some things that you disagree with. What I'm saying, some things that I'm saying that you disagree with, you definitely have the floor. And when you're ready, I can open up the lines so that the people can speak with you, ask you questions, and make
Um,
comments.
I think the best dialogue begins with a good question. So I think you can come on, go ahead and open them lines up, and we can take it
All
from there,
right,
opposed to me just going into a rant. Okay,
that's
and
what's up.
I'll try my best
That's
to
what's up.
answer people's questions to the best of my ability.
That's what's up. Now, while we wait for people to get on the line, and I'm just sharing the link right now. There we go.
Okay.
Do you mind talking about Feet on the Ground Radio?
Yes, Feet on the Ground Radio came about out of us engaged in the so-called conscious community that was taking place mainly on YouTube. And like you said earlier, it was a 10-minute time span. These were 10-minute videos, so you had to get your information out quick, fast, and concise. So we had a lot of back and forth going on. So to see where it is now, where you have a group of people, or you can have these videos that are 2 3 hours long, lectures, you can stream live. All those things weren't in place as they are now. So we will also, listen to the videos. We will watch the debates. The short clips that we did have. We would buy the conscious videos that a lot of our family was just putting out, and we would jump on Blog Talk Radio like you were saying. That was the avenue. That's where the showdown went. So we noticed that a lot of people were paying for this platform, and uh, my brother's from back east. I'm from California, and somehow we linked up, man. But brother Born, he's in Connecticut. At the time, we were with Solomon, who was in Philly. Rahe Rule, my brother out from California, brother Little, sister Ma'at, and we had sister Camille come out of New York. We had just family members all over, all over. And we decided that, hey man, let's everybody was on Blog Talk Radio, from Tony Sotomayor, from the toxic ratchet talk shows to the conscious rap. So we wanted to create an avenue where it would be exclusive for us. So we jumped on Talk Shoe Radio, which was free. If you go there, they've cut down a lot of our videos, but we got over about 500 videos, family, and in depth, from every kind of discussion. We had Tuesday Think Tank Thursdays, and our main, was Slaughterhouse Saturday, where we would go in and really, really, really address a lot of the misinformation that was floating around and bring our conclusions to it. So just want to put that out there with regards to how Fear on the Ground Radio was put in place. And this is in commemoration of brother Born, who's in a wheelchair. So we want to get our feet on the ground and be solid with information. The best information comes from a solid foundation. And I want to give a shout out to my brother Cause too out there, and he was in Connecticut. I think he's back in Atlanta, going back to Atlanta. Brother Tim and his wife in Texas. Like I said, sister my aunt in California, she's in the classroom too. All the family members who I can't mention and so forth. Forgive me, if I didn't say your name.
Yeah, and for those who don't know, I've had our brother Born F.O.G as a guest, and he's doing a lot of work in the community. He's into martial art as well, even though he's in a wheelchair. And I've showed a video where he makes a demonstration. So, yeah, indeed. And I actually happened to be a guest on Feet on the Ground Radio, which was like a decade ago. I went twice. And yeah, that's what's up. So remember, brothers and sisters, I have shared the link to get on the panel. So don't be shy. You know what I'm saying? We're family. You know what I'm saying? Don't get
Yes,
shy on
right.
me now.
Let me
Now,
let me post the link. Let me post the link to
yes,
some of my family, see if they want to jump in. Give me a minute,
yeah,
brother.
of
Bless.
course, of course, of course. Now, Donnie Williams wrote that he's from California. He's from Fresno, to be exact. And our elder brother James Powell has joined us as a member. So feel free to make your comments in the chat. Feel free to ask your questions in the chat. And thank you for supporting me. For those who don't know the deal, it's just $3 a month. I think I did not even put the message, but I will put the message so that people have the link to join. I thought I did, but um, oh yes, there is pinned. It's pinned. So yeah.
Right,
All right. So I'm
right.
gonna share the link once again. You know what I'm saying? Make yourself ready. Now you can use a PC in the Windows or Mac. You can use a tablet. You can use your smartphone. Now the only okay, well, actually, usually I have the requirement, and it's for people to show their face. But I asked the guests how they want to do it, and lately the guests been saying, "Oh, it's okay, I don't mind." So I'm gonna ask our brother Menkara, do you want them to show their face, or you don't mind if they don't show their
Um,
face?
if they feel like they may have a job or something that may compromise, that's fine. As long as they're here to be to build, I have no problem with it, brother. Let them come on, and eventually they'll get comfortable enough to show their face. They may not be in the comfortable, background area, whatever, but I have no problem with it, brother.
All right. Well, you see, you're lucky again, brothers and sisters. You don't even need to show your faces. So link to get on the panel. There it is. All right. You can use your smartphone, your tablet, your PC. Feel free. And you don't need to have a question. If you want to call in and say, hey, I like your work, we don't mind. We're not like drive by ego, but it feels good, for people to
Right.
tell you that they appreciate your work. Because, brothers and sisters, all these years, man, we were seen like some aliens, like some strangers. You know what I'm saying? Even today, you have some people who act like, who say actually the ancient Egyptians were white, white skin,
Right.
Caucasian.
Right. Right.
We have
Right.
our sister Michelle. Greetings, Celeste.
Wagwan, wagwan.
Wagwan, everything, Chris.
Chris are nice. Nice.
Chris
Right.
and nice. Yes, feel free to speak. Thank you for calling, sister.
No problem. No problem. Usually I'm driving when you're out there, so now I can sit down and relax.
All right. Well, feel
Good
free
to
if you
have you,
have
sister.
questions, if you have comment, if you have comments, our brother Menkara is here and a place to be. So feel free, sister.
Yeah, I have a little question, I guess. I'm kind of new to this whole studying and check going into this background and this information, this knowledge. I'm just kind of getting up to speed. So, um, brother, I'm looking at my phone. It's all very tiny. Brother, what is your
Men,
name? Menkara.
Menkara, yes,
Yes,
exactly.
ma'am.
Menkara.
Yes, ma'am.
So I heard some. Oh my God, I'm a ma'am. Anyway, I heard some of your background. So it sounds like there was some archaeology and things of that nature. One of the things that I think I want to know, because I'm just not clear, is the chronology of I guess humankind, I guess of the peoples from if we could come up with a start date, I don't know what that is, and then come from there to now. Where can I get that kind of understanding chronologically? What started at the top, and then this happened, and then that happened, and then that happened, and then you had these people, and then those people. I mean, what begat what? I guess is what I'm trying to figure out, and that's just very confusing. I listen to so many different people like you and Smash. I just discovered him too through you, and M Car something another, and there's just so many folks.
Osar
I,
Mkai, he was there
oh,
Right.
Star
yesterday.
and Car.
Yes.
All of you guys are geniuses. It seems to me. Before I was listening to Netta
Shanetta?
TV. That's how
Yeah.
I discovered you. Maya, is through Netta TV. I heard them trying to beat you up, and I heard you just completely hold your own. And I said, "Wait a minute, who is this guy?" I thought you were brand new. I'm like, you don't sound brand new. Sound like he knows a bunch of stuff. That's what got me over to check you out. But from Sonetta, you get so many people there, right? So some are good to listen
Right.
to, some are not. It gets confusing. So now I'm over here trying to get this thing organized in my mind from top to bottom. So, brother, can you help me out at all and just kind of help me with
Yes.
this
Yes.
chronology? Yeah, that would be very
Yes.
sweet,
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Um,
ma'am.
to start off with, you are the start. The oldest remains of a human being that we found on this planet is a black woman and her daughters. There was a time when racist anthropologists and archaeologists said that a woman couldn't test the time, her bones couldn't test the time. But we keep finding more and more sites with black women. So you are the Rosetta Stone to say. Okay. Second off, I was in a lecture with professors with all kind of titles, and it was only like a sprinkle of our people in there. And I heard this
Hmm.
professor say he said black people are the only people who seem to evolve with the Earth's own evolution. So just ponder that for a moment. That means that we were here during the beginning, and like Elijah Muhammad said, he was right that we don't have a set birth record. Okay, so you do find out people on all seven of the continents, right? But we want to go to a source like Brother Sarah Sunaseti said. We want to go to the source, the oldest remains. And before we can even get to human remains, let's study geology. Okay, what do we see the oldest geological remains on the planet? It's coming from Africa. Okay, until we can find until the sea separates more land and we're able to study that land and find remains or geological or geography that's older than Africa, but we're gonna stick with Africa, okay? Despite what a lot of Aboriginals want to say, you want to give credit to where it's at, okay? Now, for our lineage, I want to take my time with this question because a good dialogue starts with a good question. We have been walking around upright just like this for 100,000 years. Let's start off there. All this information about the old apes or the old hominins, all those species, they can all fit in a
Hmm.
shoebox. When it comes to Neanderthals, they don't have a complete set skeleton for Neanderthals because they practice cannibalism. Okay, so we want to stick with the first thing that separates us is that we have 100,000 year gap with people. A lot of people just got on this planet 5,000 years, 10,000 years ago. Okay, so to give you a basic breakdown, the oldest written records that could pass the test of time will be 10,000 years of written records. Okay, first it comes us. The next we find scriptures coming from about not scriptures but writings from the Televedas and things like that out of India. Okay, and then we get to the Chinese man, the yellow man from Peking, China, all and so forth. But the last person to come into human history are Europeans. Okay, I hope I answered that first question. Okay, so you want to go to the source. The oldest civilization that we can see that has all the elements of being a civilization is the Nile Valley culture. Okay, it set a standard that we're still using to this day on how to bury your dead, where you aggregate your water, making sure that you separate where you bury your dead at and where you have your food and agriculture coming in. Okay, we're the first literate people on the planet. Okay, so you have to watch out for biblical chronology, and they're using the Bible for chronology. Even
Okay.
when it comes to reading ancient Egypt, so-called ancient Egyptian history, you have to watch out for the biblical overtone because it's a pseudoscience right now called biblical archaeology. And the problem with biblical archaeology is you have to have the remains of somebody biblical, okay, in order to have that as a rubric. You see, we don't have no remains of nobody from the Bible, okay. But everywhere we keep finding ancient Egyptian artifacts in Israel, though. We keep finding it all in that area, okay. So I hope I answered that first part of your question, sister.
Yeah. So
I'm
you
sorry,
you you
Michelle.
give.
Michelle, hold on. Sorry, please hold that thought. Menkara, do you have a cash app?
I do, but I'm not here to generate no funds, man. I'm here just to get
Uh,
it in, man. Maybe next time when I come on, I'll post it. But
all right.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm service to the people, man. I'm not here trying
All
to
right.
generate no funds.
All right.
I'm not here to make any money. I think I'm in a lucrative position to get my finances right now, so I don't need to at this time look for no support. But thank you, brother, for asking.
That's what's up. Do you have any website you would like to advertise? To like, I can post like maybe
I'm in the
YouTube
process of
channel
putting
or
one to.
website. Mhm.
Yes, I'm in the process of putting one together. But if people want to reach out to me, they can just email me at Menkara, Menkara .igbo at gmail.com.
All right. So I can post your email address then in the chat, can I?
Yes, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay. Thank you. Sister Michelle, please feel free.
Okay. Um, that's a lot of information. So I have to decipher some of that. With the Egyptians or the Nile Valley, you didn't say Egyptians necessarily, but you spoke about the Nile Valley as the first place or the most known place. Is that what you're saying? I don't want to restate it.
The first
Um,
the first civilization on the planet. That's correct. The
okay,
Nile
so
Valley. That's the first civilization that we find
okay.
on Earth.
I guess I don't understand where all these other things come in, the cuneiform language and the this, because I've read in some places, and that's probably just Googling, and folks were misinformed, but that those were the older languages, and that those, folks from the places that speak that stuff, I mean, that was older, or more established than what happened in the Nile Valley. So that's where the confusion comes in again. For me, I guess it's what's the actual
Let's stay
chronology. But yeah, go ahead.
let's stay there because again that's another great question to ask right there. Using biblical chronology, they
That's
want to put the civilization and the Fertile Crescent as being the oldest civilization. Mesopotamia, Sumer, that area right
mm,
there, right?
right.
So I took a course on it, and brother Shaka and sister Michelle, guess what I found out?
What?
There
What?
is no metal in that region. They don't have no metallurgy,
Hmm.
Okay.
so they weren't cutting blocks. They say that they were the first agriculturalists, and whenever they like to use the sickle, right, brother Shaka.
The
But
Mm,
sequel like from my art.
I've never seen nobody with a stone sickle cutting wheat. So that's a misnomer,
mm,
right? So there's no metal in that area. That area that you see in Sumer, that so-called pyramid structure, they actually adjusted that. They redid that, okay? And they were using, they didn't have stone bricks. They didn't have no knowledge of masonry, okay? So they're using that to establish the first civilization using the Bible to do so.
I see.
Speaking about Cush coming and Nimrod and so forth. And if you guys remember when the Scorpion King came out, it was a movie that came out, it was the Scorpion King.
I
And
remember that.
they found a mace and they were able to compare it. But this is what I challenge anybody to do right here. Okay. Next time I come here, Shock, I have a PowerPoint presentation, everything like that. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Pull
Oh,
up the
that's what's
Scorpion's
up.
mace. Pull up the Scorpion's mace and pull up Neymar's palette and look at them and tell me what's really Egyptian about them. Because you don't see the traditional style of art from an Egyptian perspective. Very vague. You only see the one use of this catfish symbol, for example. Okay, so some people think that they may be that may be pseudo, may be created. Okay, so to answer your question, Mesopotamia is not. Okay, it's a book. When Egypt ruled the East, when University of Chicago did a great breakdown on how that whole area was part of the Nile Valley. Basically, was under their rule and control. So to get put in perspective with that, that came much later. Sumer, that's all. Also, that's very biblical. I challenge
Mhm.
anybody to type in Sumer and just look at their chronology. You know, they said their first king fell from the sky and he ruled for 16,000 years. It sounds preposterous. Okay, so to
Mhm.
put it in perspective, they use Egypt to make it look real. I'm
Mhm.
gonna say that again. They have to use Egypt to give you the idea that it's real when it's not. You can only find the history, the culture of these so-called civilizations in
The
the
Bible.
job of the Bible. That's the only place you'll find them. So first off, you got to get rid of that Bible, like Walter Williams says. You got to get rid of that Bible and look to know the study of history. And maybe in time, Brian Shaka will have a breakdown about that. People, places, times, events, literature. Okay, to validate if anything is correct, Sister Michelle, they have to all fall in line. I'll give you an example. People, as of right now, we have 3 people on this line right now, right, that I can see. I see Brother Shaka, myself, and Sister Michelle, right? Places, where are we meeting at? We're on StreamYard and the places YouTube, right? Time, it's 4:30 California time. What's the event? We're discussing a general discussion. Okay, the literature will be emails that be sent later. If any one of those are missing, it never happened. So somebody said that, yeah, I was on Shaka's show, and at 4:31 California time, I asked Sister Michelle this question. No, brother, how was that possible? There were only 3 people there at this place at this time at this event. You see, if any one of those components are missing, you have to really question what's going on. And I hope I answered your question.
Thank you. Yeah, that's good. That's very good.
Hmm.
Wow. Um,
So where to
I'm
start?
not
Where
a
to start?
Bible person. Yeah, where to start? There's so many more questions that we
I
could
would say
ask.
start with Chancellor Williams' book, Destruction of Black Civilization. That's going to give you a basic breakdown of what's taking place. Okay, I do have a few
That's
books
what I'm
here.
reading right now.
See, that's the ancestors talking. Okay, then you can pick this up here from Dr. Ben's book. Okay, another great one.
Which one is that?
Okay, this is the Cultural Genocide in Black and African Studies curriculum by Yosef Ben Yakinan. Okay, all
Okay.
right. Okay, another good book to get is John D. Jackson's book, Ethiopia. Okay, The Origin of Civilization. Okay, another good book to get to give you a reference on how we have to clean a lot of the cobwebs out of our mind is a great book by Carter G. Woodson, The Miseducation of the Negro. This is what I started with. This is the
Now
first book
that
really I
one I
read.
read recently, about a couple years ago, because James Small recommended that. I ran into him also on Sonnet TV, and
Okay.
he was highly recommending that folks reread that. So I got that
Another
one and I
book
read
that
that one.
a lot of Moors and Hebrews don't want to deal with is this book right here by John Henry Clark, Christopher Columbus and African Holocaust. And he goes into details about those Africans who sold other Africans into slavery. Who were they? They were the Moors.
Hmm.
They were the Moors. Okay, when they lost
Which book is
Spain,
that?
the Spanish Inquisition, kind of breaking up here.
Yeah, we're breaking up.
Can you guys hear me? You may have issues.
Yes, brother. It was breaking up a little bit. Every now and then it breaks up a little bit.
Is that my connection or
Um,
Silence?
oh, it's your connection, is it? Okay. Okay.
What's that book by John Henry Clark? What was the name of that one?
I'm going to share the link for you, sister.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah. It's Christopher Columbus and the African Holocaust. Now, hopefully that link will do. Here, you have it on the screen. I'm going to check, make sure the link works. Yes, it does. And okay, Menkara will be back with us.
Okay.
Kinetical energy rule, or is addressing the Pharaoh test. I also quote the work of Jacob um, Bronowski, The Essence of Man. There's also a documentary to this masterpiece. All right. When the brother will be back, I will ask him if there's a way he can use like the cable. The cable is always more stable than the Wi-Fi connection.
Mm,
I expect he'll be back real soon with us. Such a great start.
excellent.
Such a great start. The
Mm.
brother has credentials. The brother has a bachelor's degree and a master's degree. You know, and he will gladly tell you which university he got it from. I lost my sound, so he probably mentioned
He
which one
might
it
even
was.
show you the certificate.
Yeah, he might even show you.
He
You know
might
what I'm
even
saying?
show it to you.
Yes, you know, because some people won't even tell you the university.
Mm. I got my certificate right up here. I could, nobody's questioning me, but I've got
What?
one.
Which one do you have? Like,
I have a
which certificate?
bachelor's in
All right.
business administration, graduated from Howard.
Well, feel free to show it so brothers and sisters can see that it's not a myth. It's
It's
like
not a myth. She
Osam.
really, she
He
really
took like
did
30 seconds.
graduate.
It took 30 seconds. With some people, they charge you $1,800.
I know. Well, this is the outside of my thing. It's right here. Howard U.
Hmm.
It's not a myth.
We're ending a myth right there. Sister has a bachelor's degree also. And Osam yesterday took 30 seconds to show his. Brother Menkara, if by any chance you have a cable for the internet connection, it always works better than a Wi-Fi. But then we're gonna do with what we have.
Okay, if it
So
breaks out again, I'll go. If it has another issue, I'll go get my laptop and go right by my router and get that plug in because
yeah, all right.
yeah.
But Sister Michelle, the brother is back, so feel free if you have questions. You know.
This is the
Oh,
last book.
okay. What's book? Okay.
This is by John
Oh,
Henry
oh,
Clark,
that's the
The
one
Columnus
by
and
John
Alcohol.
Henry Clark.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is
Christopher
the book
Columbus.
that
Yeah.
Those Moors and those Hebrew Israelites, they don't want to deal with this book right here. When they get to talking about those Africans, those so-called Africans who sold other Africans into slavery, they were the Moors. The fall of
Mm-hmm.
Songhai, Timbuktu, those are the Moors. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll talk about that in later show, but this is the book they don't
Mm-hmm.
want to deal with right here, Brother Shaka, Sister Michelle. This is that
Mm-hmm.
heat. Okay. And we standing here on the feet and shoulders, basically on the shoulders of our ancestors right here. A lot of pseudoscience is going around. They love using that word, and they are attacking our elders. And I just want to put
Yeah.
this out here too, that they listen to all our shows, Brother Shaka. They go back and they're putting their young academics in place to try to say that Afrocentrism is pseudo and things like
Mm,
that. Okay, it's a few books that's out there. One is called Inventing Africa. This book is
mhm,
this book is being used in archaeology curriculum at universities, and it has a section for Ivy Van Sertima, Sheikh Ante Diop, and Dr. Ben. So in a couple more years, people will get to hearing the knowledge we kick and they're going to say, "Oh yeah, I heard about that. That's pseudoscience. I took it in the college course." You see, so we
Mm-hmm.
have to write our books to get put in place to make sure that our elders' message stays relevant. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And
Now to clear,
what you said.
go
Yeah,
ahead.
okay, go ahead. Yeah, sorry. What you
Go
said
ahead.
reminded me. So when I think about back in the days, a decade ago, I think about, of course, the debate between Seti and Adinbe, but you just reminded me that before there was Seti's video, I think it was called the Force Teaching of the Science of the Moorish
More
Science
science
Temple of
temple.
America. That
Mm-hmm.
was a shock. That was
Mm-hmm.
like '08 or '09 because the Moors back then, the way we hear about the Hebrew Israelites now is how we used to hear about the Moors. They used to act like, oh, they're the custodians of the Egyptian science. They are dealing with the law. They are indigenous to America and also indigenous to Morocco. Um, they claim, oh, we used to do treaties. So, there had a few people like Tash Tariq Bey. I remember he had a documentary back then, and, people being, knowledgeable about the law. That was impressive, So they were like, you know, there was a hype about the Moors. Then said he came with that documentary, like, what?
Man, classic.
They teach
And I
that
want to give a
black
shout
means
out. I want to
death.
give a shout
Yeah,
out.
feel free, brother. Feel
I
free.
want to give a shout out to General Salman Suniseti because um, he's the one who woke me up. I was a Muslim studying Islam, practicing Islam for years. And remember, I told you that the best dialogue starts with a good question. Okay, and Seti, we throwing out them questions like, man, I never looked at it from that perspective. You see, so when you put that in the context, and I would take his questions and I would use that as a rubric for me when I would go to my college courses and things like that. That would keep me
Mm,
grounded. You
excellent.
see, so if you got a good foundation and to clear the cobwebs of religion out your mind, you always want to get Barbara Walter Williams' book. Okay, they scared of this book too. Okay, the story of origin of Christianity. There's never been a man who ever existed in human form by any race, creed, color as a Jesus Christ. Okay, okay, and in explaining the history of Christianity, he had to go into explaining how some people want to say the male nature hasn't been deciphered. We could talk about that as well. Okay, and the second installment that he produced was the historical origin of Islam. Okay, there's never been a man that ever existed by any race, creed, or color by Prophet Muhammad. Okay,
You,
pseudepigrapher,
you know,
false, fictitious characters. And I'm gonna say something that my father and my grandfather would tell me all the time. Sister Michelle and Brother Shaka, I could tell you a story, right? And the people in the story don't have to exist for you to understand the meaning of the story. Would you agree?
Yep.
hmm
Okay. For
Absolutely.
example, the boy that cried wolf, right? We've heard this before, right?
yeah.
What's the moral of the story?
Don't mess around. Don't do false flagging. Otherwise, people
Yeah.
won't
Okay.
believe you.
Don't make false claims. They're not going to be
Yes.
believed.
Okay. Now, I ask my students this, and my students, they're so innocent. Nobody believes a liar, even when they're telling the truth. I said, that's it right there, right?
hmm
Now,
You know.
what if
You
what if you go ahead, go
Mhm.
ahead.
No, sorry. I just wanted to say, what's funny is that now they're showing the date when you purchased the book, and I don't know if it shows here, but it says that I purchased it in October 12th, 2007. And but I've shared the link to the historical origin of Christianity. I'm going to share the other book, the historical origin of Islam. So feel free to continue,
Right.
brother Menkara.
Now, now, now the problem would be if I had a student or somebody that was actually looking for the boy and the wolf and missed the whole moral of the story, right? That's what you have going on right now with a lot of our family members trapped in religion, right? Jesus Christ don't have to exist for you to understand the morals of the story. In fact, it's better he don't exist because that'll keep you from chasing a spook or a ghost. But if you understand, like I said, you could tell somebody a story. Like my dad all the time would tell a story about himself, but he would change the name because if he told him, if he told his kids it was about him, we would miss the whole point of the story, right? So that's how things work in that context. So, Sister Michelle, these are just a few books that I hope that you can eventually get that will give you a foundation so that you don't be confused because the worst frame of mind to be in is confusion. Okay, whether you're
Absolutely.
right or wrong, you make a mistake, you'll get immediate results. Right? I was wrong. I didn't know that. Now you can make your adjustments. But when you're confused, you don't pick either or and time just
Mm,
passes you by, and and confused people spread confusion. That's what's going on right now. A lot of people operate from a
right.
space and emotion of confusion, and they're spreading that disease of confusion. So we want to give the people a foundation so they won't be confused. They'll know how to they'll have a foundation for themselves to be able to decipher whether things are truthful or not. Okay.
Absolutely. Look, I appreciate that. What I find also, you just mentioned Walter Williams, and I'm going to get those two particular books that you mentioned. But I know there's also that discrepancy in terms of what he believes with the translations or the non-translations of the old writings of this Medu Neter. And so that makes it difficult then to understand if he's confused about that, was he confused about other things that he may have written? But it sounds like you're saying at least those two books, there's no confusion there. I mean, you can kind of follow with what he's saying and go,
Exactly.
accept that.
And I'll use okay. There's four disciplines of anthropology. You have physical anthropology, which is biological anthropology, the different biological makeups of human beings, right? Then you have
Hmm.
archaeology, the cultural remains of the past. Then you have culture, what is the different types of culture that we see in the planet and ethnic groups. Then the last one is linguistics. Linguistics is the most complex because language is always changing. Just like right now, we speak English, but we have a certain
Hmm.
vernacular on how we speak. You have ebonics put in place there. Every culture puts their own spin on it, right? Now, you can speak English and still be illiterate. Would you guys agree?
Yes.
Can still speak English and be illiterate. Is that what you said?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
The
Yes.
hardest thing and I teach most of my kids are elementary. The hardest thing to teach a child is how to read. The
Mm-hmm.
fact that you guys can read is a miracle. In fact, you mean to tell me that you could take a symbol and equate it with a sound and blend it together in harmony? It's like understanding a code, right? Now, brother Shaka, how many languages do you speak?
Well, fluently, I would say French, English, Haitian Creole. The Middle Nature, I wouldn't say I speak it fluently, but I have knowledge of it. I've been teaching it for years, and
Now let's stay
um,
there. Let's stay there. Let's stay
yeah,
there. That's more than enough,
I know a
right?
little bit of Swahili and Arabic, and
Right.
I'm studying other languages.
Based on the fact that you're bilingual, that you can speak French, Creole, and English, you're a linguist. You're a linguist. Every
Wow.
linguist I've met were either women or they spoke multiple languages. Be very wary of these brothers out here claiming that they're linguists and don't even speak Spanish, for example. How many languages do you speak, brother? But you're a linguist. How do you have to have a knack for language before you get
Mm-hmm.
to the studies. And the best knack that you can have is comprehension of how languages work.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, brother Shaka, what language did you learn first?
Well, the French, which is my mother tongue. So when I
Now,
grew up, that
now
was, yeah.
when you began learning English, did you just start picking up books and reading in English, or did you have to hear it first?
No, I had to hear it first.
That's how the meta nature works. Now, I'm gonna say this, and it's gonna go people's heads, and I hope people understand what I'm saying. Just like you can have a person who can speak English or French and still be literate, I have no problem with a person saying that they can read the so-called meta nature using what Champollion left, but they can't speak it because you never heard it being spoken. You see the difference? You're translating it using a codex. Now, whether or not Champollion's codex is correct, that's different. But going by this codex that you allegedly think Champollion cracked and how you're using it, you're just reading what you think, but you can't speak it because you never heard it spoken. I'll give you an example. If you never heard the English language spoken, you wouldn't know that phone, for example, is not spelled with the F, it's spelled with the PH. Would you guys agree?
Hmm. But
That's
can
like
I
my name
interject,
being
brother?
Frank. Yeah, I'll give you an example. That's like me saying my name is Frank, but I spell it with a PH. PHRNAK. You see?
Mm-hmm.
It's so you have to be taught how to apply certain things in the transliteration to the spoken word. How could you speak a language you never heard? Now, I have a problem with you saying that you can read Meta Nature using the codex provided by Champollion, but you can't say you speak it. Go ahead, brother.
Yes. Um, Actually, the Greeks were there when the language was still spoken. Now, the Greeks, we know that they arrived in ancient Egypt or Kemet, like I like to call it, around 400 BC. This is the period that we call the late period, and the last hieroglyphic inscription, if I'm not mistaken, was the 5th century AD. So, since the Greeks were there, they heard the Middle Nature, and obviously they transcribed it, in their language with their script, and also we do have the Coptic, and I don't know if you have heard, brother Menkara, that video that I play about this PhD from who is a curator in the British Museum, and she actually states that the hieroglyphic is one of history's oldest surviving language. I think she uses the term spoken language. But have you heard that excerpt that I played
No,
every now and then? Yeah. Do
no,
you
I
want me to
haven't.
play it?
No, I
It's
haven't.
about 6 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, you could.
Yes.
That's no problem.
Okay.
I would like to
All
say
right.
this though before you do play
Yes,
that.
of course. Feel free, brother.
Um, the word Egyptian, the word created by Egyptians speaking Greek. Remember, the Greeks were illiterate. They got there with 332 BC to 323 BC. And you mean to tell me that they became master linguists and scholars? No,
Mm,
they were still learning from us. Now, the demonic and the hieratic are two different written languages and spoken languages, right?
mm.
So I just want to
Yeah,
put that
Well,
out
man.
there, brother. Go ahead and
yeah.
play the video.
Actually, and I love this conversation. Actually, the Greeks had a script and they had a language when they were in
Before
Kemet.
Egypt, before they came
Oh
to
no, no,
Egypt.
I'm not saying before Egypt, but I'm saying
Okay,
when they were
okay.
in Kemet in 400 BC,
PC.
they had the Greek language. So some people might call it, archaic Greek or old Greek, but it is still the Greek language, and they had their script, which ultimately derived from the
What
Mediterranean.
were they
Some people
writing
do.
on? What were they writing on?
You mean what material they used to write on? Well, they will write on papyri, which is the plural of
Where does
papyrus,
where did that
and
come from?
from the plants from Egypt, from the reed.
From Egypt.
But still, it's their language,
Hmm.
and they will also, carve on stones. Actually, on the Medu Neter, we do have the Greek carved on the stone, and then we have the Coptic language, which is the latest phase or latest stage of the Medu Neter. And it's a bit like me saying,
Okay.
okay, we have Old English. None of us speak Old English, like the Shakespeare English, right? But yet nobody will say, okay, we don't know the old, we don't really speak English because we lost it. But anyway, I'm not an expert, I'm not a specialist. Let's listen to a PhD who works at the British Museum. And there it is. So I'm gonna go to, yeah, so you can see her. Now you do have the subtitle, which is not from YouTube because YouTube has a have a subtitle option. It is actually from the British Museum's whoever was in charge of the, but don't rely on it because it takes time. It's but anyway, it looks like somebody did it in real time. With the device or whatever it is. So I'm going to mute my mic and I'm going to play.
Administrative details were it relied on a cement. Hieroglyphs have always intrigued people as this witness of an ancient civilization. Every aspect of Egyptian culture, its religious practice, monumental buildings, administrative details were it relied on a system of writing that developed around 3250 BC. That is a very long time ago. But their picture-like nature revealed, or sorry, hid the fact that they represented a complex spoken language. This spoken language lived on until the 15th century, 16th century, and actually in a way still until present day, because it's still used in the Coptic Church. And this makes it one of history's longest surviving spoken languages.
Brothers and sisters, do you realize what you've just heard from a PhD that works at the British Museum? Now, if some of you don't know what the British Museum is, and feel free to go online and or Wikipedia and find out. You will see it's one of the most famous museums in the world. Probably one of the largest museum in the world as well, but definitely one of the most famous one. Now, as she continues, you see this? See this artifact? Now, to me, it looks like a reproduction. It doesn't look like an original. But that's a British Museum. And this individual here, this pharaoh, oh, let me pause it. Does it look like he's from Sweden or from Denmark? It might be small, like here, right here. Does it look like he's from Sweden or Denmark or Spain or Italy? But anyway, you've heard what she said. I've actually typed, I've shared that part in my YouTube timeline and even on Twitter. But on Twitter, I had to make it shorter because you're limited. Now let's see if it all fits. It will not all fit. I don't think it will all fit. Yeah. So it's in two parts. That's the top part. Dr. Ilonga Brigorski, PhD and curator at the British Museum, speaking on the hieroglyphs, she said that it is a system of writing that developed around 3250 BC, 3250 BC, 3200 BC. That's 5,000 years ago. That's 5,250 years ago. That's way back. That's back in the day. And she even added, she stressed that that is a very long time ago. But the picture like nature hid the fact that they represented a complex spoken language. This spoken language lived on until the 15th, 16th century, and actually, in a way, still until present day because it's still used in the Coptic Church. And this makes it one of history's longest surviving spoken languages. I know some of you brothers and sisters, when a black person say, you don't believe it. You won't admit it, but I know. And this makes it one of history's longest surviving spoken languages. But Pookie on the corner said, all right, so um, that was the excerpt. And here, for those who don't know, I'm leaving this link here, which will first show you the chart on Anthony Brothers' book, um, um, Nile Valley Contributions to Civilization, page 170 and 171, where he shows that we first went from the what is labeled the Kemetic or the hieroglyphic, the Medu-Neter, to the so-called Semitic, then the Phoenician, then the Greek, then the Roman. So it was first the ox's head that the Phoenician called the Aleph, that the Greeks call Alpha, and that we call A in the Roman slash Latin script. And you have all these other letters. Some people may say, well, he's an Afrocentric. So fine. We have a similar chart from a linguist called Stephen Roger Fisher, and you can look him up online. You will see his credentials in his book, A History of Writing, page 48. And he shows us the Egyptian, the Proto-Sinaitic, the Phoenician, the early Greek, the Greek, and the Latin. And then finally, we have another scholar from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. Her name is Orly Goldwasser, and she even won an award for that article entitled How the Alphabet Was Born from Hieroglyphs. And she shows a similar chart. We have the hieroglyphic, the Proto-Sinaitic, the Phoenician, and so-called Paleo-Hebrew, the early Greek, the Greek, and the Latin. So I just wanted to put that out there. And I see that our brother Menkara is away. So in the meantime, I see Rain, and I think Rain was working with Menkara as well. Thank you for becoming a member and for supporting the channel. So Born F.O.G is in the place to be. Oh, actually, I have a message. Oh, can you hear the you can't hear the sound,
I
Michelle?
can hear it now. I can hear
Oh,
it
okay,
now.
all right, okay, okay.
Yeah.
And uh we have a few comments while we wait for our brother to get back. So Born F.O.G is in the place to be. Rain would salute Black African power. Donnie Williams has a question. Why does she say allegedly on Champollion? Um, I'll have to listen to know what sentence it was. Um, so I'm not sure at what point she used the
It
term
was
allegedly. Yes,
no,
feel
no,
free,
it was
brother.
me who said it was me who said allegedly. Um, if you go back to that video,
Oh, he
you
said. Okay, yes,
yeah,
yes, yes, brother.
I
Feel
said it.
free.
I said it. It was
Yes.
I say allegedly because it wasn't agreed upon by the African secular community that it was done properly and in a manner that conveys what they meant in the language. She said things, a couple things that stood out. She said the oldest spoken language. A spoken language and a written language are two different things. Do we agree?
Mm.
Well, in a
You can
sense,
speak.
yes, but it's still the same
You can
language. Yeah.
speak. You can speak English and still be illiterate, right?
We said that. Mm.
Yes, somebody may not know
It's
how
all
to read, but he can
context.
still speak English. It's true.
Right, right. So we say the Middle East is a spoken language that they're still using now, the Coptic language. So we say, okay, the Middle
Yes,
East is it a spoken language or a written language?
well, I would say it's a language period, and the hieroglyphic is a script, but it
It's a
is
written
indeed a
language,
language.
right? It's a written language.
Yes, it's a script. It's a language, spoken and written, if you will.
But what came first? Because we didn't exist during it. The sister understand my point I'm making right. Go ahead with the sister, sister
Mhm.
Michelle. Go ahead.
But I know,
She had a
I don't know
question.
if I don't know if you know, brother, but we don't see your webcam, but maybe it's on purpose. It's like we
Can you
see a
see
blank
me?
screen.
Okay, it must be. Let me turn it off.
I'm not
Turn it
sure
back
who's
on. Okay.
talking.
Yeah, it's brother Menkara.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
he's back.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you
Yeah.
guys see me now? Hear me? I have my camera
We
on.
Well,
can
we
hear
hear
you.
you, but we have like a black screen. Like
Okay.
it's yeah.
Well,
Turn the light on.
hopefully, yeah, it is. I'm very bright. I can see it on my end, but I can't see anything uh on you guys' end. But my point is this: hopefully, you can hear the sound of my voice and be able to
Yeah, we
decipher
hear you,
everything.
brother.
Yeah,
We
we
hear
can
you.
hear you.
We when you do archaeology, when you do research, you're going from the time that you exist, going backwards, right? So before we knew
Right.
about the mother nature being spoken, we knew it was a written language. Then the decipherment came later. It was a written language first, from our perspective. Would you agree?
Well, for us, we can say it
For
was a
us,
written
yes,
language,
because
but
we
for
didn't
the
hear
ancient
it.
Egyptians, it was a spoken language because they just put in writing, they use the script for a language that they spoke. So I understand the argument, and it's always welcome. I really love this conversation, even with people who don't believe it has been deciphered, because I actually had many discussions like that back on Blog Talk Radio like a decade ago, more than a decade ago, and a lot of people just don't know that the language, the Medu Nature, was still spoken when the Greeks were there, which means that they heard it and it still survives through indeed the Coptic. So of course the Coptic
Right.
not be
Now, let me
exactly
give you
the
another context. Let me give another
same. Feel
context.
free, brother.
In
Feel free,
South
brother.
Okay.
in South Africa right now, there's the Khoi people, the Bush people. There's I think their last elder. She's like a great grandmother. She's still striving to teach those youngsters the forgotten language. Have you heard about this?
Not that particular one, no.
Now, my context is this: when it comes to linguistics, languages are always changing, right? Always changing. Now, that alphabet that you pulled up, it said Kemetic, then it says Semitic. What is a Semitic? There is no Semitic ancient history. Then it said Hebrew. There is no Hebrew, ancient Hebrew language in antiquity.
Mm,
Okay, go to the top of it. Look at the first word. What is Proto-Semitic? That's an ethnic group coming from where?
mm,
Phoenicia. Where's
mm,
Phoenicia at? Every time I go and I look up Phoenicia, where it is on the map, all I see is the purple people. But where is it at? But the word
mm,
Phoenician phonetic have a connection. They're using the
mm,
Phoenicians to discredit our ancient ancestors from giving the Greeks an alphabet. And Walter Williams
mm.
was the only person I heard say that said that the Greeks came into Egypt illiterate and our ancestors speaking Greek gave them an alphabet. So where's Phoenicia at? I've never heard of Phoenicia at. So the first so
But
the first one, go ahead, I'm sorry.
no, no, no. So keep going, brother. Keep going.
Okay, so my point is this. The
Mm,
oldest so-called pro-Semitic or Phoenician is coming from the Scorpion King, which they found out is kind of pseudo, right? That's why I said look at the palette, Neymar's palette, and the mace of the Scorpion King, and then tell me what's truly Egyptian about it. Meaning how we normally see Egyptian symbols and so forth, and why we don't see that repetitive. If Neymar, for example, was the first king of Egypt, why we don't see that repetitive use of that catfish symbol, things like that, right? So the problem I have is with the first two, the Egyptian symbol of the bull. That's cool. Proto-Semitic, who is that? Phoenician, who are the Phoenicians? Where did the Phoenicians come from? You see? And then we have the early Greek. We know the Greeks were illiterate when they came into ancient Egypt because we're
well,
looking at the.
actually, they were not,
Go
brother.
ahead.
They were not illiterate. Now, to answer your question,
Name
now,
one Greek institution. Like I'm using Walter Williams. No, I'm just not what I say. I'm using Walter. Name one Greek institution before they came into Egypt. I'll wait.
well, an institution, that's something else. That would be like maybe some school, some sort of establishment. So I'm not in a
Name
position
one
to.
Greek school. Name one Greek city that was known for literature that all the Greek scholars went to, that Plato went to. Where did Plato get his studies from? Who did he study from?
Egypt.
Mm. But the thing is that whether people had an institution or not, the Greek language is attested. It is
They
attested.
were
So
they there
mhm,
was a Greek language, but they didn't have an
yes.
alphabet. I go back to this again. You can speak English, you can speak Greek, and still be illiterate. Huh?
Mm.
You have
But
right
but
now, 2023. You still have illiterate people.
mm. Now I'm sure you've seen the Rosetta Stone, right?
Yes,
Now you've seen the Greek writing on it, right?
yes.
So they had an alphabet. Do we agree on that?
Now that's the incomplete stone. Have you ever seen a stone in Canopolis? I
No.
can't find it.
Mm.
Brother
But
Shaka,
but
you're a good
but
researcher. If you can
Mm,
find the stone of Canopolis, we have a great show because the stone of Canopolis was used first before the Rosetta Stone. But
mhm.
I can't find
But
it. I can't find no reference like that. Like Walter, I'm signing Walter Williams when he
mm,
said the stone of Canopolis. So just want to put that out there, brother.
I understand. And the thing is that whether the Rosetta Stone is complete or not, we still have the Greek writing. And we have Greek writing also on many other artifacts, and they are in museums around the world. So it is safe to say that the Greek language was in existence when they were in Kemet. Now, when you're asking who are the Phoenicians, they are people who were in like Libya, Libya, Lebanon, Canaan, maybe some parts of Syria. And some people say that they eventually moved to the northern part of Africa, the region that we call the Maghreb today. Now you were talking about Narmer. Narmer, he is just tested in history, with the catfish and the chisel. So Proto-Sinaitic, I think, is better than Proto-Semitic. But that is the linguistic classification, even though the term comes from Shem, which is a biblical character. Dr. Theophilo Benga uses the term Proto-Sinaitic as well. So Sinaitic from the Sinai, which is an area that actually exists. So all this to say that indeed the Greek language was in existence when the Greeks came to Egypt, and the Greeks heard the language, and finally we have the Copts who still do speak that language. And there's plenty of scholars who say that the Coptic language is the latest phase or latest stage of the Medu Neter. Hence why this PhD said that it is one of history's oldest living spoken language. And what I would suggest, I wouldn't call myself a linguist, because in this day and age, a linguist would be somebody that has a degree, at least a degree in linguistics, but preferably a PhD in linguistics. But let's consult the specialists. Let's consult the linguists. How many linguists say that the Medu Neter has not been deciphered? To my knowledge, none. And no disrespect to Walter Williams, but he's not a linguist. So,
Dr. Burnett at Cal State San Bernardino, she stated very frequently that it would be very arrogant for someone to even assume that it's been translated.
can
Okay,
can you show us the quote, please, like, or tell me where I can find the
this is
quote?
a, this
Because
is this is a professor who teaches at Cal State San Bernardino. This is the professor who class I took, and I've
mm,
asked her. She specializes in French and Syrian texts. Syrian is supposed to be like the oldest uh, uh, place where Arabic comes from, and she
yeah,
speaks
you
she
you
speaks
have the
French and Arabic.
Syriac, which actually the
Yes.
Syriac is actually Aramaic. I have a colleague who I'm
Now,
an interpreter
yes.
for those who don't know. I have a colleague who speaks Aramaic, and he told me what Syriac is actually one of the name of Aramaic,
Now,
because the
show me.
Orient.
Can you post a picture, brother, of a Phoenician and a Phoenician artifact? I'll wait.
Oh yes, yes, I can.
Thank you. I'll wait. I'll
Uh, uh,
wait.
yeah, Ezekiel Seal. This MVP Harris put me up on game with this thing, and I'm going to put CNN. But you also have, what's the other website? I forgot. But CNN, for the record, I'm going to put that in the chat.
And I want to say this too. Right now, there will be a Nobel Peace Prize that will come out to anybody who is fluent in speaking the Medu Neter. Like I said, you can read it with the codex that Champollion provided, but you cannot tell me that you speak it. How many vowels are there? How many consonants are there? Okay. What is the phonemics that you're using? The phonological analysis. How are you breaking this down to speak it? Okay, go ahead, bro. Let me see what you got pulled up
Yes,
here.
yes. Well, this is I've shared the link in the chat. Oh, what happened there? Okay, I CNN. So here you have the link in the chat.
I
There.
see an unk there, and I see what
Yeah.
looks like the wings of Ma'at. That's what I see. I see an unk on the
Yes,
right.
yes,
So,
yes,
so
yes.
what's Phoenician?
But
So
but but
what's Phoenician about it? What's
that's
Phoenician about it?
those characters. That's the Phoenician script. You see,
Hold on.
and and
I see an
and uh,
Egyptian symbol of an unk. Do you see that unk symbol?
Hmm.
You see the wings of Ma'at looks like.
We see that.
What came first, the Egyptian
uh,
or the Phoenician? Because based on the alphabet that you presented, it was the Kemetic symbol of the bull first. Then the Phoenician's the third one. So look where it's found. Okay, first it says a dump site in the kings of Judah. That's biblical.
Mhm.
That's
No,
biblical.
no, no,
We
no,
can't
no.
use
This,
that.
this, no. This person. Now we have some biblical characters, but they are still attested historically.
That's the seal. So
Hezekiah
the
is.
seal. Is he a real person? Better than that, Shaka.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Your sound went out, but come again, please.
Is did King Hezekiah exist in human form?
In his well, no, his body,
Was
I
he
don't
real?
know.
Was he
Yes, he
real?
was real. Yeah, he's attested in history.
Where do we find him at? In the Bible, right? Come on, we can't
No,
say we
no,
can't use the
no,
Bible, but we still using the Bible.
mm,
Come
no,
on.
no. We have records of some people in Judea. You know,
There was no
like,
Judea. That was in the
yes, no,
Bible.
no. Judea is a place. Historically, it is a place.
The letter J didn't exist, brother Shaka. Come on
Yeah,
now.
but I mean,
Okay.
they called it Judea, but in English we call it Judea. You
Okay,
know,
I'm
yeah. Now,
so
obviously,
King Hezekiah, he's a Hebrew, right?
well, they don't say he was a Hebrew. Like for example,
Judah. So
here.
he's Jew. He's from Judah, the tribe of Judah. I see Judah there. King's the king
What
of Judah on the papyrus, right? But go back up, go back up.
now?
So his
Look,
symbol, his symbol or his seal had an unk on it.
yes, there was an unk on his royal seal. Indeed, it is correct. Now, hold on. I want to get rid of that thing here because apparently we need to pay now. But
You've had
not
too
long
many
ago,
free views.
not long ago, they didn't have that stuff. That's Washington Post.
Ooh.
Okay, show us
That,
another. Show us another Phoenician,
yeah.
because all we're doing is looking at details, and we're just saying, asking the question: what is uniquely Phoenician about it? See, the
Well,
Egyptians is so unique. The minute you saw
that's
that symbol, you knew what it was. But what's
that's why.
uniquely? Go ahead.
Mhm. That's why I wanted to. Well, okay, let's try BBC. I wanted that Washington Post article because they do mention the Phoenician writing. But here I'm going to share another link. Many websites have covered this. There's even a Biblical Archaeology Society, but some people say, "Oh, that's biblical." But here I'm
That's
going to share.
pseudo.
No, it's
Remember, I
not
say that
pseudo.
from the
No,
beginning.
no, it's that
Biblical
no.
archaeology is
Yeah,
pseudo.
that
You
that's
have to
that's why
have
I
the
didn't want to use that
remains.
one. But archaeology, that's the main thing. Like you see here, impression of biblical kings seal found in Jerusalem. So if I search for Phoenician, okay, let's read it. Let's read it. Hold on. So Israeli archaeologists say they have found a 2700-year-old piece of clay inscribed with a biblical king seal. It is thought the is it sharing well? Yes, it is thought the oval bulla, which is 13 millimeter, which is 1.5 inch wide, was once attached to a papyrus document signed by Hezekiah, one of the kings of Judah. It was found by a team from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem at the site of an ancient dump beside the wall that surrounds Jerusalem's old city. I'm sorry, it is believed to have been thrown out with the rubbish from a royal building. The bulla is imprinted with the symbol of a winged sun and an inscription in the ancient Hebrew script, saying now here they say ancient Hebrew script, but it is Phoenician. It is Phoenician.
You see the
Hmm.
problem, though?
Yeah,
Find
it
another
is a
one. Give me another one.
it is a problem, and I agree with you, and that's why Dr. Theophane Obenga, sorry,
Hmm.
doesn't use the term proto-Semitic. He uses the term proto-Sinaitic, and then it says belonging to Hezekiah. Now, son of is missing. When they have it in bracket like that, it means it's missing. And then we have Ahaz, king of Judah. So
There you
in
go.
Phoenician, that's what is written
Now
that
hold
it
on. Stop.
belongs.
Stop. Stop right there, Kevin. Let me help you out. One more question. Let's find out who was the Champollion who deciphered cuneiform. I want you to type in Jules Opert. Julesoppert, and go to the Gutenberg site when it comes up. We know who Gutenberg is. Okay, and let's read this, gentleman. Let's see who this person is, because
I-
a lot of
i-
people don't even know who he is.
is it Joel Oppenheimer?
No.
Yep. Then go to Gutenberg's site and tell me what you find, and let's just read this who this
Oppenheimer.
gentleman is. He was the
Well,
Champollion who deciphered cuneiform, phonetic, Semitic, phono-Semitic, ancient Hebrew. He's the one. Okay.
yeah, I have him on Britannica, so I'm going to put it up right
Hmm.
now.
So the Gutenberg site is honest because these Jewish scholars are referencing him. There you go. Is that
Oh,
him?
So
Oppenheimer.
I'm
No, no,
I'm,
no,
I'm
no.
going.
Opert. No, 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 no.
Oh,
Jules
okay,
Opert.
okay.
A linguist.
Um,
Okay.
spell the last name for me, please.
O P
S.
R T.
I'm sorry. O.
P
P.
E-R-T.
Okay. Your sound kind of went down a little bit. So OP.
O P
E-R-T. I'm
P
putting
E R T.
Okay,
O
thank
P
you, sister.
P E R T.
Opert. Okay.
Opert.
Jules
Yes.
Opert. It's not there, so it will probably be on Wikipedia.
Where's
No,
my?
no. Go to Gutenberg. Go type it up in the search engine, and
But
and,
I
and when
have
the
I have him on Wikipedia here, so I'm gonna share that in the chat,
okay, no,
and we're
don't
gonna
do
read together.
Wikipedia because Gutenberg is the Jewish site. Listen how the Jews reference him. That's what I want to show you guys. How they reference him. They big him up. There you go. That's
Well,
him. Down.
yeah. Well, I mean, I can look at another side, but
Okay,
I'm not
that's fine.
surprised they would big him up. You know, it's one of theirs. You know, if he's Jewish, they will do that. But Julius actually Opert, um, July 9, 1825 to August 21st, 1905, was a French-German Assyriologist born in Hamburg of Jewish parents. So no surprise that they are bigging him up, you know.
Hmm.
Now, after studying at Heidelberg, Bonn, and Berlin, he graduated at Kiel in 1847, and the next year went to France, where he was a teacher of German at Laval and at Reims. His leisure was given to Oriental studies, in which he had made great progress in Germany. In 1851, he joined the French archaeological mission to Mesopotamia and Media under Fulgence Fresnel. On his return in 1854, he was naturalized as a French citizen in recognition of his services. He occupied himself with analyzing the results of the expedition, with special attention to the cuneiform inscriptions he had collected. His account of the Fresnel mission and the results of his consequent studies, were published as Expédition scientifique en Mésopotamie, with the second volume entitled Déchiffrement des inscriptions cunéiformes. So basically, the first sentence is scientific expedition in Mesopotamia, and the second one here is um, decipherment of cuneiform inscriptions. The work was especially notable as most of the mission's excavations were lost in the Al Qurna disaster. Do you want me to start there, or do you want me to continue, brother?
No, that's fine. I just want to cite that he's the Champollion for Mesopotamia cuneiform. Okay,
Mhm.
and when you study his background, you get to see like okay, and then he was the one. They don't even use the word or Oriental studies no more, Oriental studies anymore, right? He's the one that uniquely put that out there that separated. So study this gentleman here, and you'll see where the word Phoenicians came from. Uh, Proto-Semitic, right? Because they had no clue what it was until this man who was like the Napoleon, who was Jewish. You see, so just put that in context, brother. When it comes down to that alphabet that you're using, and who off because that's the alphabet that he created before. From the he
No,
connected to
the
the
term, not the
yes,
alphabet.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
yes, yes.
yeah,
Thank you for the correction.
yeah. No problem. So once again, we have a whole field of linguistics. You see, so this
Right.
guy is not alone. A lot of people have worked on it. So I suggest once again that people don't listen to me, but people just contact the linguists worldwide. You know, people can just go on any search engine, type in linguistics, and you will have the names of the professors and ask them. You know, has the Middle Ledger been deciphered? Is the Coptic the latest phase or latest stage of the Middle Ledger? And feel free to ask them also the cuneiform writing, has it been deciphered? You know, because in terms of science today, the cuneiform writing has been deciphered, is being translated. You know, we have the Ugaritic script that I show in my intro, which explains that the god Er, the biblical god Er, got so drunk that he fell in his own dung and feces. This is the stories that they wrote themselves, and that was in Syria. You know, a lot of things actually, a lot of ancient stuff is found in Syria. So yes, linguists will tell you that those languages are being deciphered. Is no question about it. You see.
Exactly. And we can go a little more deep. I'm gonna be still listening in. Can you show us some more artifacts about the Phoenicians so we can go ahead and just see what are some things that we can uniquely identify and say, you know what, that's Phoenician, that's Egyptian, that's Mesopotamia. You know, what I'm trying to use is what's a rubric or what's a measuring stick we can use to say this is an authentic Phoenician artifacts, Phoenician symbols. things like that, brother. If you could.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like here, if I put Phoenician language, I'm sure they will show us some picture. But there's plenty of Phoenician inscriptions. You see here we have Phoenician language on Britannica. Do they show us any pictures? Okay, if they don't, then we can also look and I mean, I could look for some university website, or I can, use the good old Wikipedia. I always prefer Britannica, you know. But here we have Phoenician language, and we know they give us external sources as well. But
Now, are the Phoenicians an ethnic group? Is it a particular culture? What is a Phoenician?
well, let's find out.
Yeah.
So Phoenician,
And
you
how
will
is
see
it
that
connected to cuneiform? How is it connected to that? I don't get that.
the
Jewels
cuneiform is the
first.
script.
Jewels are
The
first.
cuneiform the cuneiform is the name of the script, and with that script, many languages were written. You see. So here we have Phoenicia.
Oh, here I'm looking it up too.
So the Phoenicia is. Oh, let me share the link in the chat. Phoenicia is a historical region in Asia, and you will see they will mention Lebanon and Syria. So Phoenicia, ancient region along the eastern coast of the Mediterranean that corresponds to modern Lebanon, with adjoining parts of modern Syria and Israel. Its location along major trade routes led its inhabitants, called Phoenicians, to become notable merchants, traders, and colonizers in the first millennium BCE. The chief cities of Phoenicia, excluding colonies, included Byblos, Sidon, Tyre, and Beirut, modern day Beirut. And if we go to Phoenicians, here they would tell us who the Phoenicians were. But they were, historical people, definitely. So here it says a Phoenician is a person who inhabited one of the city states of ancient Phoenicia, such as Byblos, Sidon, Tyre, or Beirut, or one of their
Hmm.
colonies. But if I put Phoenician script, then we're definitely going to see
before
or,
we
or
get up,
writing.
It says
before we go to a Phoenician
cuneiform is the
script,
earliest writing, earliest form of writing.
that's what they're saying. But
Yep.
Hmm.
before we can just pick up a Phoenician script, who are the Phoenicians? What do they look like? What was their capital city at? The best dialogue comes from a good question. We're just asking a series of questions. That's all we're asking to establish what a Phoenician is, where they existed, how they came into being,
Let me ask
what
that.
what's the connection that they have with the early forms of the alphabet, cuneiform, and their connection with the Meta Nature. How is all these things tying up? And what is the Phoenician? Where's their capital city at? Why were they called the Purple People, etc., etc.?
Well, purple people, that would be the translation. You see, it's like the Sumerians. Chuck Morgan is more qualified than me, but a lot of people have said, okay, the black-headed one. You know, but some people argue that maybe it was the hair, because when we look at the depiction, like the standard of Ur in the British Museum, we can clearly see that they are not black. So they were called or nicknamed the black-headed ones. It doesn't mean that they were actually black. Here we have I think it's Oxford University. No, it's about the course for the Phoenician language. But I'm going to put script, Phoenician script. But this is an attested language. I mean, nobody will dispute that. And here we have some examples. So, well, there it is. That's Encyclopedia Britannica right there. So, okay, I'm going to share the link. Well, the link will be a bit long, but here, this is some Phoenician writing. This is a Phoenician alphabet or Phoenician script. And I'm sure we have so many others. Like here we have really what I'm looking for is like a credible website. That's what I like to do. Um, and here is just the cuneiform script, because
Is the
like the
Phoenician language still being spoken? Who are still speaking the Phoenician language?
oh, okay, I get
Where
you.
can we find that?
The Misha Stela, right? The Misha Stela is written with Phoenicians. So it's also known as the Moabite stone, and I filmed it. So here people can have a look at what it looks like.
So the
So
Moabites and the Phoenicians are the same.
um, the Moabite is a population, basically inhabitants of the place that we call Moab.
And where that's
And
find, where do we find Moab located? What will be the reference we will find for Moab? Would that be the Bible, Shaka?
no, it's a place.
Come
It's
on,
a place.
brother.
But there's one thing we have.
Being facetious. I'm not being facetious. I'm just asking a series of
No, no,
questions.
it's fine. I love
So,
this conversation. Trust me,
okay.
it's no offense taken at all. Some areas that are mentioned in the Bible were historical areas, and that's where we have to be careful. We should not think that
Right.
anything that's mentioned in the Bible is fictitious or fictional. Fictional. For
Mhm.
example, Pilate is attested in history. We have the Pilate stone. There's only one letter that is missing in his name. And so, personally, for those who don't know, I don't believe in the Bible. I don't push the Bible history. I'm strictly about facts. But here, just so that people can have a look, it's less than 4 minutes. This is the Moabite stone located in the Louvre Museum.
Hotep, chacun de Gukemet, Louvre Museum, Paris, France.
Mm.
This is the Mesha Stela, also known as the Moabite stone. It is one of the oldest reference of Israel. For those who don't know, there's something known as the Merneptah Stela, where they claim that the name Israel is written, and have shown and proven that it is not the case. And you need to watch Introduction to Kemet in order to see the breakdown of the hieroglyphic, otherwise known as Meduneta. This one is dated from the 800 BC, and Mesha is the king of Moab, and he's commemorating his victory on the kings of Israel of the dynasty of Omri. And well, first of all, the reference is there, AO5066. There's a few interesting things for the record. Unfortunately, as you can see, it's not bright in this room. I'm going to read a few of it. Now, it says that it's in Phoenician language. Now, I'm looking just for the key to read. So it says, it is me, Mesha, son of Kamosh, king of Moab. He said that his father ruled Moab for 30 years and that he ruled after his father.
Now, here I was translating in real time, but we have the Wikipedia article. Now, some people, oh, I've shared the link in the chat. I'm going to go in the chat. Some people dispute the authenticity of the Mesha stele. I want to say it for the record, and we have that on the Wikipedia article. But here they have the actual text with the Phoenician script, and of course at the bottom we have, is it sharing well? Yes, we have the translation. So at the beginning we have uh, Anek. Now, the what looks like an apostrophe is the Ain. Anek, similar to the Medunecha Inek, which means I am. And then we have Mesha, Ben or Iben, like in Arabic. And then we have Kemesh. And when we look at the translation, it says, I am Misha, son of Kemosh. And then we have Melek. I'm sure you know the Arabic Malik. It actually means king. And the translation says king. And then here we have Moab, which is what they translate as Moab. And we do have also the term Israel mentioned. Yeah, there it is. Omri, king of Israel. So if this one is genuine, then Israel is attested. It's one of the oldest mentioned because in the Mer and Petastella, it does not say Israel. But if you want to have a look at what the Phoenician look like, you have also this article there. And here you have this lady, and we have here this artifact with some Phoenician writing, and I've shared that link in the chat as well. But
Okay.
feel free
Now,
to
brother
to add.
Shaluka,
Yes,
let me enlighten you right quickly. Put you on and said, let me explain how archaeology works. Okay. So
yes.
you understand. Let's just say me, you, and Sister Michelle are outside, and you say, what's this? And you take a step forward, and you fall down this ravine that goes 60 meters down into the ground, and you look up and you see all kinds of different artifacts and so forth. And we get our tools out and we start excavating, right? All we do is catalog and report what we see, what we found, how we found it, et cetera, right? Let's just say we catalog over 1,000 different individualized cultural materials, right? From the smallest to the biggest, right? We have no clue what's going on, but we properly cataloged it, preserved it, and we have it placed in our archives, right?
Mhm.
That's how archaeology works. Then 3 years later, some historian or some or anthropologist comes along and they put their spin on what they think we found. You see the picture I'm painting here?
Mhm.
But brother, you work in academia, do you?
Yes. So I'm
Mm.
So
telling you, I'm telling you,
no.
this is how when we find culture material,
Mm,
that's how it works. We how did you find it? Where did you find it? How many
yep.
layers did you find it? You go into real deep details of
Catalog it.
how you found the artifact, right?
Yeah.
But then
That's
someone else
that's
comes along and
yeah.
they put their interpretation to what they think the culture is that we found. You see the
Yeah.
picture I'm painting here?
Yeah. Now I understand the
And
archaeology,
they
but then we have the linguistics. Like, for example, earlier you talked about a scholar. You gave her name, but it was a private conversation. She said she didn't make that statement publicly. Now, why don't you just ask your colleagues who are linguists if the Mother Nature has been deciphered, and also the
I
cuneiform
have.
script,
I
and
have.
what? Can you show me the public statement where they say it hasn't been deciphered?
No. This is a discussion between a student and a professor.
Yeah, a
You
private
see,
conversation.
and given my track record, I have no reason to lie about the discussion I
No,
had.
I'm not saying
Now,
you're
if I need to
lying.
go up
No,
there,
no,
right now, if I need to go
I'm not
back
saying
up
you're lying.
there and ask her if she could pull up some works,
Mm,
from her perspective, and that would be fine if you need that from that perspective. That I have no
mm,
problem with doing that. But
mm,
the manner in which she conveyed the message, she said, would be very, condescending for someone to even think that that they scratched the surface level of it. Okay, like you mentioned earlier, right? Like I speak English, right?
mhm.
But has anybody ever read the Communist Manifesto by Karl Marx? And he's speaking, if you get an English translation, he's speaking English, but this English we don't even use anymore. Linguists, when it comes to the four concepts of anthropology, linguists are the hardest because language is always changing. Okay,
I could see that.
Now, language do change. It's true, but still, we have knowledge of the language. I mean, there's variation. And a very simple example. In New York, they might say, "Oh, right there." In the South, they will say, "Right there." It's the same word, it's just pronounced differently. So we have variations like that. In America, you say Michael. In French, we say Michael. So the pronunciation is different, but the sound is actually the same. Even in Arabic and Hebrew, which are sister languages, um, in Hebrew they would say bet for house. In Arabic they would say bite. It's actually the same word. Even the greetings, salam alaikum, assalam alaikum. In Hebrew they say shalom aleichem. So the s or s sound is actually the sh sound in the Hebrew. So we have thorough knowledge. And once again, to my knowledge, I never heard, I never read a
first,
linguist that
when you first
says,
learn English,
I,
you
but
had to
can I, can
learn
I finish my
the
sentence,
spoken.
though, brother?
I'm sorry, brother.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah. No,
sorry.
it's okay, no problem at all. And I never heard or read a PhD in linguistics saying that the meta nature has not been deciphered. And if somebody knows, then please direct me to the reference. But feel free, brother Menkara.
Yes, let's do some scholarly work. Hey, brother Shaka, you're gonna be my eyes and ears. If you could go to your web browser, please type in Google Scholar. I'll wait.
Uh, Google Scholar. That's funny. Oh, you mean the website? Okay. Yeah.
Yes,
I'm
the
going.
the
I'm going to share the
website.
screen. Yeah. 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 I thought you
So
you
all
like
these,
you're looking
hey,
for the
all
term.
these scholars,
Yeah.
this is true. This is
Yeah.
true. A lot of these so-called scholars don't even be using this. Right there, you
Yeah.
go. That's it. That's what it looks like for the people who don't know how to do
Yeah.
research. That's called
Mm,
Google Scholar. Okay, now
mm,
Shaka, type
yes.
in the question that you had regarding the Meta Nature. Just type in, has the Meta Nature been translated? And let's see if we can find any people refuting that it has been or hasn't been translated. Okay,
All
we're,
right.
we're, we're
Well,
not taking any sides. We just want to see what it has. There you go. What do you see first, Brother Shaka? Look for a good sentence or a good question that will be a reference. Say, okay, this sounds like they've done some research there.
the funny thing is that we have an article from Reggie. Now, I've typed. as I think everybody can see. Oh, it's a bit small here. There, that's bigger here. But in full screen, yeah, you should see it here. I've typed, has the Medunetter been translated, right?
Now go to the
Now,
ones that's been cited the most. That means it's been
cited.
used in articles. Yeah, the word
Oh, okay,
cited means
okay. Well,
yes.
yeah, here I have cited by 3. Then I have
Okay, we need more than that. We
oh,
need some more.
here I have cited by 92. Then I have cited by 110.
Keep going up.
Uh,
Keep going up. We're not gonna pick the first one. We're just looking to see how many papers are even written on the topic. Okay, that's what we want to see. That's all we're looking for. Okay, we're not gonna click on the first one we see yet. We just want to see how many times it's been referenced, how many times it's been cited, things like that for plagiarism. Okay, now if it don't put up much, we gotta ask the question in a little more detail. Problems with the Meta-Neutral translation. Type in that in the search box. Problems. Let's see if anybody ever, questioned the problems or problems with Champollion and the Meta-Neutral. Okay, a good dialogue starts with a good question.
yeah, well, but I mean, I can do that. But once again, if there's one single PhD in linguistics that say it hasn't been deciphered, I'm interested because they will mention problems just like with the cuneiform writing, the Phoenician. Those are ancient languages, so we might not know 100%, but we still have good knowledge of it. Problems with Champollion. Because the question is not, is there any problems with it? Has it been deciphered or not? So problem with Champollion, should I put decipherment or just leave it problems with
Yeah,
Champollion?
problems with Champollion and Meta-Neutral. Just to see because we're looking for a
Yeah.
title somebody may
Well, I
use.
put hieroglyphic because they
There you
use
go. There
hieroglyphic
you
more
go.
than yes.
Okay, that'll work.
So
That'll work.
here, problems with Champollion and hieroglyphic. So the first one is only cited by 5, second cited by 3.
Okay.
Here we have cited by 66. Should I go to this one?
Go back up. Go back up. Go back up. Go
Yeah.
back up. Meta-Neutral. Real characters. What does it say right there? Real characters.
Is it the second or the first or the second one?
Keep going down. Scroll down just a little bit.
Okay,
I'm on
okay.
my phone.
Oh, this
Right
one,
there
yes.
it says
You want me
hieroglyphs,
to go
real
there?
letters, the idea.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, let me go there. Okay. Oh, this is JSTOR. I mean, I have access to JSTOR, but stuff.
That's good. That's
We
good.
can read the beginning here.
Just read the
So,
abstract. That's all we need.
yeah. So hieroglyphics. Oh, let me share the link in the chat. Share the link in the chat. Hieroglyphs, real characters, and the idea of natural language in English, 17th century thought by Thomas C. Singer. Hieroglyphs are the dawn of the age of reason. Hieroglyphic, what meanest thou by that? Ask a character in Ben Jonson's play, The Case is Altered. During the Renaissance and well into the 7th century, this question posed a very different kind of problem that it will pose for the next 300 years. For example, the 16th century French printer and scholar Henri Etienne traces the origin of the hieroglyphs to the world's first garden. They do derive from God Himself. I doubt that they will touch on the decipherment of the Meta-Neutral, but I'll continue. He is the first author of them since he planted the tree of life, or rather the tree of the knowledge of good and evil in the terrestrial paradise. I'm sorry, yes, paradise, explaining by these words, "Ne comedas, do not eat." Oh, that's Spanish. Presumably, this explanation of the meaning of the world's first hieroglyph was woefully insufficient for Adam and Eve did eat. I'm, I'm not sure that that's going to be helpful to us. And in fact, the meaning of the hieroglyphs remain perplexing, though not thereafter
That's
with
all
such
we need
clarity.
right there. Perplexing. That's all we need to hear. Now go to type the hieroglyphs in a dictionary and see what the definition that they give.
You want me to type hieroglyphic dictionary?
No. Go to Webster's dictionary and type in
Webster.
hieroglyphs. Just to be the Webster's dictionary,
Okay,
Oxford dictionary, and just type it in.
hieroglyphs. So a character used in a system of hieroglyphic writing. Can you see it?
Okay. Is that the only
And then
definition they
if I
give?
go to
Very, very vague.
hieroglyphic,
There you go.
yeah, written in, constituting or belonging to a system of writing mainly in pictorial characters, inscribed with hieroglyphic and resembling hieroglyphic in difficulty of decipherment.
That's what I want. The third one right there. Difficulty of decipherment.
resembling hieroglyphic in difficulty of decipherment. But once again, you see, we're going in so many places, but we don't have a single PhD worldwide that says it hasn't been deciphered. So if we are scientific, we should at least agree with science. And academia says that it has been deciphered. People have been working on it for 200 years. And the thing is that, with all due respect to Walter Williams, he just happened to make a claim that is inaccurate. You know,
That's fine, but
I
I
mean,
dare all these people.
what
How
are the,
many
what,
vowels, brother? How many vowels are in the English language?
in the English language? Well, I think there's 6, right?
How many in the French language?
It's the same.
How many in Medu Neter?
Well, there are several. I can show you.
No. Just tell me like you told me about the English. How many?
Yeah, I will. I will. I just want to show
How many
the.
vowels?
I just want to show. Hold on. I just
How
want to
many
show.
alphabetical? How many letters are there? How many symbols? There's
Oh,
26 in the English. Am I
there
right?
are hundreds of symbols in the Middle Nature.
And you're
Now,
familiar with all these symbols?
no, not all. No.
Okay, thank you.
I
At
don't know
least you
them.
honest, brother. Thank you for your
Yeah,
honesty.
no.
There. I
I
think
mean, it's there's hundreds. I'm not. I need. That's why we use the different books and stuff like that. So now the virtue here, that's one vowel sound. That's a ah. You know, and we have the Kwelchik is a vowel sound, which is the u. The reed leaf here is a vowel sound, which is the e. Now, of course, they did not call them vowels, but as we understand vowels, those are sounds, phonetic values. You see, so those are
yeah.
just the uniliterals. Because maybe you might want to use the argument that is used by people who listen to or agree
No,
with
no, no,
Williams
no, no.
that
The point I was making is like you're fluently speaking with me in English, right? So when I
yes,
asked you how many vowels they had, with confidence, you said the amount of number, and because you're fluent in French, you also were able to say it's the same amount, right? Now,
yes,
for a person like speaking Arabic, to people who speak Arabic, there's a lot of vowels in Arabic, right? And
yes.
The Arabic written text resembles the demonic text. Would you agree?
Well, in terms of
Because
shape, when
the
you look at
demonic is
them,
written from right to left. It's written from right to left. Did you know that?
uh, possibly,
Arabic is written from right to left, and demonic is written from right to left. So I asked the
but
question to people who reading Medu Neter, are you reading it from right to left or left to right?
both,
Huh?
brother. The Middle
Okay.
Nature is written from left to right and right to left. You have many artifacts where it's written from left to right, and others where it's written from right to left. And for years, I've shown that.
Now, does the meaning change
No,
when you
the
read
meaning
it
is the
from
same.
left to right?
No,
Okay,
the meaning
give me an
remains the
example.
same.
Give me an example.
Mm.
Because in English, if I say Mega Man vitamins, vegan vitamins, men mega, does it have the same meaning? Huh?
No. Okay, I see what you mean.
Or
No.
spelling or spelling it
Mm,
different, right? If the
mm.
word men, men, right? If I spell it backwards, it's nem, right? Does it have the same meaning?
Um, the meaning remains the same, even whether it is written from left to right or right to left. And I'm showing I'm looking for an artifact just to show you. Like here, for example, here is read from right to left, and I mean I want to share the link so
Okay,
people can
that's a
can
good
follow.
example too. I'm familiar with that one. Go ahead. I'm familiar with
Yeah,
that
that's
one. Go
great.
ahead.
So I'm putting this in the in the chat so people can have a look later on. Uh, there it is. So that's Wikipedia Commons. All right, I want to check that we can see it. Yes, we can see it. Great. So here we have the cartouche, as we call it in French and in English. They call it a chêne or chenou in Middle Nature. So as we know, inside of a cartouche, we have the name of a king. So the first symbol that we have is a sun disk. That's Ara. Then we have the duck. That's Sa. And in Coptic, it is oh, never mind. Sa means sun. We have what we call a honorific inversion or honorific transposition, which means that out of respect, they place the name of a deity first, but it's not read first. It's a bit like, when you say $20, the dollar sign is first, but we don't say $20. It's just an analogy. So first it says Sarah. Then here it doesn't show too well, but this is the biliteral men, MN. It's a Senet game. The reproductive photo is the sound N. It's a phonetic complement. So we don't read that men N. We just read that men. Finally, we have the chord, which is the ch sound. The Kwerchik is the U. And this alto here is Hotep with the two phonetic complement of the T and the P. So this reads Sarah Menchu Hotep, or son of Ra Menchu Hotep. Menchu is a given name. Hotep means satisfied. It says Menchu is satisfied. So here is read from right to left. We know it because of the direction in which the glyphs are facing. The duck is facing towards the right. The chick is facing towards the right. Same for the owl here. Now I can look for another one where it's read from left to right. And here, this one here, that's actually Wikipedia's article of Mentuhotep II, and I'm going to share that in the chat. This one is read from left to right. So we've already read from right to left, and here we're going to read from left to right. Hold on.
Now, Brother Shaka, have you heard when Dr. Bill said that there's no vowels in the Metal Netra? It's all consonants?
Well, a lot of people say that, but it's not accurate because there are vowel sounds in the Medu Neter. Besides the
No.
Arabic,
The written when the written in the
the
written
the
translation
yeah,
and transliteration, there are vowels.
there are vowels. Yes, like, for example,
Okay.
you know what's interesting is that the same name that we read from right to left, here we read it from left to right, and it is the name here. You see the cartouche. We have once again the Senate game. What's nice with this one is that we have the color. Now we have the Senate game, which is the biliteral men, MN. Then we have the ripple of water, which is the N. And then we have the ch sound. This is a vowel sound. Now, indeed, when we pronounce it men, we add the vowel E because it's convention of Egyptology. So one could argue we don't know what the vowel is. We'll look to
Exactly.
Coptic.
Thank you.
Now, yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, I'll give you that.
Thank you for
But
thank you.
the Quelchik is a U sound. So this is a vowel sound, like the U. So there we have Menchu and then we have Hotep. Now the loaf of bread is a bit damaged, but we can still distinguish the loaf of bread and the per. So here we have the same reading. So when you read, whether you read from left to right or right to left, it doesn't make the word or the sentence backward. It's just
Right.
that you have two
Now
different.
now
Yes.
to clear my point, I don't speak Metal Netra, so my position is I don't have to be, I don't have to prove any, that I can read or anything, but I can ask questions, for example, right? So each one of those symbols is described with the symbol that has a sound, like what I'm seeing, the bird in the middle. What sound or symbol does that make?
The this we call it the Quelchik. It is a bird indeed. The sound is U, and the transliteration is a W.
Okay, so that bird is a W sound symbol, the woo.
The what I mean the transliteration where we use the letter W, but the sound, the phonetic value is U.
Okay, and now the symbol of the which looks like I don't want to be facetious, which looks like a horseshoe above it. What a letter and sound is attributed to that symbol?
This one is a sound ch, ch. And here, for example, we have the necher glyph. We all say necher or necher. This glyph here, that's necher. This, the hand, that's the d sound, like or d. This is a biliteral wa. So this is a sound u and a. So and then the star by itself stands for dua or seba, depending on the context, because we do have homonyms also in English. It's the same sound, but it has two different meanings. So here actually it spells dua, and we do have the vowel sound u and a as well, because in English we have the letter a that we call a in French, and we have the u, the u. So we do have vowel sounds here, and it's a very interesting question that you ask, because you see in Arabic, initially when it was written, they did not put the vowels in writing. And for example, the word kitab, they'll write it with
Mm-hmm.
the k, the letter K, basically in Arabic, the t or the letter, I mean, they call it ta, which is the letter what we call the t sound or the T, and the ba, the letter B, they call it ba in Arabic. So they will write k t b. You see, but they know it's pronounced kitab, And later on, because Islam expanded, they added those diacritical marks so that non-native Arabic speakers will know how to pronounce it. So the diacritical marks, you have many. You have the kesra, you have the fatah, you have the sukun, and so on. You see. So even the Arabs, the Arabic script, they did not put the vowels in writing. And I think it's the same also for the Hebrew. For the Hebrew, they would just, or Phoenician or Canaanite script, however people want to call it, they will only put the consonants. But it doesn't mean that there was no vowel sounds when it was spoken.
Thank you for that correction. Well, okay, I got one more question. Okay,
Feel free, brother.
now when I'm teaching, when you're teaching a child, the English language, right? You start off with the alphabet, and then you go over the sounds that each symbol makes. Would you agree?
Yes, yes.
Now, for if you had a child in a classroom setting, what would you start off with the basics to teach them how to speak Medu Neter or how to read Medu Neter and speak it? What would you start off with?
I usually start with this. Hold on.
Remember, this is a child. This is
Yes.
this elementary school child. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, no problem, brother. No problem. Now, here I'm sharing the link in the chat, and I've been telling people for years that I recommend that they learn the quote unquote Medu Neter alphabet or hieroglyphic alphabet. And I would say quote unquote because alphabet is a term that they didn't have back then. Vowel is a term that they didn't have back then. So those are the what we call the uniliterals. Those glyphs stand for one sound or one phonetic value, or basically you could call them graphemes. Um, then we have biliterals, glyphs that stand for two sounds. We have triliterals, glyphs that stands for three sounds, and we even have quadriliterals, glyphs that stands for three sounds. So those glyphs here, they only stands for sounds. Even though the N can mean off, it can mean two. The M also more or less can M can mean the vowel here. It can mean in, for example, and a few other things. However, we have other glyphs that stands for something like, for example, Nefer. And you know the good thing, I have the note here because for those who don't know, I'm studying Egyptology formally, and I'm going to show you Plutarch, who obviously spoke Greek. So I'm going to share this in the chat here. Oh, my bad. I did not copy the link correctly. So here. Uh, my school ask us to read Plutarch, the story of Isis and Osiris. So the link that I have shared in the chat, that one.
Okay.
It
Now,
is
run
public.
across problems. Do you run across problems like when you're teaching Medu Neter when it comes to like some of your students making problems with blending, for example, or compound words that may exist in Medu Neter?
I'm sorry, I did not understand your question. Can you rephrase it for me?
Okay. When you're teaching Medu Neter, do you run across similar problems that you would teaching a child like English or French when it comes to blending words together, for example, and compound words, for example, like groundwork is a compound word, for example, right? Is there similar issues that occur when you're teaching someone Medu Neter? That's the question I'm asking.
Well, I wouldn't say I have issues when I teach a Medu Neter, but when you say compound word, what do you mean?
It's two words, like the word groundwork, right? The word ground and work, for example, right?
Uh,
Those are two
okay, well,
words. Footwork,
mhm.
those are two words together. Does it change the meaning? No, things like that that
Oh, I
exist
get it
when
now.
you're speaking
Okay,
Medu Neter.
okay, thank you,
Yeah.
thank you. Well, we have compound names like Amen Ra is a compound name. We have Ra, the deity, which probably came
Okay.
before Amen, which is really Amen according to the transliteration. And at one point they
Okay.
combined the two. So I don't know if we could say that we have compound words in Medu Neter, but probably, it depends on what people will say. But here, really, to make the long story short, this is once again Plutarch, who was a Greek, and we can look it up. Now here he says, I'm going to read this sentence. Um, in Memphis, however, they say the Apis is kept, being the image of the soul of Osiris, whose body also lies there. The name of this city some interpret as the haven of the good, and others as meaning properly the tomb of Osiris. Now, here we have the heaven of the good. This is a Greek person. And if we look at Memphis, did he mention Memphis? Yes, in Memphis. Some people don't know, but Memphis is the Greek way. In Medu Neter, it is Mennefer. But we're going to verify. Don't take my word for it. I'm sorry. Oh, by the way, that link that I've shared is hosted on the University of Chicago. Because if you do that, and you do that, you can see that this is, hold on. See, the University of Chicago. All right. So let's do Memphis, and we're gonna have the Wikipedia entry. Okay, that's Tennessee. We're gonna go to the other users of Memphis. There it is, Memphis, Egypt. All right. And here, directly, what they show you, what do they show you? Memphis or Men-Nefer. And at the bottom, we will have the glyphs. There it is. So earlier, I told you about the Senet game, which stands for men. That's the same glyph. Then the ripple of water, which is a phonetic complement. And this glyph here, which is a heart with a long pipe, if I'm not mistaken. But that's the Nefer glyph. Actually, when you scroll over it, it shows you F35, which is the Gardner classification. And in bracket, they put Nefer, NFR. That's the phonetic value. And to help us, we have the two phonetic complements. The hornet viper is the sound F or F, and the mouth is the sound R. So the grammar is very precise. Now, of course, we don't read that Nefer Fer. No, we just read that Nefer. And finally, we have an ideogram of the pyramid because the Giza plateau was in the area of Memphis. And finally, this glyph here is a determinative for a place or a city. We have it for the name Kemet, for example. So Nefer, the meaning of Nefer is actually good, and people can look it up. I will have to put up. Oh, okay.
I have another question. I have another question, Shaka.
Yes. Okay. Feel free. But you know, if
is
somebody
there
want to
is there
challenge me on the meaning of Nefer, I can put up some dictionary. I have a few. But yes, feel free
okay
with your question, brother. Yes.
is there issues of is there a use of grammar in the meta nature?
Yes, there is grammar.
Periods,
Yes, we have
commas,
masculine,
okay,
feminine. We have plural form.
exclamation points, okay, things like
No,
that.
no, no.
More in
There's no
detail.
exclamation marks. There's no commas. There's no final stops.
Okay.
That we don't have, but we do have grammar. Like for example, you have you heard necheru before?
Let's spell it,
Yeah.
brother.
Well, in English it will be neteru,
Okay.
Neteru, but that's in English, of course. Now,
Yes, I've heard the word before. Yes, I have.
yeah.
I've
Well,
heard it, but I'm not familiar with it.
yeah. Well, neteru is the plural of neter. Neter or necher. Necher means God or deity or divine, and the plural is necheru. So in Medu Neter, the mark of the plural is the u. And for example, sen, that the Coptics call or pronounce son, S-O-N, sen means brother. The plural of brother is senu, which means brothers. You see, and the mark of the feminine in Medu Neter is just the t ending. For example, sen once again means brother in Medu Neter. If you want to say sister, you add the t or t at the end, so it's senet. You see, so in Medu Neter we have a very precise grammar.
Okay, thank you for that, brother Shaka.
Oh,
And
no,
my
no
last
problem.
question is this: are you able to? Because there's a lot of people out there. Are you able where you're at right now with your knowledge? Are you able to write like one basic sentence in Meta Nature independently?
Well, I could do that. I have to look for it, but I have something to write in Med Nature. Um, the hieroglyphic. I hope it's gonna work. There it is. Let me see if I can share that one. There was another one. What's the other one again? Is it called the other one? There's another one that might be better, but let's see with this one. Let me see. Hieroglyphica. What's the list? View sign list. No, it does not show the sign list. Okay, so if I put M17 for the relief, I have to make this smaller so it will appear. So here, the relief is the E sound.
Okay.
Then I'm going to put N35, which is the ripple of water. Oh, hold on. There it is. And then the basket with the handle is V31, I think. Okay, let me try. I think it's V31.
Okay.
V31. There it is. Those reference, M17, N35, V31. This is a Guardian's classification. Of course, in Kemet, they never use that. They didn't need to. They memorized them. The
Hmm.
scribes memorized them. So here we have Inek. Actually, um, that's one way of spelling Inek, but I will show you Inek from one of my slides, and it means I am. And the funny thing is that I have a video, but let me do it. Let me go in order.
Now,
I
if you
have a
were to
video.
change, if you were to change any of those symbols, it would kind of change the meaning. Is that right, Shaka? If you were to put the wave symbol below the cup symbol, would it change the meaning, brother?
Yeah, then it would be Iken, which is not really a
Okay.
word that I know of. But I want to show you the meaning of Inek. So I am. So
And I want to
I
give you a
want to.
salute, Shaka. I want to give you a salute too because you are one of a chosen few who are able to do this right here. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So go ahead, brother. I'm giving you some kudos right now.
Oh, there it
Salute.
is. Yeah, yeah. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Now here we have. I'm going to share one of my slides when I give classes. It's loading right now, so I'm going to share it. There it is. So um, the only difference is just in Medu Nature, some words can be spelled differently, but the meaning remains the same. This glyph here, the pot or the vase, has two phonetic values. Depending on the context of the sentence, you will know which phonetic value it is. And the two phonetic values for the vase is either in, which is transliterated in. The I is the sound E. Others will use the letter J. If you ever see the letter J in Medu Nature, it's the sound E. Okay. And the other phonetic value for the pot or the vase is nu, which will be N and then W. The W is the U sound. Okay, let's pretend this is a W. All right. So in this case, it is in, in, and then we have the basket with the handle, which is the k sound. So this spells inek, right? Now that's a different word. That's it, which means father, and ek is a suffix pronoun. It means your. And actually in Hebrew and Arabic is very similar. So here we have inek itek, which means I am I am your father. And here, don't take it from me, take it from Gardiner, Alan Gardiner, in his book Egyptian Grammar, third revised edition, on page 54. He has inek itf. I'm sorry, inek itek. Now that's the transliteration here. You see, inek itek, and the translation is I am thy father. So inek definitely means I am. And there's one funny thing is that I have this video here um, that shows that the Hebrew to say I am is Anoki, which is very similar. Let me just show you that video. And I'm not trying to say that, the Hebrew derives from the Middle Nature or the Arabic derives from the Middle Nature, but there's some similarity. If I put I am, just have to remember the title. Oh, there it is. So I'm going to share the link in the chat. There it is. So boom. I'm going to share the link in the chat. And okay, you're back, brother. We lost you for a second. So here, that's the video entitled Hebrew I am versus Medu Nature, hieroglyphic. And to make the long story short, because I don't want to, be long
Now,
with this. Hold on. That gives us Inek. And as a matter of fact, here we have Inek. So here we have Inek Nefer, which is translated as I am good. Now, mind you, this is Gardiner's Egyptian grammar, which people can find online, and you can even search within the PDF. So you will find that part, because here the page number doesn't appear. But if somebody want to challenge me, I can put it up. So remember Nefer, Plutarch, the Greek, and his first century. So that's 1800 years before Champollion. He used the term good, and good is Nefer. That's one of the meaning of Nefer. You see? So Inek Nefer, I am good. You can see that Inek stands for I am. And when we look at the Hebrew, you have I am the Lord. Now, if you look at I, you have Anoki. See? So Inek Anoki is not exactly the same, but you do have the vowel sound, I'm sorry, the consonant N and the consonant K. And one last example, in the Medu Nature, we've seen the word sen, which means brother. If I want to say my brother, I would say sen I. Now, in Arabic, uh, mother is If I want to say my mother, it's ummi. So the suffix pronoun in Arabic is the same as in the Middle Nature. It's the sound I. And in Hebrew, guess what the suffix pronoun for I is? Is the I as well. There's a name that many of us pronounce Eli, but in Hebrew it will be pronounced Eli. Now, El is a supreme Canaanite deity. You know, that's the prefix of Elohim because Elohim is a plural. So Eli, that we pronounce Eli in English, means my God. So the suffix pronoun in Medu Neter, in Arabic, in Hebrew, is the same E sound. And funnier than that, if you look at Arabic and Hebrew, you will see that the suffix pronoun for you or your is with a k sound, just like in the Medu Neter, it is with a k sound. And we've seen inek, it, ek. I am your father. The ek is the suffix pronoun for your. But I want to digress there because we lost our brother, but I'm sure he will be back. But once again, brothers and sisters, don't take it from me. Ask the linguists. They are the specialists when it comes to to languages. You know, ask the linguists. Yeah, brother is back. Yeah, feel free, brother Menkara. Oh, we don't hear no, you're on mute, brother. Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me, brother Menkara, but you're on mute right now. You need to unmute yourself. Or maybe the brother is not ready right now. But there's been many messages. I guess I will go through them. Well, let me go through them now because the brother is not available right now. Okay, he left me a private message. He said I can hear. Oh, he says he can't
Can
hear
you
me.
hear
Can you
me,
hear me,
brother?
sister? Oh, now we can hear you, brother. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Michelle, can you hear me?
Can you hear me, brother?
Yeah. Yeah. Hold on.
I can hear
Michelle.
you. Yes,
Yeah.
I had you on mute.
Yeah. But I can even hear my voice, the echo, brother Menkara.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, yeah, I hear you.
Okay.
I hear you.
It's a delay for some reason. I can hear you on the YouTube streaming, but I can't hear you on the app.
Oh, all right.
Okay, let me hop off and see what I can do. Hold on.
Yeah. Okay. Well, in the meantime, we have brother Raheru. Oh, Heru, yes. Feel free to speak, brother. Welcome, Hotep.
Auto tough family. I just came in, so I didn't really heard the basis of what y'all was going over. So I'm kind of late to the party, so I got to gather a little bit of information first before I really have much to say. But peace and blessings to the family.
Yeah, thank you for calling, brother. I appreciate that. We talked about so many things, but lately we've been about, talking about the Mediterranean. We talked about the Phoenician language. We kind of had a look at who were the Phoenicians. What is the script? We talked about the Hezekiah seal. Oh, here's our brother Menkara is back. Okay, how about now, brother? Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear,
Oh, that's
brother.
good. Well, feel free. And brother Heru has joined us. Ra Heru is there.
I do have a question, and to what you
Oh,
was just giving a breakdown. Does
Of course.
anybody here on the panel feel that the meta netter has actually been deciphered, and that there's any tribe or civilization of people that actually can speak, or their language contains any variants or vibrations of a language?
Hmm. Well, if you ever have time, um, well, you know what? I propose to play it again. It's gonna be like less than 5 minutes because I'm gonna not gonna play the whole thing, but I will play a PhD who is a curator in the British Museum. Her name is Ilona. Is it Redlowski? I have her name somewhere. No, Ilona. Yes, Redlowski. Ilona. I'm gonna type her name in the chat, and she actually says that the Medu Neter is one of history's oldest living spoken language. So I'm going to play it now. So I'm going to go to, yeah, you can see her. Now you do have the subtitle, which is not from YouTube because YouTube has a subtitle option. It is actually from the British Museum's whoever was in charge of the. But don't rely on it because it takes time. You know, it's But anyway, it looks like somebody did it in real time. You know, with the device or whatever it is. So I'm going to mute my mic and I'm going to play.
Administrative details were relied on a segment. Hieroglyphs have always intrigued people as this witness of an ancient civilization. Every aspect of Egyptian culture, its religious practice, monumental buildings, administrative details were relied on a system of writing that developed around 3250 BC. That is a very long time ago. But their picture-like nature revealed, or hid the fact that they represented a complex spoken language. This spoken language lived on until the 15th century, 16th century, and actually in a way still until present day, because it's still used in the Coptic Church. And this makes it one of history's longest surviving spoken languages.
Brothers and sisters, do you realize what you've just heard from a PhD that works at the British Museum? Now, if some of you don't know what the British Museum is, and feel free to go online and or Wikipedia and find out. You will see it's one of the most famous museums in the world. Probably one of the largest museum in the world as well, but definitely one of the most famous one.
Now, Brother Shaka, I have a quick question
Now,
for you.
as she
Yes, brother.
continues,
Oh,
hold
that's
that
you
thought,
speaking.
please. You see this?
Yes.
Okay.
See this artifact? Now, to me, it looks like a reproduction. It doesn't look like an original. But that's a British Museum. And this individual here, this pharaoh, oh, let me pause it. It looks like, does it look
Unfortunately, I
like he's from
cannot fast
Sweden
forward, but I'm just
or
gonna,
from
have the
Denmark?
quote on the screen and then,
It might be
stop
small, like
the
right
sharing.
here. Got it. Does it look like he's from Sweden or Denmark or Spain or Italy? But anyway, you've heard what she said. I've actually typed, I've shared that part in my YouTube timeline and even on Twitter. But on Twitter, I had to make it shorter because you're limited. Now let's see if it all fits. It will not all fit. I don't think it will all fit. Yeah. So it's in two parts. That's the top part. Dr. Ilonga Brigorski, PhD and curator at the British Museum, speaking on the hieroglyphs, she said that it is a system of writing that developed around 3250 BC, 3250 BC, 3200 BC. That's 5,000 years ago. That's 5,250 years ago. That's way back. That's back in the day. And she even added, she stressed that that is a very long time ago. But the picture like nature hid the fact that they represented a complex spoken language. This spoken language lived on until the 15th, 16th century, and actually, in a way, still until present day, because it's still used in the Coptic Church. And this makes it one of history's longest surviving spoken languages. I know some of you brothers.
All right. So
next time I'll have to play directly from my computer because it's from the StreamYard, so I cannot fast forward. But I've shared the link to the British Museum if people want to see that she is listed as a curator. Here on the right is and I made a mistake. I said Ilonga, but it's Ilona. It's a Ilona. Ilona Rigorski, curator of Egyptian written culture, and that's the website of the British Museum. So feel free, Brother Menkara, and then you can feel free to add on also Brother Raheru. Go ahead, feel free, brothers. I think you had a question, Brother Menkara. Can you hear me, Brother Menkara? Michelle, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, I think
I,
he's frozen. I think he's frozen. Okay.
oh yeah,
But
because he's looking up.
yeah. Well, Raheru, Menkara, if you can hear us, your screen is frozen and we don't hear any sound. And Raheru, feel free if you have any question. Okay, I don't know if Raheru can hear me, but you're on mute, Raheru. Oh, there. Okay. The screen of Menkara has changed, so I don't know if you can hear us. But you're on mute, Menkara. So I don't know if you're speaking right now. You are both on mute. Okay. Well, in the chat, just if you think that the message has been deciphered, the positive is 1. If you think it has not been deciphered, then the negative is 2. Feel free, out of curiosity, and feel free
So
to join us as well. Yes, go ahead, sister.
just a quick question. Are we saying that the Medu Neter, which is that is the hieroglyphs that's written in the different pyramids, right? The coffin
Yes.
text and the pyramid text. That's the
Hmm.
hieroglyph.
I still
Is
can't
that
talk.
supposed to be the same that was spoken language as well?
I'm
Because I
sorry.
Can you
thought
hear
it
me
was
We,
supposed.
we,
now?
we, we hear you now, Brother Menkara. And I also
Ah,
heard Brother
yeah, that's fine.
Rahiru. But go ahead, Michelle. Feel free. And then we're going to let the brothers add on. Go ahead, Sister
Yeah,
Michelle.
I just want to see because I'm just doing a little background checking and all this stuff here, and it's like that's supposed to be a funerary type of language that was used for a specific purpose by certain groups. But the language that was actually spoken was some other language. Um, is that off or no? Were they speaking hieroglyph or were they speaking
Yes.
something else, but
No,
using the hieroglyph for a specific spiritual purpose?
they were speaking, I guess in English we would say the hieroglyphic language, because when we say hieroglyphic, that is actually the writing system. So the ancient Egyptians called it Meduneter, which translates as divine words, or yeah, divine words, or words of God.
Mm,
But I would say divine words. So that is a language that they used to speak, and that is ultimately what the Copt. Now the Copt, that's the people. Coptic,
Coptic.
that's a term used for the people and for the language. So in the Coptic church, and within their families at home, that's the language that they speak. Now it's not the same as it was like thousands of years before. Just like the old English is not the same as modern English, but it is still the latest phase slash latest stage of the Middle Nature. Now, Mankara, now that we have you,
Yes.
go ahead, feel
Can
free
you
to
hear me
question.
now?
Yeah, we can
Yes,
hear you
yes,
well,
yes.
Father.
Now,
Welcome back.
thank you, sister. The curator mentioned that it's still being used by the Coptics, right? Now, are you
Yeah.
fluent in Coptic? Can you read
Oh
Demonic
no,
in
no,
Hieratic?
no, no, brother, I am not. And you see, the Coptic
Now,
language
hold
is
on.
written. Yes. Okay, feel free,
Okay.
brother.
Now, do you feel that somebody do you feel that a person who just learns metal netter first is like a person going from crawling to walking or crawling to running without taking baby steps? Meaning, would it be easier to translate the demonic and hieratic, and the most complex would be the metal netter? Would you agree?
Mm. No, I would not agree, because actually, what we call demotic and hieratic, those are scripts of the same
Yes.
language. You see, and just to give an idea to everybody, I'm going to share my screen, so they can see what it looks like, because there's a lot of confusion from many people when it comes to many people think that the hieratic and demotic are two different languages. So
Would it be
go
fair to
ahead.
say that there are simpler versions of metal netter?
Well, I would say abbreviated versions, and
Okay.
as a
Would
matter
the,
of
would
fact,
the, would
yes.
that be easier to translate the abbreviated version?
Or I would say the what I call, put that in quotation, the classical hieroglyphic or just hieroglyphic period
Okay.
would be the easiest way because that's what it looks like here. I don't know. Yeah,
Okay.
that book here is Claude Obzoma. I mean, unfortunately, my daughter she read the front cover, but that's the English version of the book. That's the French. Hold on, that's the French version. Here I have the French version, but that's the same book, just translated in well, I have both version, French and English one. So Claude Ulmer is a PhD in Egyptology.
Okay.
So that's the classical hieroglyphic that we are most accustomed to. On the right, we have the hieratic, which is actually more linear. It's like more abbreviated form. For example, here you can kind of see that this shape is more or less the same. Uh, here is
Okay. One more question. One more question. One more question. What would
yes,
be easier to teach a child if you were teaching a child how to write? Would
yes.
you have them use the demonic, the hieratic, or the hieroglyphs?
No,
As a
just the hieroglyphic, the hieroglyphic.
hold on. Because if I were teaching a child, I would teach them the basic symbols of an A and B before I would teach them how to do calligraphy or cursive writing. Would you agree?
Well, to me, that's the easiest way. That's the easiest here. That's the classical one. That's the easiest. It's just easier to read,
You understand my
definitely.
question, though, bro? You understand my question, right?
Well, I think I do because
Meaning, if you can, how is it that you can read hieroglyph, but you can't read the hieratic and the demonic?
well, here I'm going to tell you why. Because if you
Okay.
look at this glyph here in hieratic, and now all these are three glyphs of the same language. This is like the equivalent of what I think you call shorthand in English.
Hmm.
Like you have the capital letters, and then you have like
Right.
the yes. So that's the same glyph, but in two different forms. This one, the hieratic, is the more abbreviated form. Now you can kind of tell that there's a similarity in terms of the shape,
Right.
but
Now, if
here's
I
the
couldn't draw, if I was a bad drawer, for example, I couldn't do that symbol with that bird, right? So it'd be easier for me to use the short version. Would you agree?
Yeah.
well, it's up
That would
it's
be
up
logical
to
sense, right?
it's up to how do you call it again? It's subjective. It's subjective
Okay.
because, like for example, the bird, if you want to make it refined like that, it might be a bit difficult. But they have
Right.
all sorts of systems. They will show you, okay, you go like this, then you go like this, then like this, then like this. And I'm very bad at drawing, but it's
Me
just to give
too.
an example. And then
Right.
you go like this, and then you would do like the eyes, and then you would do like
Okay.
the
Now,
mouth. You see?
now going to the Coptic, I noticed that you have some familiar letters. Like I can see, like what's looks like a K symbol, a H. Are you familiar with reading that?
Yeah. Well, actually, I'm gonna get there. I just want to say that here the
Okay. Take your
demotic,
time.
yeah, this is a more abbreviated form than the hieratic. You might
Mm.
see that this somehow, some way has a similar shape than that one, but you will be hard pressed to tell that from the demotic, this is the original. You see, so that's why I think it's easier to learn this one. Now, when it comes to the Coptic is written in Greek letters, except seven symbols that the Copts came up with for sounds that just don't exist in the Greek language, and that is the reason why I have started learning the Greek. So then obviously I will be able to read the Coptic. But feel free if you have any other questions, brother.
No, I want to give you credit because I'm asking a series of questions people will think they won't understand, but these are questions that a student will ask a teacher, right?
Yeah,
And
feel free, and all
the
questions are
answer that you're
welcome.
giving me, the answer that you're giving me shows that you're at least you're making a valid effort to make sure you learn some of these languages, and you're displaying that. So I want to give you credit for that. You're not just freestyling. When you said the things that you don't know, you admit, and you even
Yeah.
said that you're learning on your Greek. So that
Yeah.
I salute you on that part right there because a lot of
Mhm.
people out here claiming that they can teach it in a week or two, and these brothers can't even speak. I believe you when you say something because you speak more than one language. You are a linguist. You're a linguist. You
Well, I
speak more
wouldn't
than
say
one
I'm a
language.
linguist because like really today, once again, a linguist will be somebody that has credentials in the field of linguistics. Usually people
You
will say
also
it will
have
be
natural though. You have natural linguists as well. People who have a natural vernacular for language.
Mhm.
Those are the best
Well, actually,
linguists.
you know the term is polyglot. You know,
Okay.
somebody that speaks several languages, it will be labeled a polyglot. You know,
Mm.
so poly, multi, and then glot. That will be like glottal, that basically the language. But Raheru, if you have any questions, also feel free. All questions are welcome. We have time, brothers and sisters. So feel comfortable.
Not a problem. What is your opinion on several different groups that go around claiming that they're teaching classes of metaneta That would be my first question. And my second question would be looking at what you put up here in the chatter on the show where it shows the hieroglyphic, the hieratic and the demotic and the Coptic. It's giving you, I guess, a translation, but it's not giving you the sounds and vibrations that's used to pronounce those symbols. So my thing would be, how could something be deciphered if you have no sound, no vibration, nothing to put it together to make it close to the way that we speak now? It's just common sense takes me to ask that question.
Hmm. Yes. Now, what I think about the groups who say that they teach a made nature, well, I would say they teach it just like I teach it, just like Mfudishi teaches it, just like Riketi Amen teaches it, just like it is taught at universities. But really, one of the classical book to learn it is Gardner's Egyptian Grammar. Now, I'm going to do that first. So that's a third revised edition. I got the book for the novelty, but it's available online. You will find it on archive.org. Um, One more recent work that is very respected is James P. Allen's Middle Egyptian. James P. Allen is an American Egyptologist, very well renowned. Now, when it comes to the sounds, I'm going to put back the stuff. Yeah, just so that people can have an idea. This is what the hieroglyphic looks like, when it is carved here. Here we have what we call cursive hieroglyphic. It's just more linear, that's all. Here we have the hieratic, and at the bottom we have the demotic. So indeed, visually, when we look at the hieratic and even the demotic, particularly the demotic, people might feel like, oh, well, it kind of looks like the same shape of the Arabic, but it is not the same, of course. Now, when it comes to the sounds, here you have the quote unquote hieroglyphic alphabet. Those glyphs here stands for one sound. They have one phonetic value. Uh, how do we know about the sounds? Because we're not there when those people came up with those symbols. We know because the Greeks were in Egypt from the fourth century BC, around 400 BC. That's the late period, the Ptolemaic dynasty. Alexander the Greek, or Alexander the Great, his general Ptolemy. That's from him that we get the term Ptolemy dynasty. Cleopatra was from the Ptolemy dynasty. People claim that she was black. I don't know where they get that from, because this is a dynasty of Greek people. Some people argue that Cleopatra had one of her parents who was black. I don't know where they get that from, but so the Greeks were there, 400 BC, and the Medo nature was still being spoken, so they could hear how it sounded, and of course, with the Rosetta Stone and other artifacts as well, they wrote in Greek those terms, those words. So that's one of the way we know. Now, that's not the only way. James P. Allen, in his Middle Egyptian, he shows the name of Ramesses II, or Ramesu, and I'm sure many of you have heard that. Now, the kings had five names or titularies. There's like a Horus name, Nesubiti name, and I mean, don't quote me on that, but there's five names. And one of the name of Ramesses II, we are the one who put the second and third. They didn't use that. They could identify which king it was, even though they had the same, let's say, first name, for lack of a better word. They have the five names, so they could easily make the distinction. So you've probably heard User Ma'at Ra Setepen Ra Rame Sumeri Imen. This is and actually, let me show you. I can show you better than I can tell you, so people can have an idea. I have the slide. I have the slide somewhere. You know what? Hold on. Where would it be? I have the slide somewhere. So you don't have to take it from me. You can take it from a PhD. Once again, from James P. Allen. There it is. So here on the screen, let's see, you guys sharing. Okay. Um, I will make it like that. Well, it doesn't make a huge difference. Okay. So here on the screen, on this vase here, this is in the Louvre Museum. I took the picture myself. I don't have the reference there, but if you want me to, I can go and show the reference. We actually have the names of Ramesses II. Now, this is actually, here is a hieroglyphic transcript. This glyph here is User. That's ma'at. We know because of the feather on the head, the ostrich feather. That's ra. So that gives us user ma'at ra. And the second part is this glyph here, setep, and then n, and then ra. So that gives us user ma'at ra, setep, and ra. And all of this is inside of that cartouche. Now the second part of the name, we have ra here. We know it's ra because of the sun disk on top of the head. And then here, that's the biliteral mess, ms. This is the folded cloth, which is the S sound. So that's a phonetic complement. And finally, this glyph is a sedge, is the plant that denotes the south and the king, or the royalty. And that's the biliteral su. So that spells mesu. And at the top, we had Ra. So that gives us Ramesu, that we call Ramses. And this glyph here is the water canal. This is biliteral Mer, MR. And then finally, here, this is Imen. We know it's Imen because we have the, how do they call it again? I think did they call it plumes? But anyway, it has that shape, and when you have that shape on the top of the head, then you know this is a imen that we call amen in English. So the whole name
Okay.
is Ramesu Meri Imen. Uh, it's Mer,
Quick
but
quick
that's an
question.
abbreviation. Yes. Okay.
Quick
Feel free,
quick
brother.
question. Quick question.
Yes.
In the slide that you're showing, where it says an example of the cartouche, it says WSR. There, it has no vowels. What does that say? Why do you read that? There's
That,
no
that
vowel. That's
that's
why I asked you earlier if there's any
that's
vowels.
correct. That's correct. You're correct. Now the transliteration for user. Now there is one vowel, which is the u. Then indeed we have the S and the R. So one might argue, okay, it might be usir, it might be usar, it might be usur. That's correct. But the convention of
Now,
Egyptology, yes,
now,
feel free,
how would
brother.
I say? How would I say? Like, if how would I say shaka with no vowels? How would I pronounce that?
Well, you cannot say shaka with no vowels.
It'd be like a sh sound, right?
Uh,
The
well,
SHK, right? It'd be SHK, right? If it had no vowels, right?
I
The
mean,
two
in
A's
Mendo
are
nature,
important.
in Mendo nature, I can write shaka, you know. But when you ask me the question, how would you say shaka with no vowels? I'm not really sure if I understand your question. Are you trying to ask how do you pronounce user without the vowel?
No, but I'm
Not to,
making, but I'm not. And thank you for asking me to correct it.
Mhm.
Vowels are the meat of a word, right? In
there you
English
go.
language, right? The
In
vowels
English,
give you the
yes.
proper yes. Now that's why I asked you earlier if there was a big emphasis or if there were how many vowels were there in Metal Netter, you know what I'm saying? Or the Coptic, things like that. Because how would you pronounce a word, like I'm looking at what you're presenting.
Oh, yeah,
RMS
yeah, that's a great
SW
question.
MR,
That's
that's
I
fine.
also have a question into
Yep.
that because me and this brother met in college, right? And we was taking an Arabic class. And when we had to learn Arabic before we learned anything else, we had to learn the vowels, which was an, in, on, and in, on, an.
Mhm.
So if you were teaching someone the meta netter, wouldn't you have to start with the basics and the phonetics and connecting all the characters together to pronounce a sound? But I was told that the meta netter has over 400 different sounds and vibrations.
No, I wouldn't say 400 sounds and vibrations. Now, for the Middle Egyptian, because we have Old Egyptian, Middle Egyptian, and Late Egyptian. For the Middle Egyptian, and I think Obzoma says it at the beginning of his book, you have 800 glyphs. You know, now glyphs, it doesn't mean we have 800 sounds. So some glyphs, once again, and I do start indeed with the quote unquote alphabet, which is the uniliteral, uni, which means one. Oh, we've lost brother Raheru. Feel free to come back, brother. I hope you can hear me. Um, but yes, I do start with the uniliterals, basically glyphs that stands for one sound. And as we progress, we learn the glyphs that stands for two sounds, which are the biliteral. Now, to deal with Menkara's question, sorry, the convention of Egyptology is for us to add the vowel e between consonants. Oh, there we go. Raheru is back. Now, I'm
Say that
glad you're
again,
back.
brother. Say that
Yeah.
again slowly. What you said is to would you say include the vowels and the
Yes,
consonants?
yes, yes. I will
Okay,
do that,
okay.
brother. So, uh, that's what we call the transliteration. WSR. The W once again is the sound U. So we don't see any E here, but we add the vowel E. So it's smoother to pronounce. That's just a convention of Egyptology. All right. So if somebody wants to say, okay, we don't know what the vowel sound was between the S and the R, I'm like, fine, fair enough. Yes, that's correct. Now with the Coptic, they will pronounce it their way. If they have an equivalent to User, they probably do, and that will give us an indication of, okay, most likely that's how it was pronounced back then. Just like you can compare the old English or Shakespeare English with our English, you see. But when it comes to Ma'at, for example, I have a slide about Ma'at, and we do have the vowel sound A and also the glottal A, because that's why we pronounce it Ma'at. But I'm going to show you. But first, let me show you
Hold on.
what James.
Before you do, is that what they did when you use? Okay, what you said? It said we have actual pronunciation of both these names thanks to a transcription in cuneiform where the vowels are written. And then is that what they did right there, including the
That's what I
vowels,
was.
brother?
That's what I
Okay,
was about to read,
thank
just
you.
so that people know that it's not only the Greek that help us to know, because we have what we call the Armana letters, cuneiform writing between communication between. I think it was the Hittites, but anyway, some people are close to Egypt, and they communicated. And here indeed, James P. Allen in his Middle Egyptian page 362, 372, he says the relative Setep and Ra, whom the sun has chosen, is part of many New Kingdom royal names. An example is User Ma'at Ra Setep and Ra, the throne name of Ramesses II, Dynasty 19, circa 1200 BC, meaning powerful one of the sons, Ma'at, whom the sun has chosen. The personal name of this king also contains a relative Sejem F form, Ramesu Meri Imen, meaning the son. Notice here he used the letter J instead of letter I, but whenever you see I or J in Medu Nature, it's the sound E, meaning the son is the one who gave him birth, whom Amun desired. We have the actual pronunciation of both these names thanks to a transcription in cuneiform where the vowels are written. So here we have Wasmua, Aria, Satip, and Aria, and Ria Amasisa Maya Mana. Now, it doesn't sound exactly the same as User Ma'atrase Tepenrara Mesumeriamen, but we can see once again in English you say Michael, in French we say Michael. It doesn't sound the same, and in Greek they would say Amenophis, but we say Amenhotep. So from one language to another one, you will not have the exact same sound. However, um, let's say Setependra. Setependra. This glyph here is Setep. S-T-P. Now it's supposed to be lowercase, but I have a very bad handwriting. So we add the vowel E between the consonants because that's a convention of Egyptology. But if we look at the cuneiform writing, the transliteration here is Satip. You see? And we have the N after. And remember, this is the N. So we can say that for the N, we are really sure because we can look at the Coptic, we can look at the Greek, and we can look at this cuneiform transcription. But
Now,
instead
if
of Setep,
now
yes.
now
Well,
if we
I just want
apply,
to, I just want
okay,
to
I'm
end with
sorry, I'm
that.
sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. If we rely on this cuneiform inscription, and he has the footnote, so he will tell us what it is. Footnote 13. We could argue, okay, it was probably Satip, or probably how they rendered it, trying to pronounce the Middle Nature. But feel free with your question, brother.
Yes. Now, if we use that ideology of thinking, for example, with your name Shaka, right, and
Yes.
we replaced the vowels, right? If I spelled your name Shaka with an I, would it change the definition and pronunciation of your word? Of course it would. Would you agree?
Please come again for me.
Okay. A-E-I-O-U, right? Those are the English vowels, right?
Yes.
If we use the same logic of Egyptology to say to pronounce your name, Shaka, right, and we replace the two A's in your name with the E, would that change the
Oh no, no, no.
pronunciation of
Hold
your
on, hold
name?
on. I'm sorry, but in Egyptology, we add the vowel e between consonants. We will not add the vowel e if we already have a vowel sound.
Okay, so what if we replaced it with the A, a vowel? If we
No,
spell Shaka with the U,
we would
with
not
two
replace
U's.
it. We would not replace the a because the a is a vowel sound. For example, look, let me show you ma'at. So ma'at, at eventually. There it is, ma'at. So at the top here, let me see, share. Yes, at the top here is a picture that I've taken myself from the Louvre Museum. This time I have the reference. It's reference C2, and it's dated 1900 BC. So this artifact is actually 3,900 years old. Now, on the original artifact, it is read from right to left, and we know this because the lady is facing towards the right, so it's facing in the direction in which we start reading. But for the sake of clarity, um, in the early stages of the classes, I make it so it's read from left to right, because we used to reading from left to right in French and English and so on. So what we have here is the sequel, and the sequel has a phonetic value ma. Now, this block here also has the phonetic value ma'a. Actually, ma'a is a tritone. The inverted apostrophe is how I render the ayin, and Heru, Raheru surely knows about the ayin because he studies the Arabic. For example, in English we say Aisha, but the Arabic speakers will pronounce it Aisha. It's a ayin. It's a sound that's like from the throat. It's difficult for English and French speakers. Aisha. Then the arm, that's the sound ah. That's a glottal ah. It is actually the ayin ah. And finally we have the t, the loaf of bread, which is a t. So that's how we know. That's why I pronounce it. And here we have the transliteration. That's why I pronounce it ma'at, because we have two ah sounds. We have the aleph sound and the ain, the glottal ah. So that's why I always tell people, don't pronounce it, please don't pronounce it mayat, because there's no y, and try to pronounce it ma'at or ma'at, but try not to say mat, you know. But yeah, yeah. So here we will not add any vowel e because we already have the vowel sound ah. But feel free to add. Oh, actually, let me ask Brother Raheru. Brother Raheru, I'm sure you're familiar with the word kitab, right?
Yes.
Yes. Now, do you agree if I say that in Arabic you can see kitab written with the k t b or k ta ba? Do you agree?
Yes.
Yes. So we don't have any vowels, right? Written down, right?
This is correct.
Yeah. But the Arabic speakers know the word, so even though they only have the vowel, the consonants k, t, b, or k, t, b in English, they know to pronounce it kitab. Is that correct?
You are correct.
Yeah. You see. But feel free with your questions, brothers and sisters. Be sure. Feel free also if you have any questions.
Shaka, every time I think, yeah, I think that's a good point. You always come back with something that's, you know, kind of strong.
Yeah. But I want to tell the brothers and sisters, if you want to learn the meta nature, the book that I always recommend is that
Mhm.
one by B. Manley. It's very nice because it shows you how to read directly from original artifacts. In my classes, I show artifacts as well, but first I show the hieroglyphic transcript because it's easier. But then for those who are interested, I'm giving classes. It's $10 per class, and I can assure you this is a language that is spoken uh, now with the Coptic. It's the latest phase, latest stage, but I find it easier than Hebrew. I started learning the Hebrew. I have one book there. I've shown it before. Because the Hebrew, they have those diacritical marks with the same letter, and the vowel will be with the diacritical mark. So you can have like one dot, two dots, three dots. The dot can be at the top, it can be at the bottom. So personally, I feel like the Middle Ledger is actually easier to learn than the Hebrew. And actually, the Arabic language, many people don't know that, but Raheru obviously knows that. With the Arabic letters, you have four different shapes for most of the letters, not all of them. So one letter can have a shape at the beginning of a word, in the middle of a word, at the end of a word, and when the letter is isolated. So can you picture that? But that was just for the record. That was just in passing. And
First thing I noticed as you start speaking, brother, is that it kind of took me to Arabic. I was like, that seems very close. And then by the sounding of it, it sounded very similar to Arabic. That's what made me ask the question in reference to the vowels.
and brother, you know the word Samir, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Now in Medu Nature we have Semer. Semer means friend and companion. Now, please tell us right here what Samir means. It's a given name in Arabic. What does it mean in Arabic? We don't hear you. You're on mute, brother Rahiru. Okay, maybe it's frozen, but if you hear me, brother Rahiru, you are on mute. The connection is bad today.
Yeah, it is. That mean they listening in. They don't want this dialogue going on, brother. Because I had to drop out about 4, 5. I'm right by my
Yeah.
router.
Um,
I'm right here by my router,
okay,
bro.
well, you know what I will do? I will show Wikipedia. Rahiru, maybe if you can hear us, try to leave and come back, but you are on mute. Let's see Samia. So, uh, well, I don't need to share the link. That's Wikipedia. Samia, variantly spelled Samir, is a male name found commonly in the Middle East, Central Asia, and Europe. In Arabic, Samir means holy, jovial, loyal, or charming. Oh, strange. Okay, let me let's look for etym online then. Etymology. So they don't have it on etym online. Well, Wiktionary. What do they say? Oh, they don't give the meaning here. Um, I'm gonna have to put up
I found something on
my
ChatGPT. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that.
yeah, I'm familiar with that, but you know what? I have an article. I just have to look for the
It
link
has it
because
as dark skin, dark complexion. It's a Arabic word, root word samra is
oh
what it
no,
says.
that's different. That's for asmar. Asmar means brown. So that's different because
Well,
that's
maybe it's
S.
wrong. It says Samir. It
No,
says
it's
for
not. It's
Samir.
oh, well, okay. What I would do is I just have to go on my. It's a page that I have on my website, but I don't have any link to it because I wanted to put more entries. So I'm just looking now. I think I have it in diverse. So
Derived from
English, Afro,
Arabic word samra.
diverse, and then is it Arabic? Yeah, Arabic Medu. Okay, so Arabic Medu. So let me just go there, and then if I go to diverse, that will be this one, and then I'll put Arabic Medu. So Arabic Medu, because here I have a source. There it is. Oh, snap. There it is. I'm sharing the link in the chat. There it is. And here is a page that says Arabic and hieroglyphic comparison between the languages of Arabia and the hieroglyphs of ancient Egypt, Kemet. Now, first we have Amir, which means prince or chief or lord in Arabic. And the source is the book by Donald Andreas Cameron called An Arabic English Vocabulary
He
for
says
the Use of
Samir.
the English Students of Modern Egyptian Arabic, page 10. So here we have the Amir. And then in Medu Necher, we have Emir, which means overseer. So overseer and chief is kind of similar. Now, my translation of Emir, I did not make it up, is from James P. Allen's book, Middle Egyptian, page 114. Now, here we have Ma, which means with in Arabic. All right. Um, and here you can see from Claude Obzomer's book, Egyptian Hieroglyph, which is that one, but unfortunately, like I said, my daughter, she destroyed the front cover. On page 264, it has Ma. Now remember, the owl is the M and the arm is the Ain, the A sound, the glottal A. And it means on behalf of or with or thanks to. So in Arabic, we have ma'a, which means with, and in Medinature, we have ma, which means with. Now, before I continue, I'm not claiming that those Arabic words. Oh, here his brother Menkara is back.
Yes,
I'm
I'm back.
yes, yeah. I'm not claiming that those Medinature word. I'm sorry, that those Arabic words derive from the Medinature. The linguists have to do the work. but
Right.
I'm showing similarity.
See, that's why I said earlier that language is always changing. Right? I stand on the same thing I said earlier. I have no problem with a person reading Metal Nature using a codec provided by Champollion, but I still don't feel that a person can speak that language. And to prove that point is, I have not seen a video with two people having a dialogue speaking in Metal Nature. I've never seen a
Well,
video. I've
well,
never seen a video with two people who read Metal Nature who agree upon the same things that they're seeing and say this is what that says. And then if the person doesn't hear it and you ask them the same question, they say the same thing. You see what
mm,
point I'm making? Everybody has their own definition, from what I know, and
mm,
language is always changing. So
mhm.
when I say, I'm gonna say it again very slowly. A person can be speak English. A person can speak French, which it still be illiterate, right? A person can still be illiterate, right? Written language and spoken language are two different things, right? So I've never seen, and me putting this challenge out, Shaka Inu Kim is probably gonna be the first person who goes out and tries to establish that with somebody, where he can be able to say, oh, I call up a so-called person who speaks better natural, and then have a dialogue. I'm talking about the most basic conversations, like hello, how you doing? You see, in Metal Nature, you see, that's my point, brother.
Mm. Well, I spoke in Middle Nature with Smash Rockwell, with Jau, with brother Reggie, and actually when I start my live stream, I say Hotep Senu Hena Senut, which means peace, brothers and sisters. And by the way, Hena means and or with, and in both Lingala, spoken in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and also, well, actually, I can show better that I can tell you. But I will finish with this one. But um, Na means and, and it means with in Lingala and Swahili or Kiswahili. It's not exactly the same as henna, but we have the na. Hotep Senu Henna Senut. Greetings, or let's say peace, brothers and sisters. EET, which means welcome. And EET, we hear it in the name of a very famous queen, which is Nefertiti. Nefertiti is actually Neferet, the feminine of Nefer. Remember, Nefer, good. So it can mean pretty as well. Just like in Kiswahili, we have the word Nzuri. Habari gani? Nzuri sana. How are you? Or what is the news? Or which is the news? Nzuri sana, good, well. So very well or very good. So Nzuri can mean good, and Nzuri can mean pretty as well. You can say, Wewe Nzuri, you are pretty, or literally you pretty. So um Nefertiti,
Mm.
Neferet is the feminine of Nefer. The T ending, the T ending makes it feminine. And then EET, welcome. The pretty one is welcome, or the pretty one, they translate it usually as the pretty one has arrived. So Hotep Senu Hena Senut, greetings, or let's say peace, brothers and sisters. Welcome. Ren means name. Ren E, my name. The E ending for the suffix pronoun, just like Arabic and Hebrew. Shakandugu Kemet, you know. So, yes, and what's the other thing here? Before I show um, the na. Here's Samir. Now, this is from the same book, Donald. Now, are you familiar with the word Samir? Do you know the meaning of Samir, Brother Heru? You're on mute, Brother Heru.
Mm.
Oh, we are unlucky this evening. Well, here you have a source. The book is called, once again, An Arabic English Vocabulary for the Use of English Students of Modern Egyptian Arabic. And the author is Donald Andreas Cameron, and it's on page 129. Uh, and the translation is friend companion. Now here's some sound. Oh, I don't know who it is. Okay, so friend companion, and here we have the term semer. Oh well, anyway, there's something else on that book. Samir or Samir, the highest title of the Grand Vizier applied to him by the Sultan as his confidential friend or sharer of his anxious night thoughts for the safety of the empire. And here we have the Medunechar. This is the folded cloth, that's the sound S. This is a chisel, that's the bilateral mer. So both gives us semer. Once again, we add the vowel E, because it's a convention of Egyptology. And semer in Medunechar means companion. And here we have the same book, Claude Zoma, PhD, page 284 of his book, Egyptian Hieroglyphic. That's the definition that he gives. Now, not only I wrote it, but I made the screen capture of the book So here, right here, you have the folded cloth. Because remember, I told you you can have several spellings, but the meaning remains the same. So here we have this folded cloth and the chisel. And here you can see SMR, Semer, enemy, incest, the companion. And they clarify that it's the companion of the king. You even have the term Semer Watia. I'm sorry, Wati. Some people will say Watia, but Semer Wati, the unique companion, or the sole companion. And actually, in Arabic, one is wahet. In Middle Nature, one is wa. So I'm not saying that they are related, but And just for the record, so you can see, oh, I have to share again. So you can see the na and the henna. Um, I'll have to do a search actually. Let me do a search, and I'll put with. Hold on. So you can have some visual.
Okay, now while you're doing that, brother Shaka,
Yes,
um,
brother, feel free.
going back to what we were talking about earlier, depending on what language you speak when reading the Meta Nature, the vowels are interchangeable. Is that correct?
No, I wouldn't say so.
Okay, so now if you were to use a German lexicon or to translate the Meta Nature, for example, you would translate those vowels, and then you would translate what's supposed to be vowels because it's all consonants, right? Based on what that slide you showed, right? You would input Greek vowels, right?
Oh, this is
Oh, you
Rahero. Well,
would use
you know
German
what,
vowels.
what we can do? We can just go on in a Wörter book. I don't speak German, but
Okay.
we will see how they do the transliteration. But
And,
here
and-
for
and
the
let me ask
record,
the question in a different way. If let's
yes,
just say you speak French and you speak English, and if you met
yes,
a German, for example, who studied Meta Nature, could you guys
yes,
talk to one another and understand one another without
yes,
there
of
being an
course,
issue with vowels?
yes, yes, of course,
Okay,
of course, and
thank you for that.
and yeah, and here we're gonna have a look at the Wörter book because it is online. So uh Wörter book. I'm gonna put Egypt. So they will surely have the link to it. Now, for those who wonder, the Wörter book, just so you can have an idea, I'm not making it up. This is what it says on Wikipedia. They have the link to the collection. So now, forgive my pronunciation. I don't speak German. So the Wörterbuch der Ägyptischen Sprache, Sprache I think means language, in parentheses, Dictionary of the Egyptian Language, abbreviated WB in bibliographic reference, is a large German language dictionary of the Egyptian language published between 1926 and 1961 by Adolf Ehrman and Hermann Grapov. It is a comprehensive work encompassing 3,000 years of linguistic history, including Old, Middle, and Late Egyptian, as well as hieroglyphic inscriptions of the classical Greco-Roman period. The dictionary contains approximately 16,000 headwords in five main volumes, two secondary volumes, and five volumes of primary source reference. It is therefore the largest and most complete printed dictionary of ancient Egyptian in existence. So at the bottom, they give us the link to it so we can have a look. So the first
Thank
link is,
you for that.
yes,
But
feel free, brother.
thank you for that. That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Yes. So the first link is in German and Russian. Then the second link is in German. So we're going to go for the German. So here I'm going to share. Actually, hold on. Um, which link should I click to have the volumes? Uh, they could have made it simpler. One of those links will lead us to the volumes.
The
Um,
rabbit hole, man. You know how it
yeah.
is,
Or
brother.
maybe here. No, 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 no. That's a TLA here. Um, you know what? I'm going to copy the word voter book and hopefully uh, it will appear. Okay, voter book there. No, no, that's the TLA here. Uh, you know what? I'm going to try the one with German and Russian. Then they could have made it simple.
Take the challenge, Shaka. I like how you took the challenge, brother. Go
Oh,
ahead.
there it is. There it is. That's the one I've used for my video about Isis being a virgin. We have a primary where Isis says, "I am the great virgin."
Right.
So this is about the book, and let's say I'm gonna go to the the first one here. So you see, Wörterbuch der Egyptischen Prache. You have the authors, and then okay, there's obviously intro, blah blah blah. There it is. So here you have some words. Well, actually, it's a dictionary. It's not a grammar book. So you might have some sentences, but mainly you will have just words. And I don't know which word can we look at. Um,
Meeny, meeny, miny, mo.
yeah, which
this
word?
this Bible one. We just trying to make a point. Just pick one.
Yeah, just anyone.
Yeah, anyone.
Um, well, ark. Here we have ark. I want to show just ark. We have arket here because ark we have it in ark and Aten, or in English we call it ark and Aten. It's Ikenaten according to the transliteration, but uh, here the first glyph, which is two ayins, the two ayins make what we call a aleph, so it's the sound ah.
Mm-hmm.
That H with the sort of semicircle at the bottom is the h, and maybe you might have seen that, Brother Heru, with the transliteration of the Arabic. So you know it's the h that we have for Khalid, that we call Khalid in English, but you know they pronounce it Khalid. So that gives us ak, you see. And I will need to uh, settings that we cannot copy and paste.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh, but
Take your
okay, you
time.
know what? I'm gonna do quicker. Oh,
Take
it
it.
has you know all this time I was talking, but it has opened in a new window.
There you go.
So that's about the book. That's about the book. And which page am I on? That's 17 of the PDF. So I'm gonna do that. 17. So here we have arc right there. So that's the first symbol. Two aleph. Sorry, two ayins which make up a aleph. That's the sound a, and then the h with that semicircle underneath, for lack of a better word, that's a ch sound. So that's ak or ach. And what I will do, because I know it means useful, I'm going to go and translate and see if I can recognize one of the words written there. So I'm going to
Mm-hmm.
put
Okay.
English, and then I'm going to put German, and then I will show you the translation of the name Akhenaten as well to see if it matches. So German here, and then I put useful. So they put a Nutzlich. Let's see if we have Nutzlich. Uh, it's a bit tricky to do it this way. Um, but I guess there's a better way. If I put up what's his name again? Faulkner. Faulkner's dictionary. Medunecher.
Okay.
Uh, where is Faulkner? There is Faulkner. All right, so let me share the page to Faulkner's dictionary. There it is. So you can see this is a concise dictionary of Middle Egyptian by Raymond O. Faulkner,
Check.
and that's the Griffith Institute. That they're the one
Yeah.
who publish Gardner's book. So
Okay.
um,
Huh? How'd you do
so that's the R. I'm gonna look for the arc.
that? Okay. No,
Okay, here you have
I'm in
the
the thing.
arc. So it starts here. Now let me check that
Different
it's
kind of
sharing.
study
Yes, it
group
is sharing.
about
So hold on. I'm gonna mute
Israel.
Sister Michelle.
Mm.
She's having a convo. So um it starts here. So we have Aked, and I want Ak. So we have Ak, that means spirit. We have several meanings, of course. And here we have become a spirit, and we will have useful somewhere. That's Aked here. Um, hmm, did I miss it? No, it starts here. Maybe I went too fast. What is good? Yeah, there it is. Well, here it has Aket actually. It has the form Aket. And PR stands for pyramid text. So there's attestation in the pyramid text. He put what is good, profitable, useful, you know. But the root is actually ak. Here we just have the form aket. And just so that you can see the exact form that I told you about. I'm going to put up Egyptian grammar by Gardiner, Egyptian
Oh,
grammar Gardiner, and there I can do a search within the
okay.
PDFs, which is more
Reason I asked
convenient.
that because if you notice when you was reading it, when they use cuneiform to place vowels in there, right? And then that asked me another question: how many vowels are in the cuneiform language? But
Can
thank you
forms.
for taking your time to do this, brother, so we can
Oh
see.
yeah, no problem. I love doing that. But here, hold on. Where did you see cuneiform?
No, no. Remember the translation that you read when I asked about the consonants, and it was just all consonants and no vowels. And the last sentence said when we use the transliteration from cuneiform, it pronounces the, and then it had vowels in it.
Oh yes, yes. Well, actually, yeah, it comes from the cuneiform text,
Right.
and of
How
course they
many vowels
translated
in the
the
cuneiform
cuneiform.
text? How many vowels exist in the cuneiform text? Because they
Oh,
use
I
vowels
have
in
no,
cuneiform.
I have no idea how many
It's a good
vowels
question, though.
exist. But we have. I mean, maybe we can look it up. But Chuck Morgan, he studies the cuneiform writing. But hold on. I want to put up Gardiner. There it is. So now I'm going to share.
Because my same argument is with cuneiform. How did Jules Operk connect cuneiform, the written language of cuneiform, to the Hebrew language, without him being biased and him having a Jewish background? You understand the question I'm asking, Shaka?
I understand. Well, you can actually write nearly any languages with a different script. For example, the Arabic, they have their
No,
script,
listen what I'm saying.
but
That's what I'm saying. How did
okay,
he connect cuneiform to say that this is ancient Hebrew without being biased because he is Hebrew, he is Jewish, right? So
all
what
right.
was you understand the question
Mm.
I'm asking now?
Yeah, I understand now. What people call Hebrew, others will call it Phoenician, and others will call it Canaanite language or Canaanite dialect. I don't really. That's what many times I say so-called Hebrew. But Hebrew today is a language. They have reconstructed it using a fair bit of Yiddish. But
And I agree it has
scholars, I
a
think,
spoken language, but
scholars,
even when
yeah.
they try to admit it and said he spoke upon this, but I'm gonna say it in very lame terms. If you go by their mythology, Moses is the first literate Hebrew. He's the first
Well, well,
literate Hebrew.
what?
If we use
Person,
the that's another conversation, but you understand the point I make with the
yeah,
context.
I understand, and once again, that's why many times I say so-called Hebrew because the Hebrews in history, I always ask the Hebrew Israelites and others, how far does that go back? Can you show me Hebrew in history? And that would be quite recent, you know. Now Israel, the word Israel, it is attested on the Mesha Stela, also known as the Moabite stone. But there are several scholars who have doubts whether or not it is authentic. But in assuming that it is authentic, then we have the name of the place Israel. We don't have the term Israelite. Maybe that didn't exist then. Maybe that came up later. You see, but Hebrew, that's the English. In the Hebrew language, it is Ivri, you see. And
Mm.
some people have tried to do some linguistic acrobatics and linguistic gymnastics by saying, okay, Hebrew comes from Hapiru. I ain't going to say the name of the person that did that, but he's known for doing that. And back in 2010, he pulled up that Hapiru stuff. But I say, where is the text? And he mentioned the Bible. I told him, but that's theology. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but he said, yeah, but they had to exist because they wrote the text. That's what he said. This is on tape. But anyway, I digress on that dude. You all know who he is. Um,
We do.
so some people have tried to argue because they're looking for the Hebrews in history. And because we have the term apiru, that English speakers pronounce iparu, they try to say, okay, Apiru, Hebrew. Oh, that sounds close. So that's the Hebrews, the Aparu. But bad news in the Hebrew language, what we call Hebrew, they call it Ivri. So it doesn't match. You see, it's like the so-called mention of Israel in the Meren Petah Stele. It doesn't spell Israel; it spells Isiria. And the funny thing is that there's the mouth that probably the Greco-Romans would have used for the sound L, but initially in the Meta Nature we don't have any sound L.
Mm-hmm.
So why the first R or mouth, which is the sound R? Why do they say it's a sound R? But then when we have it at the end, they say it's a sound L. What is their rule? What is their grammar rule to say, okay, the first time it's a R and the second time it's a L? Besides, for those who are familiar with the Meta Nature, on the so-called, well, it is not so-called the Merenptah stela, the so-called Israel stela. That's one of the nickname as well. We have the determinative of city man and city woman, which means that it talks about people. It does not talk about the place. And you can feel free to ask Egyptologists. There are some Egyptologists, however, who will say that the name of Israel is mentioned on this artifact. But if we deal with grammar, it just doesn't match at all. But here, for the record, this is hold on, which page is 31315. This is a Gardner's Egyptian grammar. You see, Egyptian grammar, and it is the third revised edition, by Sir Alan Gardiner. Now, if I go to page 313, you have the ACK. I did the search. It's full. It will be before. There it is. On the book, for those who have the physical copy, it's page 273. Is it sharing? Yes. On the PDF, for those who get a PDF, it's page 310. And here we have the ark bird. We have ark, and then the report of water. I don't know if you remember, it's the N. Now, when we look at the transliteration, we have ark N. Now, that's the Aleph. That's what the Aleph looks like.
Mm-hmm.
On our keyboard, we use the digit 3 because the symbol doesn't exist on our keyboard.
Okay.
So here we have ark N and so on. And when we look at the translation, it says it is more useful. So ark has a meaning of useful. And
That,
finally,
those are all constants, right? Except for the I. Huh? The I is the only vowels, right?
well, we have one consonant sound, which is the aleph. This is the sound ah. It's the
Okay.
vowel ah. Yes. And here I'm just going to show you Akhenaten. There it is. I'm going to put up the slide. I'm going to change the screen. Um, there it is. All right. So this picture, yeah, this picture was taken by me. I think I made a screen print of a video, but I have a video where I show the artifact. Now, it doesn't show too well, and plus you can see the reflection of the window here.
Mm-hmm.
But if I do the layout, it will be a bit clearer. Here we have the reed leaf. Here we have the loaf of bread. Here we have the ripple of water. And I'm sure by now some of you remember what the ripple of water stands for. Now, this round stuff is actually the solo disc that we have here. The relief is there. The loaf of bread is there. The ripple of water is there. This one here is also a round shape, but it's not the sun disk. Oh my God, I don't know this one. I think this one is that one here, the sieve of placenta. That's a h sound, and it is a phonetic complement because that bird is the ark bird or ark bird. So this is a phonetic complement. So remember, we have what we call honorific inversion or honorific transposition. Out of respect, they place the name of a deity first, but it's not read first.
Okay.
Now, this is E, this is T. My trackpad is struggling, and this is N. E10. Now, in English, we say Aten. That's because of the Greeks. So you've heard about Aten, the god that Akhenaten worshipped.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is a determinative for Aten because it's a solar disk, you see. So this one doesn't have any phonetic value. It's just a determinative. And then we have Ak, and then we have N. So it's read Ak, N, Iten, or in English, Ak and Aten. And if we look at the translation, you see here we have Egyptian grammar, page 110. Gardiner tells us that Ak N means good for or useful for, you see. And actually, the irony, the one that I've shown you, page 273, that's the
Mm-hmm.
exact same thing that I've shown you earlier here at
Okay.
the bottom, you see. So the translation of Ak and Aten is either good for the Aten or useful for the Aten. Now, of course, we don't have the word for. Literally, we have eaten, good for. Actually, well, we don't have the word for. Useful for. No, we don't have the word for the. You know, that's why here I have useful for Aten. But I guess in English, so it's more proper. I would say useful for the Aten. But when we go from one language to another one, sometimes you have to add some words. As a
Okay.
matter of fact, Heru is here. Um, he will probably confirm that in Arabic, sometimes you don't have the verb to be. For example, if I say um what example could it be? Um ana atakalam.
Mm-hmm.
Ana is Ana, is it I or I am?
Nah.
Yes. For example, if I say ana atakalam Arabia,
It's, you said is it an I or what?
is it I or I am? The verb I am.
All right.
Mm.
That's a good question.
But I mean,
I would now because you're describing yourself. So
yeah, but um,
the verb
oh,
is
I don't have the example now. But like for example, in ancient Creole, I would say moi la. Moi is moi in French, which means me, and la it means there or here. So moi la literally is I here. It's not I am here. It's I here. But if I translate it in French, I would say I am here. It's just to give an example. And in Arabic, you have some cases like that. I just don't have the example on top of my head right now. But uh, should I say ana hunak or because ana means I or I am, right? So ana hunak is there, is it, or is it here?
In what
I think
Arab?
hunak. Come again?
What in what language? What language are you
In
asking for?
Arabic. In Arabic.
Arabic. That sounds like an A. The word you said, or olive. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, but never mind, never mind. Let's not make it too technical, you know. But if people learn foreign languages, it will make just more sense. All this will make more sense because, indeed, like brother Menkara said, we have some people who just know one language. So the idea of a foreign language is no pun intended, foreign to them, but yet they want to argue about the Medu and those
wow.
scholars who dealt with the Medu. The field exists for the last 200 years. It started with Champollion. We can say the field. Champollion knew the Arabic, the Hebrew, Syriac, uh, uh, the French, probably the English, because
Right.
he worked with Young.
He had
And
he had to have that background to give him the validity that he can translate a foreign language. Because he had
mm,
to have a impeccable background, right? You can't just
but hold on, Makara, you're not going to argue that Champollion learned those languages to decode the Medu.
no.
He actually, yeah,
It
he knew
helped him.
those languages before, yeah.
Yeah,
And the
it helped.
Coptic, the
Yeah,
Coptic helped him because he knew the Coptic language. And
right.
all those other scholars like Gardiners, those guys, they're heavy. They know, like, maybe 4 or 5 languages. I mean, those guys know linguistics. Actually, Gardiner, I think, if I'm not mistaken, he was a philologist as well.
Right.
So for those who
That's
don't know
why I
what
said earlier. I've never met any linguist, whether they be uh, undergraduate, to a PhD, who only spoke one language. You see what I'm saying?
well, that's why I was having that discussion with the brother Nechaneb. Actually, he made the live stream earlier. He's accepted at a university. I forgot the name, and I was saying that um, in linguistics, in the field of linguistics, they don't necessarily teach you foreign languages for you to speak and converse, but you get to learn foreign languages. I know one guy who was going for his PhD in linguistics, and he told me the different European languages that he was learning. So besides the field itself, um, I don't know. I never heard of a PhD in linguistics that only speaks one language because that's their field. So it means there's also their not hobby but passion, for lack of a better word. This is what they
Right.
love. So they will know other languages. And we have a guy who introduced himself as a linguist, even used the term anthropological linguist, and to my knowledge, he only speaks one language, which is English. And one time he tried to read French and he changed the meaning. Now, I don't fault
Say that
anybody.
again. Say that again. He did what?
Let me share the
He
video so
changed the
people can see.
meaning, right?
He changed the meaning, which shows that he just doesn't know French.
Mhm.
But I'm gonna share the link so people can see. I'm gonna try to avoid his name because people would think that I'm having a fixation on him. But there it is. I'm gonna share the
Speak
title
trick.
and the link. He
And
changed with his translation of the French. he changed the meaning, which shows to me that he just doesn't know the French language. Some words are similar to English, so I guess he's guessing. you know. But here in the chat, just so that people can see, um, Asahim Ofek says that Diop is inconsistent. Then he pretends to know French. You know, and I don't know if you have time. I can show you if you want.
Hey, brother. We do this. It's been 10 years. I ain't talked to you about 10 years, man. We do this, man. I got time all the time.
All right, okay. Well, let me share so people can see the demonstration. So that guy, to my knowledge, he only knows one language. He might know a few words in German. Actually, he said that his next book there's gonna be some German in it, and he said he will not translate it. I found that amusing. But anyway, the video is long. I will look for the part where he pretends that he reads
Yeah,
French.
take your time
Though
because
he's a liar and I don't
some
expect him to
some
tell the
people would
truth, but
consider
feel free to ask him if he did not
yeah some people would consider
modify the
Diop to
title of the
be
video.
yeah some people would consider Diop to be a polymath. You know what I mean? And here he is saying he's inconsistent. Come on, man. I had a
Diop
professor
was.
tell me, brother Shaka. I talked to you last time. I had a professor tell me, and this is a Brit with a prestigious background, right? He was the chairman of anthropology. He told me, I'll tell you his name when we talk later. I don't want to put him out there and so forth. But he said, if I cited or use any reference from Diop, I will automatically fail the paper. You see what I'm saying?
But brother, it's uh your paper, brother, right here with your back. Your paper, have you done it? Is it finished yet?
Yes. I have some old
Wow.
papers. I got to go. I got my flash drive. What I'll do is I'll send it to you
Yeah.
slowly and so
But
forth.
but
But the books, I want you to see the books that he's using. The
mm,
one is called "Inventing Africa." You know what I mean? And if you send me your address, brother,
mm,
I'll buy the book for you and mail it to you.
yeah. Yeah. Um well, you have my email address. Oh, my postal address. Yeah, I can give it
Yeah,
to
send
you.
me your postal address, and
Uh
I'll to
but
your
but
I'll send the copy to Walter Williams as well. You see what I'm saying?
mhm,
And
mhm,
yeah,
yeah.
this the new thing that
Just
they
just remind me, send me an email, I can give you my
just
address. But I don't know if they still have the exhibit in oh, we lost Rahero again. In oh, there it is, back. So yeah, you're back, Rahero. Reggie mentioned that there's an exhibit about Sheikh Antidi up in the Brooklyn Museum or Metropolitan Museum of Art, one of those two museums in New York. So we could contact them and say this scholar here threatened to fail a paper if we quote Diop. I mean, that's serious. So this stuff like that, we need to expose it. So this might be one thing that would be worthwhile,
yeah.
for you to contact, because Diop had a PhD in La Sorbonne, which is one of the most prestigious French university. So
Hmm.
for a scholar to say, if you quote that PhD, I will fail your paper, that's ideology. That's not scholarship. It means he doesn't like him for whatever reason, and then he uses his personal sentiment in his field of scholarship, and that's wrong. And indeed he was a polymath because he dealt with anthropology, he dealt with linguistics, he compared the meta nature with the Wolof, contrary to what some anthropological linguists claim. He never guessed, he knew the Wolof, that was his one of his language. And he dealt also with um the melanin dosage. Some people would even say that he dealt with the carbon dating, but don't quote me on that. But anyway, let me just play this video here
Let's go.
before the live stream. You need to text again with after the link. So a linguistic workshop that people a priori Diop's argument that chem equals E. Join me on Sunday, May 15 at 4 p.m. Eastern Time at the Mbongi as we go over Dr. Sheikh Anta Diop's chapter 5 of his Parenté génétique de l'Égyptien pharaonique et des langues négro-africaines, 1977, we will show that the necessary steps to do proper etymology was not taken in this text, and why we cannot accept a priori Diop's argument that Kem equals Wolof Hem, charcoal, and Kemet equals black people, i.e., the blacks.
Page right here. Consistent in right, learning codes And in the actual Wartabush, he'll have another
That's where he's going to pretend that he can read and translate the French.
word there that means kiln, which is a kind of a cooking stove. But he doesn't put that in here. And he says uh, to carbonize or to burn or whatnot. And this is what is he saying here? It is not erroneous then for this hieroglyph to be taken to mean the scales of a crocodile. He puts it in quotations. Excuse me. He puts it. He ends it with a question mark. And so what he's
All right. Now, you've heard him state that Diop is inconsistent. And you've heard him pretending to read French. This is here what we had on the screen. This is how I saw him all fake the fraud, pretending to be able to read French. He pretends as if he's familiar with the French enough to read it. I'm not faulting anyone for not knowing a foreign language, but to pretend to be able to read the language. I mean, coming from this guy, I mean, this is the guy who said that he is a historian. This is the guy who said um, that he's an anthropological linguist. This is the guy who said that he studied physics. And there's so many other. This is the guy who said that Allah is Allah is an indigenous African god. And there's so many other quotes. Anyway, at the bottom, I have my translation. Now let's compare the result of him pretending to be able to read French and the proper translation. So he said, what he obviously did is he looked at words that are similar, that look alike, that kind of somehow, somewhere have the same root in French and in English because there's so many. We have words that are actually spelled exactly the same in French and in English. For example, information. In French, we pronounce it information, but it is spelled exactly the same. Now, there are other words where you will have some differences with a couple of letters, with just a few letters. So it's obvious to me because I'm more than fluent in French. I'm a native French speaker. French is my mother tongue. And it's obvious that he looked at those words that look similar and he attempted to come up with some translation. He basically wanted people to think that he knows the French language enough to make some translation. Just like he wanted people to think that he had some credentials or degrees in linguistics. And that's why when I asked him, do you have a degree in linguistics? He replied, I have a degree in computer science and we dealt with linguistics. That's being disingenuous. But anyway, he said to carbonize or to burn or whatnot. And this is what is he saying here? He's even asking the question, what is he saying here? But yet he's attempting to translate. And he added, it is not erroneous then for this hieroglyph to be taken to mean the scales of a crocodile. Then he realizes that there's a question mark. But this is the proper translation here. Pile of charcoal that is burning, or if you prefer, pile of burning charcoal. Now, to charcoal is not something that is used often in the English language, but this is basically the verb charcoal. If you look it up online on a search engine, it does exist. It is thus wrongly, or if you prefer, mistakenly, that this hieroglyph is taken for crocodile scale. And that's a question. So if you prefer, um you can just think of the sentence as, is it thus wrongly? You know? So look at the difference here. Sahim or fake trying to make people believe that he's familiar with the French is ultimately saying it is not erroneous for this hieroglyph to be taken to mean the scales of a crocodile. When Diop actually wrote that it is wrongly or erroneous that this hieroglyph is taken for crocodile skin. It's actually it's like a interrogation, it's a question, but that's really his statement. So this is the result. This is the result. So he has the nerves to say that Diop is inconsistent, and then he proceeds to do this. And those are the this is the guy who cannot even get a translation from French to English, but yet you were supposed to listen to this dude with the meta nature. Um, Here I want to show you in comparison Dr. Mario Beatty, and he read French on the screen, and the way he read it, I knew he's familiar with the French because he even did use what we call the liaison. It's like when you have an S at the end of of a word, and
Hmm.
then you hear it. You have a similar phenomenon in Arabic, and I think Rahel will confirm. Um, um, well, basically, you hear it in Assalamu alaikum or At-Tabari, the Al, you would say Al Kitab. But sometimes when the next consonant is a T, that's why you say At-Tabari, not Al-Tabari, you know. But anyway, I don't want to make this complicated. I'm
Hold
going
on, quick question, Shaka.
yes, feel
So
free.
if and I gotta say his name because we know who he is now. So if this brother can't even read French properly, how we gonna take this that he know? Come on, that's a good. Yeah, that's a dagger right there, bro. Good
That's
point.
that's a dagger. I mean, if you're careful, you say, okay, I'm not sure, I think, but the way he did it, he just like he wanted people to think that he had some degree in linguistics, and the dude doesn't have it. He doesn't have a single. When I spoke to him, I asked him, he doesn't have a single degree. And then what did he do? Oh, Obenga doesn't have a degree in linguistics. Greenberg doesn't have a degree in linguistics. Now, Greenberg, that's so long ago. And Obenga, he lied on Obenga because on the University of San Francisco, we have Obenga with some degree in linguistics, advanced degree in linguistics at that. But here, this is Dr. Mario Beatty, and you have the link in the description. You can just hear, and it's not going to be long this time.
The Egyptian lexicon gives the following: Kemet, le pays noir, the black country in English. Kemet, les gens de pays noir, les hommes et les femmes de pays noir, les habitants du pays noir.
See, that was French here, you know, that was French. And the translation, if I translate,
Kemet, le pays noir,
the Pays Noir means the black country.
the black country in English. Kemet, les gens de pays noir.
Les gens du Pays Noir means the people of the black country.
Les hommes et les femmes du pays noir.
Les hommes et les femmes. Now, of course, it has an English accent. In French, we say femme. Les hommes et les femmes du Pays Noir means the men and the women of the black country. So the way he speaks it, we know, okay, that's legit. And you know what's funny? If I go back here, oh my goodness, hold on. I'll put
Brother
Beatty.
Shaka, I just want to say merci, man, merci.
Ah, merci de rien. Merci, thanks, or thank
Yeah,
you for
go
those who don't know.
ahead.
Now, brothers and sisters, just have a look at this. If you go on my channel and you type, well, actually, you know what? I'm going to share the link so you have it for the record. Um, just for your information, brothers and sisters, and I'm not even going to play this video, but just so you can see, if you're curious, you can have a look. What did the guy say about Mario Beatty? Dr. Mario Beatty. See, you have the link in the chat. So the anthropological linguist, without a toilet paper in linguistics, he said that Dr. Mario Beatty couldn't argue about the toponym Kemet because it wasn't his domain. I mean, the nerve of this
Wow.
guy. So
Wow.
obviously, this is Asar Himofeik's domain, who doesn't have a single degree in linguistics. But Dr. Mario Beatty with a PhD, that's not his domain. I mean, this guy is so disrespectful towards black scholar. And for those who don't know, he labeled, and I want you to hear that. This one I will play because it's about 1 minute
You
long.
got to play it, brother. Play it.
He talked about the brother Obadele Kambon, who is he is an African American who relocated in Ghana, you see? And he's a PhD in linguistics. He's a professor at the University of Ghana. And he made a critique of a book called The Origin of Amen, sorry, the origin of the word Amen. And Asari Mofek talked about this critique, and just listen to what he said about Dr. Obadili Campbell.
Cambone is not in conversation with the authors of the text. It's not like he is trying to teach them how to improve.
Wow.
It's more so it's like he's at the overall tone of the text is like he's at a barbershop and he's just shooting the ish with some friends and on how he don't like so and so and how this text is bullshit, basically. Right? It's he's not having a conversation with Professor Kwame Osei or Salim Faraji or Jahi Issa. It's not in the tone of a dialogue. And because of that, that's why he doesn't, it just comes off as just complaining or like a woman venting about her day at the job.
You had to hear it to believe it. He says that Dr. Obadele Campbell's critique comes off as complaining like a woman venting after her day at the job. So disrespectful, you know. But I digress.
I agree. Eric, ignorance and arrogance don't mix, brother Shaka, as you know.
I mean, this guy, man. I mean, he said that Diop was wrong. He said that Diop guessed. He said that Diop was irresponsible. He said that Theo Farabenga was wrong. That Rikedi Amen was wrong. I mean, damn, man. No, that's too much, man. That's too much. And my issue was not with him personally, but my issue was with his false claims. But Michelle, I don't know if you want to speak, but you're on mute, sister. Because it looks like she's talking, right?
Yeah, I see her lips move. I can't hear her.
He said, "My lips are moving." No, I have to run out to the store with my son. Oh. So I'll get back online once I get back home.
All
I'm
right,
just
sister.
listening.
I hold
All
tough,
right.
sister. Take care.
Okay. But feel free, brothers. I mean, we went through many directions. It's a nice convo. I love it.
Nice as well. That's why when I asked you those series of questions to begin with, when I asked you how many languages you speak, right?
Mm.
This means that you're familiar with the fundamentals of language. You see what I'm saying? Opposed to somebody, and you know who I was talking about when I asked that. I was talking directly to him. You know what I mean? He don't even speak eight. He don't even know Spanish.
Does he?
I don't think he even knows Spanish, bro. And that's like the second dominant language. You know what I'm trying to say? Like brother, can you even count in Spanish? Like show us that you're competent in a field of language. You know?
He's doing too much. I mean, um, you know, the funny thing is that they came up with a book on the toponym Kemet, the place name Kemet. Now, I have several videos about that. I have what does Kemet mean, part one, part two, and you know what, since we have time, I'm going to show you, brothers and sisters. You know, I'm going to show
Let's
you.
go. Let's go.
But Kemet, we have the root Kem, and you probably heard, brothers and sisters, that Kem means black. Now, who says that Kem means black? Is it the Afrocentrists or is it the PhDs?
That's a good question.
Well, let's find out. So here. Now we'll have to go towards the end. I'll have to go up a little bit for the meaning of Kem. So no, that's for it will be probably further up. Yes. So I think it will start here. No, it start here. Maybe. Yeah, I think it starts here. Okay. So I'm gonna share this. Let me share the screen. All right. And I'm gonna use the pen. All right. Because some brothers and sisters might think that when we say Kemet and we use the word black, that we are being Afrocentric, you know. Now, okay, this is James P. Allen. He is of European descent. Page 533 of his book Middle Egyptian. Here we have Kemet, literally black land. Now, Kem, that's the biliteral Kem. Now, most Egyptologists say that it is a some crocodile skin or crocodile fear scale, but being manly and Yoba Menkara and Mark Collier in this bestseller, How to Read Egyptian Hieroglyphs, just like Diop argued that it represents a piece of charcoal. Those guys also said that it's a piece of charcoal. And that's interesting because they are not black. They are not of African descent. They are of European descent. But anyway, the I6 glyph, that's the garden reference, stands for Kem, K and M. The owl is the sound M, it's a phonetic complement. We know the loaf of bread is the sound T, and then we have the ideogram for the place. So literally black land, okay? And land, we know it because of the ideogram of determinative, but it doesn't have any phonetic value there, all right? So in his Middle Egyptian, page 463, James P. Allen recommends several books from different authors, you see? So he says another grammar written in English and directed at the beginning student is James E. Och's Middle Egyptian grammar. And this is, oh, hold on. That's not James E. Och. I know I have it. There it is. James E. Och, Middle Egyptian grammar, page 113, lesson 8. What do we have for Kemet? Egypt, literally, the Black Land. All right? So that's two so far, you see. And here we have another page. Which page was it first? Okay, never mind. So,
Take your time, bro. Take your time.
yeah. Now, on the same book, James E. Och, I showed you page 113, page 291, Egyptian vocabulary, he has Kemet again. Here, Kemet is written without the owl because the owl is a phonetic complement. Hold on, what happened there? My trackpad is going crazy. So, Kemet, place name, feminine, Egypt, literally the Black Land. All right. So James E. Och, I never seen him, but I don't think he's of African descent. All right. So uh, who else does James P. Allen, PhD, recommend? Um, Guthrie England's Middle Egyptian, an introduction, and that's the book here. And what do we have here? Figure 2, Kemet, the black, in parenthesis, earth, because the word for earth is not written. This is an ideogram here. It doesn't have any phonetic value here. By itself, it's Newt, which means place or town, but in the word Kemet, it doesn't have a phonetic value. So, who else does James P. Allen recommend? Joris F. Borgot, I'm not sure how to pronounce that last name, Egyptian, an introduction to the writing and language of Middle Kingdom. That's the book here. And I don't have the page number here. I'm sorry, I forgot to put the page number, but here we have Kemet, Egypt, literally, the black, and land is in bracket because land is not actually written, you see. And as a matter of fact, here we have Kemi. The reed leaf is a sound E. When you have two, it's transliterated with a Y. And what is the translation of Kemi? Black one. And he says what? Name given to a serpent. And he says that he's rare for probably for a serpent because Kem used as part of names is very common. So who else does James P. Allen recommend? He says if you read French, a good counterpart to Gardner is Gustave Lefebvre's Grammaire de l'Égyptien classique. Now I have it here, but it's at the bottom of my pile, and it's like probably 600 pages long. So, oh no, not this one. It's another one. Now here, Grammaire de l'Égyptien classique, page 296. Now here, you have a pig here, And then you have the Kem glyph, the piece of charcoal or crocodile skin, and the phonetic complement of the M. And here we have the transliteration. You can see Kem M. I'm sorry, KM, you know. And what is the translation? Here we have cochon noir. Now, cochon is the French word for pig or hog. Noir is the French word for black. You can just look it up, on Google Translate and you will see. So who else does he recommend? That's the book that I'm talking about that I have here, but once again, it's at the bottom of my pie. It's called Cours d'Égyptien hiéroglyphique by Pierre Grandet and Bernard Mathieu. Both are Egyptologists. Both are actually teaching Nature at an institute in Paris. And this is page 464 of Middle Egyptian by James P. Allen. So in this book here, the French book, page 261, this is lesson 23. And here you recognize the cam glyph, the piece of charcoal or crocodile skin. Now, once again, the owl is the M. That's the phonetic complement. We don't repeat it here because we already have the sound M with this glyph here. And here we can see the transliteration, the K and the M, right? Now they've put a question mark, but we don't have any question mark in Nature, but he's put it because they figured, okay, this is like a exclamative sentence or whatever. But anyway, first we have aped, by the way. So here, and you see the aleph, aped. So here we have oiseau noir. Oiseau is a French word for bird, and noir, as you know, is black. You see. Now, page 647. Here we have the cam glyph again, and this time we have the seated man, which is a determinative to show that it's a masculine word. So here we have the cam again. Before the cam, we have M, M, J, and the J, remember, is the E. Now, what is the transliteration? I'm sorry, the translation, Memi, le noir, which means the black. Le, you can check it, is a French for the. Now in French, we have le and la, which is the masculine and the feminine. And noir, as you know, it means black. You see? So who else does James P. Allen recommend? Michel Malaise and Jean Winon, Grammaire raisonnée de l'Égyptien classique. And that's the book there. That's page 457. And here you recognize the Kem glyph. We even have Ur. And the transliteration is here, Kem Ur, W-R, the W is the U sound. And what is the translation? Grande noire. Grande is the word for great or big in French, but feminine. Without the E at the end, it's masculine. So here we have noir, it's pronounced the same. It's spelled almost the same, but we have the E at the end because that's the feminine form of noir or black, let's say. You don't have genders for objects in English, but we do in French. So also on page 714, we have here the I6 glyph, that's the Gardiner reference. That's the crocodile skin or a piece of charcoal. And it says, for unknown reason, Kem, in parentheses, Kemet, the black. Now that's the feminine form of the black. And it says designation of Egypt, you see. So all these scholars so far translate Kem as black, right? Now, who else does James P. Allen recommend to learn the Middle Nature? We have Raymond Faulkner, A Concise Dictionary of Middle Egyptian. That's Faulkner's Concise Dictionary of Middle Egyptian, page 286. Here we have the Kem glyph once again with the owl. Now, this is handwritten, so it doesn't look as neat as the others. And we even have the lock of hair, which is the determinative for skin and color ultimately. So here we have the transliteration, Kem, KM, and the meaning black. Here we have Kemet, and it says the black land, you see. Now, Obenga, we have his book in French, and we have the English translation. So I don't know if it's going to show well, but that's the French book. It's like 600 pages, I think. Well, almost 600, 550 or so. And at the bottom here, that's page 233 of the French book. I haven't got the English translation. Now, this is the Kem glyph, the piece of charcoal or crocodile skin. The M, the owl, the T, the loaf of bread and the newt. And here he has Kemet. Notice here he's put Coptic. That's a French way of saying Coptic, Copt. And he has Kemi. So Obenga is a linguist. Dr. Theophile Obenga is a linguist. He's familiar with the Coptic. He's familiar with the Greek and many other languages. So in Coptic we pronounce it Kemi. You see, and he wrote l'Égypte, literally le pays noir, which means the black country. Pays means country. And also on page 239, we have Kemet, Coptic Kemi, le pays noir, i.e., Egypt, once again, le pays noir. Yeah, anyway. And on page 314, where do we have Kem? I don't see Kem. But here for the, okay, never mind. I will skip this one because he's talking about the pupil of the eye, actually. Claude Obsomer, hieroglyphic Egyptian. I'm sorry I didn't put the page number, but here we have Kem, and here KM, black and dark. All right. Then we have this book by Antonio Loprieno, page 111. And here you don't have the actual glyphs, but you have the transliteration. And at the end, you have Sha'i Kem, KM. And when you look at the translation, we have black pig. So obviously, Sha'i is the word for pig, and Kem is the word for black. And also on page 131, you can recognize that those are Greek letters. But as for me, Anok, I forgot if this is a delta, but anyway, I am Ong. I think this is Coptic, but written with the Coptic is written with the Greek letters. Black Ukame, in Coptic is Kame, it's very similar. In the translation, I am black, You can see that even in Coptic is similar to the Hebrew, because the Hebrew is Anoki, but that's just in passing. And on page 132, we have Ong Ukame, I am black, And we have this book here. This guy is a PhD, also is a curator in the Louvre Museum. He has two book covers of the same book, two different designs. On page 141, we have this artifact there. And where is it? It's in the middle somewhere. There it is. This is the crocodile skin or piece of charcoal. And you can see this is on line 8 here. And when we look at the translation, which is on page 140, and here we have line 8, we have, I will worship the black, le noir. Noir means black. And actually, when they say the black or the great black, they are talking about Osiris. And we have Gabor Tot, Middle Egyptian grammar, page 23. Here we have Kemet, literally the black. Now, those are not PhDs, it's a couple. Page 155 of the book, the little book of Egyptian hieroglyphs, we have Kemet, and it says the black land. We have Ankh Mira, an African American who has made this transition. I don't know his credentials. I don't think he had a PhD, but he has a preface from Theophile Benga. So here we have Inek It Ch, I am your father. But here that would be the your feminine, because earlier was in Inek It Ek, that's your masculine. But anyway, here we have Kemet here. And notice it starts with Inek again. And when you look at the translation, I am. But anyway, Kemet, literally, I am a soldier of the black country. And here, this is a preface by Professor Theophile Benga, PhD. He prefaced the book called Let the Ancestors Speak by Ankh Mira. So, yeah, that's about it. So, all these to show what? Hold on, not being too loud here. Oh, it's okay. Oh, Immutable 360 sent me a message. So, all this to show what? Oh, right here is here. All those scholars, the vast majority of the scholars that I've shown are of European descent. They are not Afrocentric. How did they translate Kem? As black. But Those riparianites, because they have a hypothesis, they wrote a book saying that Kemet means black land. I'm sorry, riparian land or riparian country, basically country of water. They changed the meaning of Kem. So they are going against nearly all Egyptologists in the world,
Hmm.
and that's very serious. That's very erroneous. It's just
Now,
it's
brother,
really horrible. Yes, feel free, brother. Feel free. I
yeah.
was a bit
Now,
long-winded. I'm sorry.
there is symbols that for colors in Melanesia. Am I right?
Well, Kem is one of them. It stands for black.
Okay, Kim is
We
one.
have hedge for white,
Okay,
which also means luminous, bright. Hedge. Desher or desheret for red. It can
okay.
also mean desert. Yes, we that does exist. Yes.
So that just shows that they're not really doing their homework. They just picking and choosing and freestyling. Would that be a fair assessment?
Well, I would say yes, and I would say don't take my word for it. Take the word of all the PhDs that I've quoted. They are the
Right.
specialists. They are the experts. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, merci, brother, merci.
Yeah, but feel free if you have any questions, and feel free to join the panel, brothers and sisters. Feel free to join
Yeah,
the
come
panel.
on. And see, that's been kind of my argument, brother, Shaka, because it's been 10 years, and over 10 years, you should be able to see some growth. And it's quite evident that you've been growing. A lot of our family's been growing. And the question I have is for those who consider themselves to be linguists, those who consider themselves to be people who pride themselves on knowing the meta. You have to prove that by coming and studying with somebody who actually does it. My particulars are in cultural anthropology, archaeology, and history, right? So if I have an issue with linguistics, I don't know, I'm gonna go to a linguistic. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go to a linguist. You see, in the linguists I know, whether they're papered up, whether they have a background, whether they have PhD or MA or fucking BA, is that they have one thing they won't have in common is that they speak more than one language. You
Hmm.
see, so if you consider yourself to be a linguist and you haven't even made a connection with a similar basic language like Spanish, for example, it's going to be hard for you to convince me and the people that you are what you say you are and you practice what you preach. You see, so quit all the hiding and ducking. Come on up here and let's get a dialogue going and let you show and prove like Brother Shaka is proving, right? That it can be, right? Not just freestyle and piggyback on what you heard, but going into depth. Brother Shaka then pulled out many different books. You
Hmm.
see, so that's what it is, right? That way we can get rid of the pseudos, the scammers,
Hmm.
taking advantage of the state of confusion our people are in. And that's the worst state of mind to be in, is to be in a state of confusion. You see, and
Hmm.
so I hope this dialogue between Shaka, and it's been a while, brother. We're gonna do this again, man. We got to, man, because I got
Yeah.
your back, brother. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Eh,
that's
eh,
how it's gonna take place, man, because it's a lot of confusion and misinformation going on, and people don't know who to pick, and they're going back to what seems natural, and that's why you see a large number of Hebrew Israelites on the rise, Muslims and so forth, right? Because they're gonna go back to what they feel is comfortable, and that's what religion brings. You see, so
hmm
yes,
and
brother, keep going.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Feel free, brother.
No, go ahead, go ahead. I just want to put
Oh,
that out there,
yeah,
brother. Go ahead.
yeah, yeah. Just to be clear, I don't want people to go and say, "Oh, Shaka showed some books," and all those Egyptologists they said that Kemet means the land of the blacks or the land of black people. The Egyptologists usually said that the black stands for the soil. Yeah, so they say the black land, the black
Right,
soil. However, when it comes to Kem, they are all in agreement that it stands for black. You know what I say? And that's what is important because it's riparian as will tell you that it means the black land of the black country. I'm sorry, the riparian zone or
right.
riparian country, And furthermore, we have them on tape. The riparian are saying that the ancient Egyptians were not black. All of this because of their claim. And that's another thing I wanted to say. It's not just linguists that know several languages. For example, people who learn, who study like Christianity, people who do biblical studies, like Bob the Ehrman. Usually, they will study the Greek and the Hebrew. People who study history as well. Classics. They will study the Greek, and some will study the Latin. But a linguist,
Right.
oh, I'm telling you, man, they don't play with this, man. They'll be familiar with several different languages. And you don't have to go to school to learn foreign languages. You know what I'm saying? You can just, get down with it. But the riparian ice, it's been about maybe 3 months now that they haven't uploaded everything. So I think there's some restructuration that they, I mean, they got beat up so bad by Smash and myself. So I mean, if I have a look now, the last time I checked, it's been 2 months they haven't uploaded anything at all. And now I'm on their channel. The last video was 3 months ago, and the last live stream was 2 months ago. And before that, that was 3 months ago. Basically, they had one live stream between the two, but they I think they got the picture that their claim is erroneous and have to move to something else. There's nothing wrong with having a claim, but what they've done is that they had a claim which goes against all Egyptologists in the world, and in the process they disrespected the scholars and people like us who are not scholars but who are familiar with the language, and it was just horrible, to saying that we have comprehension issues and stuff like that. I mean, please. But anyway, I don't want to talk too much about those riparian acts because like Smash Rockwell said, it's a burnt village. That you can't go against academia if you don't have any credentials in the field. At least get some credentials in the field, then propose something. But don't say all the PhDs are wrong just because you have a claim. That's that's a bit delicate. But I'm studying Egyptology at the university. I'm studying formally, and I'm waiting to have my credentials before I can, let the brothers and sisters know, because I would be proud of it, and I won't mind. I wouldn't mind showing my degree if people challenge me, because some people have secret degrees with two different names in two different fields. Yeah. But feel free to add on, brothers and sisters. Or maybe you should wrap it up. I don't know if. Well, I don't hear anybody. Everybody's on mute actually. Michelle is on mute. Bro Menkara is on mute, and Rahel is on mute as well. Okay. Well, what I'm going to do, I'm going to just go through the comments, and then we can call it a day. It's been 4 hours, So it was a lovely conversation. Actually, Brother Menkara said that next time he wants to show us a presentation. So that's going to be great. I'm looking forward to this already. I'm gonna send him an email now to ask him when he will be available for to do the presentation. So this way I don't forget.
And that's a good point you made, brother Shaka, because regardless if it's describing
The actual description of
it was black. You see
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
yeah,
That's very important to contextualize.
yeah.
You see?
All Egyptologists in the world are in agreement with that. Besides, it's not only Egyptologists that learn the Median or hieroglyphic. Some other scholars in field of history also, there were some of them do learn the hieroglyphic language. So it's not just the Egyptologists that learn the Median. Some other PhDs or people who have master's degrees also learn it, even though it's not their field. I mean, if not even if Egyptology is not their field. So if you come to them and say, okay, K means riparian, they're gonna laugh, like, please. I mean, you know, it's just they're gonna laugh for real, man. But the man, Carol, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here, brother. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. I was about to send you an email, but I still send it because just in case, just so you can tell me whenever you'll be available, for the
Hey,
presentation.
Fridays, anytime. I know we got you wearing fresh and so forth, but at 7 p.m. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That way, I know you gotta go provide for your family and so forth. But those days when
Yeah.
you're not working, you don't have to get up early and go to work. Man, send me that
Well,
email. I'm coming with
should
my
we
mace,
say
brother.
next? Oh, okay. Hold on. I actually I have a work. I'm late. I have to
Okay,
finish by February 1st. So should we
okay.
say Friday the 3rd of February?
That's fine. And a
Yeah.
good topic of discussion will be what is linguistic? What is the science of linguistic anthropology? And I want to break down Jules Opert and Champollion. And I want to put in the context, not to kind of, but to put in the context of what it takes to be considered a competent linguist. And because you're going to see some common things. You're going to see that they speak more than one language. You're going to
Hmm.
see that they have an affinity towards language, things like that, brother. So we can get rid of these pseudos and put a solid foundation if that's okay with you.
Yeah, yeah. I've had it already on my on my diary. And what I will do just like last time. I will prepare the stream. I'll send you the YouTube link and the StreamYard link. You know, and then also obviously I will share it on my timeline. So I'm definitely looking forward to this. But Michelle is back. Raheru is still there. I think Raheru was having some connection issues, but feel free if you have questions or comments.
Well, it's been a long night, but I thank you, everyone, because I feel like this has been great information. I did not expect to get a lesson tonight, but I certainly did. So this has been great. I studied French for a little bit, just so you know, but
Ah,
not that I
bonjour.
can speak it, so we
Comment
won't.
ça va? Tout va bien?
Ça va bien, merci
Ah, ça
beaucoup.
va bien. Merci beaucoup.
Ça va bien.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I understand a little bit about trying to learn another language and how that is and the translations and stuff. Plus, I speak Patois, so you understand that some things
Yeah,
don't translate exactly.
exactly.
Just you get the feeling of it and you
Mm,
you pass that on.
mm.
But I look
Chiacom.
forward to talk. Shall come, soon
Yeah,
come, and
yeah,
all them side of something that the way you abbreviate things and language change over time and all of those kinds of things and people add things to it in each culture or each generation or whatever, and they kind of it gets nuanced a bit more. So I can only imagine how hard it is to linguistically translate something from 500, 5,000 years ago, or that's a long time to keep track of these kinds of things. But I look forward to hearing more of this, and I think I heard something about February 3rd, so I'll be looking out.
yes, yes. And we have Babylon Don. He was there earlier, but I think he has some connection issues. Michelle, you've seen Mr. Vegas, right?
Oh, I forgot to. I knew there was something I want. Yeah, I came in late, right? But I saw Mr. Vegas on there. Man, what I really think is once you have the Bible as your your mantra, your belief system, your structure, you really can't. It's hard to let that go. And so the Hebrew folks and or whatever they're called, they are quick to find another way to translate into staying tied to the book, the good book. They have to be tied to that good book. So, and I'm not saying it's not a good book. I'm just, I'm not a Christian myself, so I'm
Yeah,
outside
neither
of
am
that.
I. Neither am I. I used to be. I grew up in a Christian family, but then I made my
Sure, I
choice.
did too. I'm from the West
Yeah,
Indies, so grew
yeah,
up with all of that.
yeah. And we have Born F.O.G, and then we're gonna hear from Babylon Don. Feel free, brother Born. Thank you for coming here.
My whole time. I was just want to salute to the panel, to to Brother Shaka, to Sister Michelle, um, Brother Menkara, especially, one of my FOG co-hosts. And I'm just here. I was just listening. Like I said, as a sister said, it was an excellent build. I didn't really know exactly how the conversation was going to go, but I knew that you and Brother Menkara would have a very interesting dialogue. Um, and again, I want people to recognize that you see that the brothers had at the beginning a difference of thoughts, but they talked on. You can see how sincere African brothers can go through information, not be totally hostile with each other and belligerent with each other, but go through the
Yeah,
information, have different contests about the information and dialogue properly. And this is what we want to show people. That's what Feet on the Ground is about. You know what I mean? Um, and I want to thank you, brothers, for having that type of dialogue and letting everybody else be able to see that
absolutely.
it can be done. You know what I mean? And with that's that show. That's real African power. That's being African. That's being black with your thought. You know what I mean? That's the power of real African black thought to be able to come together like this. And like I said, it was a wonderful thing. Peace to the people. I just wanted to just say that real quick. I was listening and I just wanted to come in and say that to y'all.
Yeah,
Very
peace, brother.
refreshing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Babylon Don, feel free to speak, brother Elder.
Yeah, how you doing, Shaka and Duga?
I'm chilling. How about yourself?
I'm doing my best, brother. How you doing, Sister Michelle?
Oh, I'm well. I'm well. Thanks for asking.
Peace, guys. Peace to the panel and all the brothers on the panel, man. Shaka, I just came on right quick, ask you a question. Same question I asked Ngozi. I don't know if you heard about it, but I asked Ngozi, I said, Ngozi, is Taseti the same as Ta Simtawi or Kemet or Ta Nehesi or Egypt or whatever you want to call it. Is
Well,
Taseti the same as that?
um,
Huh?
uh, well, it's I would say it's part of Kemet. More specifically, it is the area that we call Nubia. But we can find out together. It's the first nome actually, and many people, kind of almost sweep that under the rug. Now, Tawi, for the record, that means the two lands. So I'm sorry, Tawi means the two land, Upper and Lower Egypt. So that's one way to designate Kemet in the text. Like Tameri, also the beloved land, and of course Kemet is one of the term. And here, for the record, I'm going to share this in the chat, even though that is a Wikipedia. Do they have it on Britannica? Let me see. Ta Seti Britannica. No, they have Seti here, and if I put it without the dash, no, they don't. They don't have it. But they have Nubia. Do they have? Let me see. They have Seti. No. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna have to stick with Wikipedia for now. So here is it sharing? Yes. You might want to put the full screen here. Now that's the glyphs actually. That's the glyph for Ta, and that one will be for Set. We don't have the E written here, but Ta Set. That's what we call Ta Seti. And what do they say here? Ta Seti, land of the bow. I used to say bow before, but it's bow. Also Ta Gentit, the frontier of or borderland, was the first known, which is an administrative division of Upper Egypt, one of the 42 nomoi in ancient Egypt. Tasseti marked the border area towards Nubia, and the name was also used to refer to Nubia itself. So here we have our answer according to Wikipedia.
Yeah. But Ngozi said it wasn't. That's why I asked.
Well, I mean, every time somebody makes a claim, we should ask what is your reference, what is your source.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I already proved that what you basically showed, but I'm saying that Ngozi said it wasn't, and I thought that was very funny. And I think that's
So, so, so,
strange
so what did he
for
say it was then?
somebody, huh?
Well, if he says it wasn't Nubia, then what did he say it was? What did he say Tasseti was?
He didn't really make a distinction, a real clear claim after
Mhm.
he told that lie of what it was. It's hard to say what. Oh,
Well,
oh, I
la,
know what he said it was.
maybe it was
I
a
know what he said
mistake.
it was.
Maybe it
He
wasn't a
said it
lie.
was. Wait, he
Feel free,
said it
feel
was.
free.
Come on now, come on, bro. Let me
No,
talk.
I said
He
feel free,
said,
brother. I said feel
no,
free.
I ain't talking about that part. I'm talking about you. Like he didn't tell a lie. He just made
I
a
said maybe,
mistake.
maybe because I didn't hear it for myself. So if I heard it, I could say, okay, that's a bold lie. But because I didn't hear it, I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. So maybe he made a mistake. I made mistakes before. But feel free, brother. What did he say?
He said it was Ethiopia. He called Northern Sudan Ethiopia.
Well, it's bordering. So, hold on, is he still sharing? Let me share it. It is bordering, so who knows? I mean, as far as we know, we say that's the area that we call Nubia, which will be the south of Egypt today, and north of Sudan. This kind of area. But if we have a look at, let me see, if I put Africa here, I go to images. Now, obviously, if we go to this one there, is some people, is it large enough? Like a large one. Hold it. I'm gonna do that like this. If people consider that Tasseti is all of Sudan, then Ethiopia is bordering Sudan. So maybe if you have some references, maybe some people will argue that that's what it is. I mean, we have Punt. Punt was referred to
Right.
as Ta Necher. Ta means land, Necher means God or divine. So it can be translated as the divine land, or the land
And
of
there
the
were
god. Yes, feel
there
free.
were no borders. Yeah, there were no borders like what we see now. Is that correct?
Well, during that time, the word Ethiopia surely did not exist. During the time of
Right.
Tasseri, I don't even think the Greek language existed during that time. You know,
That's why we say
uh,
now validation, right?
yes, Nile Valley, indeed, yes, yes, that's correct. So Tasseri, oh, I'm sorry, Tanecher, or Punt, I have shown before for example, the Oxford History of no, I think it's the Oxford Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt. I think it's edited by Ian Shaw. But I've shown the reference before. Most
Hey,
scholars will say that Punt is around Somalia and Eritrea. And Somalia and Eritrea, as you can see, they are bordering Ethiopia, you know. So who knows, and there was contact with Punt, you know what I'm saying? And if they called it Tanecher, the land of the of God, or the divine land, it must have had some significant some
so Shaka,
significance.
before we move too far forward, and you make the outright claim or justify this, I would like to state that
Oh, I'm not
that would be a
justifying it,
straight.
No, no.
Okay,
I'm
I
sorry
would
to
like to
interrupt you.
state that. I
To,
would like
to
to
my
state that
knowledge,
according to.
yeah, I'm
Could
sorry.
you
Please,
put
please
your
let me.
map back up?
The map, yes, of course. Just before I let you speak, I'm not justifying it. I'm not aware of any scholars that says that Tasseri is Ethiopia. I want to make that clear. I want to make that clear. To my
Okay.
knowledge,
Shaka,
scholars
how
say,
come you be how come you be letting me get under your skin or whatever? You've been on here cool, calm, and collected all night long listening to the brothers. And
yeah, I'm
then as
listening
soon
to you,
as I
brother. I
come
think there's some
on,
misunderstanding. No, no, feel free to speak, brother. Feel free to speak, elder.
okay, according to your map, you see where you see Aswan at? And then below Aswan is Sudan.
Mhm.
Yes, brother.
And then below Sudan to the west, bordering Sudan, not Sudan bordering Ethiopia from the direction we going. We going down now. We can look from Egypt, then we go down to Sudan, and then we see that Ethiopia and Somalia equally come after Sudan. So it would be a misnomer to attribute that part of the Nile River, to the Ethiopians when they not even on the Nile right there. And that's what we
That whole
basing this
area
on.
was Ethiopia,
Yeah,
was it?
No, no, no. See,
Ethiopia,
this is what I'm saying.
the
This is what I'm
Nile
saying.
goes through
The
Ethiopia.
Greeks, I admit, the Greeks would have called everybody their burnt faces. But even Shaka and Duga admitted that the Greek language did not exist. And I don't want to get into a linguistic syntactic dance here. What I want to say is that the map clearly reads Sudan and it clearly reads Egypt. So now, Egypt is in the north, Sudan is in the south. Egypt is lower and Sudan is upper. That's what we have there along the Nile River.
Yes, brother. But you see, those are terms that did not exist at the time of Kemet. So there is room for possibility that when they said Tasseri, the question is how what is the dimension, or what's the word? There's another word. We say superficie in French. Let me look for the translation. Uh, Superficie. How do you call that in English? Superficie. Uh, the surface area, or just the area, or acreage. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. What is how far does Tassedi stretch? We use the term Nubia, you know, but what was Nubia for them back then? We might not necessarily know.
But I'm
So
saying
yes,
it's a lot bigger than that. Okay, have you ever heard of the ivory tags?
no, no,
Okay.
no, I haven't heard of that, brother.
Okay.
But
You should
once
look
again,
that up then.
so far,
Because the ivory tags will tell you that the ivory tags would come from what you call Nubia. Now,
Mhm.
you didn't bring up the word Kush, and I didn't bring up the word Kush, because if we bring up the word Kush, then that would be biblical according to
No,
your
no, no,
terminology,
no,
not
no, no,
mine.
no.
I
No,
had no
it's not.
problem.
No, brother, it's not biblical. It's recorded in the Meden Lecture, but they pronounce it cash according to the the pronunciation, and of course in the Hebrew or the Canaanite script Canaanite dialect or Phoenician, it will be Cush, but cash is actually in the Meden, and I can show it because maybe some people don't know, but
No,
it
no,
is
no.
yes.
We know. Okay, but okay. What about though? Okay, because I have a problem talking to most of y'all because y'all jump back and forth from like what can be stated out as historical or what can be stated as biblical. Because if you say canon, then canon is clearly a biblical term. But
No,
then
no,
you'll
no,
say
no,
no, no,
no,
no.
no, 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 no.
Is wait. You'll say no, no, no. It's written in the Mesonetter. Then I'll say Israel is clearly a biblical term. Then you say no, no, no. That too, right? According to you, if the Moabite stone is real, then it would be written in Mesonetter. So then
No, no, no. The mobile
Hezekiah,
stone
right?
is in Phoenician. Is in Phoenician. Now here,
Say what?
brother. The mobile stone is written in Phoenician. Now here, this is the entry for Cush on Wikipedia, and here you can see that
Yes.
right.
Shaka, you know I know this. Explain that to the people though. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. So
I'll be the
just so that
person you explain it to. Go ahead.
yeah, okay, I get you. So here, for the record, identification. Cush is a Hebrew name that is possibly derived from Kash, the Egyptian name of Upper Nubia, and later of the Nubian kingdom of Napata, known as the Kingdom of Cush. And he says that the form Cush, which is Kash, of course, appears in Egyptian records as early as the reign of Mentuhotep, 21st century BC. In an inscription,
Can we
I'm
freeze
sorry, in an
right there and I
inscription.
ask a question?
Yes, feel free to ask a question, but here
Can I ask a
that's the
question right
Medonetia.
there?
Yeah, so 2000 BC, that term was attested. But feel free to ask a question, brother.
I want to ask, but you keep moving the screen where I want to ask the question at. That's why I said, can we freeze
Yes, sure, brother.
right
Sure,
there so I
sure,
can ask the
sure,
question?
sure, sure.
So can you go
Uh,
back to the sentence what you was just reading?
there it is. Now I think you have it all on the screen there. Is that fair enough, brother?
Yeah. Now where you read the word Upper Nubia,
It's here.
right?
Here. Yes.
Yeah, Upper Nubia. Okay. Now earlier I said that Egypt was lower because that's the lower now, and then I said um Tarseti or Sudan was upper now. Now they saying Upper Nubia. So now that's meaning near Aswan. So again, these people called Cush are in Upper Nubia towards Egypt, north, not south, but headed north.
Actually, upper is south. Um, the upper Egypt is down
I
south.
under
Okay.
I
Okay.
no, what
Feel free.
we're not. Listen, when we're talking about the Nile, we have upper and lower Nile. We both know that. But they are talking about Nubia itself and not the Nile at that point.
Yes.
It reads
Yep.
upper Nubia. They're not
Yeah, but
talking about the Nile. So now you can't overlay upper upper and lower Nile on Nubia.
yes, we
Nubia
can. Well,
has another.
let's see
Okay,
what it
go ahead.
says, brother. Let's see what
Yes,
it
you can,
says. You
brother.
see, when I scroll on it, it says Upper Nubia is the southernmost part of Nubia, upstream on the Nile
Mhm.
from Lower Nubia. It is so called because the Nile flows north,
That's
so it
right.
is further upstream and of higher elevation in relation to Lower Nubia. So they're saying, just like Upper Egypt, Upper Nubia, it will be the southern part. So
Yeah.
for those that don't know,
Okay,
the reason
Shaka.
why we say Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt, and why Upper Egypt is down south and Lower Egypt is up north, is because
Hmm.
the Nile flows from the south to the north. So the ancient Egyptians saw the world right side down or upside down, if you want. But that's why sometimes people have the map of Africa upside down because that's the way the people of the Nile Valley used to see that was their orientation, let's say. But feel free, Babylon, done.
That's right.
Yeah, I think I got my answer, Shaka. Shaka, do you say that Sumerian is older than hieroglyphics? Do you think that cuneiform or Sumer is older than Egypt and hieroglyphics? What you say on that, Shaka?
Well, I remember the lady, the PhD, Ilona Rygursky, if I'm not mistaken, the one who's a curator from the British Museum. She gave the date of 3250 BC. So let us have a look at what they say for the cuneiform writing. But then again, that's just the writing. We'll have to know which language it is. But let's put cuneiform writing and see what they say. But it's not surprising if they claim that it is older.
No,
Now, history. Let's look
really,
for a
that's
date.
really that's just the latest, or as you would call it, the earliest known found inscription, right? That
Hmm.
don't mean that it's older. That just means that's the oldest inscription found. That's what that means.
Yeah, well, the attestation, when we talk about language, we'll talk about the attestation. So here they're saying 3500 BC. So if we consider that date to be accurate, then it will be older than the attestation of the Medunecher.
But they're using the Bible to do that. So that's historically inaccurate.
Hmm.
The
Well, I mean,
Egyptian
But
Egypt came before
hmm.
Mesopotamia.
Maybe in 2 weeks or 2 months or 2 years, they're gonna find some digging in Kemet, and they're gonna see that, okay, look, we have some Medunecher, and it's like 4,000 years, 4,000 BC. Who knows? But so far, it
But
doesn't really bother me personally. Yes.
do you think that picture writing came before? Like you see, when you look at the hieroglyphs predate the Hieratic, the Demotic, and the Coptic, and we see the type of script they use. And their script is like a wedge or a written, a slanted script or cursive, whatever you want to call it. But it's a printed script. It's not a picture glyph. It's not a picture hieroglyph. So now Sumerian is like those other scripts, like Hieratic. So, do you think that those types of scripts predate people writing or drawing pictures? Just logically thinking, not to depend on the scholars to date this for us by the earliest known artifact they have, but using our own reason as people that speak a language and can see our people and have a connection to these people. If you do, then I'm asking, is do you think that hieroglyphs, like it predates hieratic and all the other types of scripts, do you think it also would predate cuneiform, another type of script?
I would say yes, brother, because if let's go with the lie. If cuneiform came first, that means we would be using clay as a means of writing, right? But we don't. We
Facts,
use paper. We use paper, right? So they were
facts.
so much in a rush to try to usurp the Egyptians with them being the first people writing that they forgot that they needed the context for writing. So they said, okay, well let's use clay tablets or let's use clay. No one's running around here with clay in their pockets.
Oh, actually, I respectfully disagree because
That's fine.
the support on which you write doesn't really matter that much. Of course, the term paper comes from papyrus, but in Kemet they will have a lot of things written on stone or different other materials. So what matters the most really is the language itself, the script, the writing, and how old it is. So personally, I don't have a problem if that writing is that old. Now, what does it say? Is it definitely a writing system? Does it have a proper grammar? I don't know, but if
See,
it's older, that's yes,
that's why
feel
I
free,
say
brother.
Egypt came first because we can see the various types of writing forms that came out of Metal Nature. We see the demonic, we
Yeah,
see the hieratic, but they cannot go in cuneiform and show you a progressive cuneiform that developed to what we know as present day Hebrew. You see the point
Well,
I'm making?
well, even if they cannot show any progression, what matters is what is oldest. If they have an oldest attestation, then fine. But the thing is that we have pre-dynastic period. We have some names of some rulers, So then, if they see, for example, the name of a ruler and it is like 4000 BC, I don't know if that exists, but that's just a hypothesis. Would they say, okay, we have attestation of the Medo-Nutcher, or do they want to wait to have sentences before they say we have attestation? But once again, personally, it doesn't bother me if there's attestation of the cuneiform older than the
but
Medo-Nutcher. It doesn't mean
but
that it
Shaka,
was definitely.
okay,
Yes, feel free,
Shaka,
brother.
can I ask you something?
Feel
Shaka,
free, brother.
but
Yes.
that's not what I'm asking you. I'm not asking you whether or not it matters. Like that's like a Christian saying, "Oh, it don't matter whether Jesus is black." No, it's a description there that you should read. Okay, now what I'm asking you is, as
Okay,
a
I'm sorry. I'm
logical
sorry.
thing,
I'm sorry, brother. A description of Jesus as black? Where?
no, 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 no.
People
No,
say
no,
that.
no. Revelations in Jesus' own book, according to Jesus and the Bible, which you don't, you don't accept, man. Come on now. In Revelations 2:18 and Revelations 1:18, it tells you this. Okay, 2:14. Okay, it tells you this. All right.
Jesus.
So now it gives you a description of looking like the Son of Man. This is the description of the Messiah. Yes, it is. Okay, now can we move on, Shaka?
Well, we
Can
can
I
move
ask the
on.
question directly about the hieroglyphs and what we talking about?
Hold on.
Because
We
what I
can
would like to talk to you
hold on.
about.
Hold on. Please. Hold on. Just have a look at this, please, brother. You mentioned Revelation. This is Revelation 1:14,
Let's
and
go.
it
Yeah,
says his head and his hairs were white like wool,
you so
as
lame for this.
white as snow. That's not the description of a black man.
That's right.
Now, what they are trying to do is,
That's absolutely description of a black man. Because you just said earlier that the Sumerians were called the black-haired ones, and you called them white people. Now, how come this man can't have white hair and have a black face? See, you
Now,
are fronting and you think people don't be listening. I listen to the whole show for a reason. So I can come and analyze and scrutinize and critique what you have done in a proper manner and not just be joking around. But you try to turn it into some type of fiasco. But you
I'm not.
see the points that I'm making, Shaka, and I
I'm,
would like you to respect my approach as I respect yours. Go ahead.
well, I respect your approach, but for the record, this is a video that I've uploaded like how long ago? Let's see the date. 5 years ago. So I did not put this up just for you. You know what I'm saying?
No,
And and
okay, I
and
didn't say that. Did I say you
yeah.
put it up just for me? No.
Well,
You
because
probably did it 10 years ago. It still don't matter.
yeah.
It's
So,
still moving away from what we're talking about. So Shaka,
well,
now that we know, so
I disagree because
do you respect the
you
fact? Do you respect the fact that you said that the Sumerians are called the black-headed ones, and you
now
call them white people? Do you respect? Do you stand by that?
okay. There's a term, uh, Sagiga or whatever that is. Chuck Morgan is more qualified than me. I'm not familiar with the cuneiform writing, where it is translated as black-headed one or something like that. However, Chuck Morgan said that they might and um, check with him first. Don't quote me on that. But if I remember correctly, in his presentation, he says that they might have been talking about the hair. Now, the reason why I say those people were white is because of how they portray themselves. And I've shared the link in the chat. This is the standard of Ur,
No.
that's Chaldea, Mesopotamia, or Sumer, and this is 2500 BCE. So this is how they describe themselves. Those are not black people. Now, the reason why people claim that Jesus was described as a black man is a translation of brass, feet like burned brass or something. But brass doesn't have the black color. It's more like a goldish kind of color. So this is something that they like to say, oh, he's described as black, but they leave out Revelation 1:14, which says that his head and his hair were white as snow. Now, if you want to argue that his hair and his beard maybe were white, he said that his head also was white. So if we go by the Bible, it is described as a white man, not as a black man. And earlier you mentioned Canaan. Uh, I don't just reject.
Wait, Shaka. Before you go so far and so fast,
Yes,
can I respond to what you just
feel free,
talked
brother.
about?
Feel free, brother.
Yeah, I mean, like Shaka, like I told somebody else this. In that reference, what you pulled up in Revelation, it says and his head and his hairs. The word and was used then, not like it's used now. I'm just letting you know this. You don't respect me as a linguist, but I'm gonna teach you something today because it's different types of linguists. Now listen, and the only ones you know about is study reading, writing, and spelling. They don't study speech. Now, this thing about the head and the hairs, read it. Pull it back up. Let's read it. Let's read it for ourselves and see what is described. Pull the whole scripture up, the whole thing up.
Now, while he's doing that,
And if we were to read every scripture after it, y'all hold up 1 second. If we were to read every scripture after it, we would see that all those scriptures keep saying and. They even begin sentences with and. Now, when it reads his head and his hairs, read it, Shock. I can't see it all.
His head and his
Okay, his
hairs.
head and his hairs were white like wool. Right there. It's
I'm gonna
describing.
put up Revelation. So, and I'm gonna put KJV.
Okay.
His head and his hairs were white like wool,
All
as
right.
white as snow, and his
So,
eyes were as flame of fire.
And I'm gonna pull out one of my little homeboy, well not little homeboys, but one of the stunts the young man pulled on them on another platform. Show y'all
all right.
something. Cause y'all
So,
overlooking, not y'all, but Shock is overlooking that wolf. Go ahead.
all right. Okay. So here I'm gonna start where it mentions Christ. Okay, verse 5. So that's Revelation chapter 1, verse 5. And for Jesus Christ, who is a faithful witness and the first begotten of the dead and the prince of the kings of the earth, unto him that loved us and washed us from our sins in his own blood, sorry, and hath made us kings and priests unto God and his Father. To him be glory and dominion forever and ever. Amen. Behold, he cometh with clouds, and every eye shall see him, and they also which pierced him, and all kindreds of the earth shall wail because of him. Even so, Amen. I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the ending, saith the Lord, which is and which was and which is to come, the Almighty. Before I continue, it's strange because it looks like Jesus Christ spoke Greek, because Alpha and Omega, that's Greek. But let me continue. John,
Okay, since we're interjecting, I would like to interject that they
feel free.
washed their clothes white in the blood of the lamb. You hear that? Listen to
Well,
the
I'm
analogy.
going to read it. I'm going to read
Listen
it.
to the wait. I just want people to hear the metaphor. This ain't for you. They wash their robes white in the red blood of the lamb. Now you can't put red blood on clothes and turn those clothes white. But keep going. Let's go.
Okay. I, John, who was also, I'm sorry, who also am your brother and companion in tribulation
Facts.
or tribulation, and in the
Tribulation.
kingdom and patience of Jesus Christ, was
The
in the
Messiah
isle of
Yahshua.
was in the isle that is called Patmos for the word of God and for the
Right off the
testimony.
Aegean Sea, right off the Mediterranean, right there. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Which is a bit strange, but upon
For
his
the word of
vision,
God,
because he says that Jesus Christ, oh no, he's saying I, so that's him. That's
no, he
John, right?
said,
The Revelation is John.
yeah,
So
he
John
said
was in
that
Patmos. Okay, yes.
in Patmos
So,
for the word
okay,
of God,
okay,
for the word of God. And we
okay, okay,
know
okay,
what the
okay,
word of God is.
okay,
The
and
word. So we're talking about the word. We're talking
okay,
about linguistics here. We're
okay,
talking about that right there. Go ahead.
all right. And for the
Testimony.
yes, testimony of Jesus Christ. I was in the spirit of the Lord's day and heard behind me a great voice as a trumpet, saying, I am
Stop.
Alpha
He
and
was in the wet. He was in the wet though. I was in the
we're trying to find out about his
wait,
description,
just
right?
slow
His physical
down.
description.
I was in the spirit. So this is not a physical event. This is important for the people to understand.
Okay, okay, but
And
let's
then
get
you
to the
said that's Greek. First of all, the Messiah Yahshua did not speak Greek, and you're simply going off for the translators. Even in this book, it says the Messiah being interpreted the Christ. So they realize that these are interpretations. The book literally says the Messiah being interpreted the Christ. So stop. Now, when it says I'm the Alpha and Omega, you can say I'm the Aleph and the Tav. I am the first and the last. I'm the beginning and the ending. Go ahead.
uh, I could have sworn that in the Bible somewhere it says within the Bible that it is Greek for the beginning of the end. So in the Bible itself, they're saying that he said Alpha and Omega, which means the beginning of the end. But don't quote me on that. Let's continue with this.
Second of all, as a matter of fact, this is a very questionable scripture. Some people say this was added, but we're gonna go ahead. Let's just read it. We
Yeah,
already stand. We
well,
understand. We
okay, okay,
understand. We understand that nobody in Galilee, if it was a man named Jesus, And he lived in a place called Galilee. He spoke Galilean. He lived in Nazareth, Bethlehem. He lived there. He wouldn't have spoke Greek. That was not the language of the people at that time in 1 BC, whatever you want to call it. We know
Actually,
that. So this
you know
man
what?
wasn't speaking Greek. And plus, according to the story, this man spent the first 12 years of his life in Egypt, learning Egyptian ways. And when he went before the temple at 13 for a bar mitzvah or whatever, he came up arguing with the priest because of his Egyptian ways. So let's go ahead though. Saying I am Alpha and Omega, the first and the last. We listening.
Okay. Now, saying, I am Alpha and Omega, the first and the last, and what thou seest, write in a book and send it unto the seven churches which are in Asia, into Ephesus, unto Smyrna, and unto Pergamos, and unto Thyatira, and unto Sardis, and unto Philadelphia, and unto Laodicea. And I turned to see the voice that spake with me, and I, being turned, I saw seven golden candlesticks. Some people might say it's origin of Kwanzaa. And in the midst of the seven candlesticks,
Stop, bro. And all
hold on,
those
hold on.
seven
No,
cities
I'm
are
really
in
trying to get
Turkey.
to the description. I'm really trying to the physical description. Now,
Blasphemy. Go ahead.
and in the midst of the seven candlesticks, one like unto the Son of Man, clothed with a garment down to the foot, and girt about the paps with a golden girdle. His head and his hairs were white like wool, as white as snow,
Okay,
and
can
his
we stop
eyes
right there?
were as
Because
a
that's
flame
what
of
we reading this
fire.
for, right?
Okay,
Can we
all right.
stop right there? Because that's what we
And
reading this
hold
for,
on,
right?
if you don't mind, then he says, and his feet like unto fine brass, as if they burned in a furnace, and his voice as the sound of many waters. That verse 15 is why some people claim that Jesus was black. But feel free to add on.
Okay, now, right there, let's put this in context. And so now, he's talking to seven churches, and don't go up, Shaka. Can I read it now? Can you go back where
Yes.
we were? Yeah, so he's talking, you was at about 12, verse 12. Let me get that in the clip too. Yeah, right there. Okay, now we're talking about a person that's turning around. He said, I turned to see the voice. You don't see voices. So he turned to see the person that spoke with him. And being turned, he saw seven golden candlesticks. These are fires or flaming people. This is a description of something, somebody saying that they are seeing something that's taking place at a future event. It's almost like watching the ghost of Christmas past or whatever. So this person is like going to the future. Now watch this. And in the midst of the seven candlesticks, one like, that means not him, but looking like him, like unto the Son of Man, clothed with the garment down to the foot, right? So he got on a white robe and girt about the paps across the chest. He got a golden girdle, a golden sash, something tied, gold around his waist, his upper chest area. His head and his hairs, right? Gray, white, like wool, like wool. You don't know nobody with woolly hair other than black people. The only people, in fact, on the planet Earth with nappy woolly hair are black people. No other race, tribe, generation of people on the planet Earth has matured to have woolly hair. This is one of the signs of who we are. The lamb's wool, those who follow the lamb, the wool, okay? As white as snow. We know wool and sheep can have white snow. I happen to live on the Navajo reservation, right? In here in Arizona. And we have sheep, black and white, but we have white sheep with black faces and black feet. The Blackfeet native. And his eyes were as flames of fire. They look like this. Brown, like that. You see that? Watch this now. And his feet like unto fine brass. See my skin? See that? That's brass. All right, let's keep going. And as if burned in a furnace. Now, if you burn anything, it's gonna turn dark, as if burned in a furnace. And his voice as the sound of many waters. So he had a deep voice. He didn't have a high-pitched voice like other races of people. And you know this.
Let me see this.
So now, that's what we just read.
I got some.
Since you wanted a sermon.
All right. Okay. Well, we heard you. Thank you very much for that. But I went by the physical description of the Bible. Then people can make interpretation. But white head, white like snow. Now the wool people, want to argue. Okay, it describes nappy hair. To me, it's an interpretation. But
so
for
you
the
think
record,
the 7 stars in his hands was real too?
oh, I mean, I was concerned about the physical description.
I'm
And he
saying you think,
says,
but I'm saying what? Oh, so you think a white man was standing there holding 7 stars in his hand? That's all
no,
I'm
what?
That's
asking.
the
No,
question, brother.
yes, feel free, brother Henry.
What does any of this have to do with us as a people? Because you have to look at the
Shaka
psychological
wanted to
play.
bring this up,
There's
bro.
a science in the Bible, excuse me, brother. And that science is the weapon being used against you. Now, in the Bible, it tells you Jesus is the Son of Man. They try to give you a description of God, which y'all are arguing back and forth over. The only reason that description is there is to put into your psyche that God is a man. It has nothing to do with the color of him. It doesn't matter what color that book says that he is. The thing is to grab your mind to have a concept of a man. So I'm going to ask you, if you eliminate the fact of a characteristic of a man or a woman, what do you have then? Because when you look at God, is he a physical entity or is he a spiritual energy? Spirits have no form. Spirits can shapeshift. Why are we so caught up in the physical characteristics and image of so-called God being a man? Because there's some of us here that don't use religion and don't believe in any religious texts or dogmatic ideology to identify themselves as African. I'm Pharaoh's people. I'm a child of Pharaoh. So I don't believe any of that. And it kind of pisses me off to see y'all sitting here arguing over it. It's kind of a waste of time because we started off on language. How do we get lost in the Bible?
Well, actually, I interjected when it was mentioned that it was a description of Jesus as black. So that's why I mentioned that one. But Babylon Done, I just want you to know that I don't reject anything that's in the Bible. I just look for attestation, you see. So when people talk about the Bible, we can see at the printing date, and it's usually very recent. Now, as for Canaan, Canaan is attested. And here, I'm sharing it in the chat. This is Wikipedia's entry about Canaan. Now, first at the beginning, they tell us, hold on, etymology. They say the English term Canaan, since circa 1500, comes from the Hebrew Canaan via the Koine Greek Canaan and the Latin Canaan. It appears as Kinahna, and in Akkadian we have Kinaahna. In the Amarna letters, 14th century BC, and several other Egyptian texts. And here at the bottom, they show us one attestation of the term that we call Canaan today. There it is. We have the
I
name
agree.
Canaan.
And it's also mentioned in the Bible as one of the sons of Ham, right?
Yeah, no, but no, the Bible is not historical, you see. So what's of
No,
interest?
I'm saying, how can that was the whole argument, Shaka. That's what I said at the beginning. Who are y'all to say when something is historical or not when it has the same name and it very well text, according to the people that wrote it or said it, would predate the word you're talking about. Like, for instance, now
hold on. I have an answer. You ask a
before.
question. You ask a question. I have an answer.
No, I'm not done. I'm not done asking a question. I done been through this before. You mentioned Lebanon. It's a man named Liban, right? That's named after. You mentioned Canaan. It's a man named Canaan, the son of Ham. You mentioned Kemet. It's a man named Kemet, Ham. You mentioned Shem Tawi. It's a man named Shem.
No,
So all of
Sematawi.
these names,
Sematawi.
all of these
It's not the
Cush,
same.
you mentioned Cush. It's a man named Cush in the Bible, and it does refer to Cush as being Ethiopia historically in the Bible. It says that Cush is Ethiopia.
Are you sure?
Yeah, positive.
In the Bible, it says that Cush is Ethiopian.
No, I'm positive that it says Cush, and I'm positive that if you look up the word Cush, it'll refer a reference to the land of Ethiopia.
All right. Okay. So I'll feel free to give the reference for that. But if I write a book today and I put the name Canaan, that's not historical. That's me today. So whatever name you're talking about, if you can tell us the attestation for it, then feel free. You see.
The
Now
attestation
here
for what?
for all the names you gave, Shem, for example. Okay, what is the attestation for Shem? What is the ancient writing where we have the name Shem that designate a person?
According to who?
History, any archaeological
I'm saying,
document,
listen,
any.
Shaka, when you ask me for an ancient writing, right? When you ask me for an ancient writing, okay, what's ancient? Is Hezekiah ancient?
Antiquity, yes. So basically,
Um,
BC time.
so
Let's
is
say BC.
Hezekiah ancient?
Yes, it is. It is ancient. So do we have Shem in Hezekiah's?
No, no, no. But Hezekiah claimed to be a descendant of Shem through the tribe of Judah.
Well, no, that's
So
in the
if so, in
Bible.
order for
That's
Hezekiah, so in order for Hezekiah to exist, then his lineage will exist, and he's a king, and we're gonna respect his kingship. And he mentions his father as being a king, and he's the son of the king, according to you in Phoenician, which you don't even know. Phoenician is a Greek word, and that's what they call the people of the land of Sidon and Tyre, which was on the coast of the Mediterranean, which led into the land of Canaan.
well, I know that because I showed it earlier. We went to
And
what
when the
the.
brother mentioned the purple people, he was talking about the Tyrrhenian, and you didn't mention the Murex stone, I meant the Murex seashell that they got from the sea that they made the color purple out of.
No, I think that's the translation for Phoenician. It has something to do with purple. So I think that the brother was on
No,
point
the
with that.
word Phoenician is a Greek word and it comes from phonique.
Yeah, but what is the
And you
translation
claim in
of
English where you get
what
the word phonetics.
what is the translation of Phoenician? Don't we have purple in it? I mean, I'm looking at
No, the
now.
word Phoenician does not mean purple at all.
Okay, I'm going to look it up because I went through it with
Yeah,
the
it don't mean
elder.
purple at all.
I went
Just
through it
like
with the
Tassetti don't mean the Bow people.
I went through it with the brother Haley, who's in Bermuda. Now, purple here.
But I don't know why you got me in the Bible when I came on here about the Medi-Netra and the language, and I'm supposed to be talking about the oldest language, and I just mentioned that as an analogy because you used that, and I wanted to say that that was the wrong way. That's the same way Christians do, and you turned it into a Christian conversation.
You sure that I am? I'm just trying to
Yeah,
get
the
as
Coptic,
far away
the
from
Coptic Christians,
theology. But
the
here,
Coptic Christians.
that's the entry for Phoenician, and you have a mention of purple. But you mentioned Tyre, so I give that to you, because here. Well, no, let me do the search. Purple.
Sidon
Oh,
and Tyre,
yeah, purple.
which is where they get the word Tyrrhenian from,
So here you see
which
it
is where they
says,
get the Murex shell
listen.
from.
Phoenician exports, including cedar and pine wood, fine linen from Tyre, Byblos, and Berytus cloth dyed with the famous Tyrian purple. You see. Now, if we go to the
That's what I just
etymology,
said.
yes, but let's have a look at the etymology. I'm going to share with you to get some
And I
clarity.
ain't got to look it up. I just know it.
Well, okay. Well, let's find out. Let's find out. So, Phoenician etymology. So we're gonna have etym online. And if I do a search, compare phoenix, which seems to be unrelated. Greek phoenix also meant the color purple, perhaps the Phoenician color, because the Greeks obtained purple dyes from the Phoenicians. But scholars
Yeah.
disagree about this. Greek also had phoinos, red, blood
Right.
red, which is of what garbage. This is Etim Online. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
No, I'm just go ahead, Shaka. I'm talking about
yeah,
what they said, not you. Go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah. No, I know you were not talking about me, but
Yeah.
the Met Museum. I don't know if they will mention that, but it, they mentioned the die. Uh, Here, this is the Met Museum. Going to share the link in the chat. And sometimes there's some things we will never know for sure. But here
Let
they're
me ask you
saying,
something, Shaka.
hold on,
Where have you ever
hold
known
on,
the
hold on, hold
people
on, hold
known
on.
named after a die?
Let me just read this. The name Phoenician, used to describe these people in the first millennium BC, is a Greek invention from the word phoenix, possibly signifying color purple red, and perhaps an allusion to their production of a highly prized purple dye. So, why would people name themselves or be named according to something other people named them? Other people gave them the name.
I said the Greeks called the people that. I just told you that.
Yes, yes, but the term Phoenician, like
They
you said,
called the
derives from the Greek.
people that because
Okay,
of
we never agree on that.
they
That's fine.
bought purple from them, so that wouldn't be the people's name. The people lived in Sidon. They would be called Sidonites. The people lived in
Do you
Tyre.
have it?
They
Do you
would
have
be
an
called
attestation for that?
Tyrrhenians.
Do you have
This
an
is what they
attestation?
would have called themselves.
Do you have an attestation for that?
Yeah, you just read it. You said the Tyrrhenian purple.
Well, uh, if you have any attestation for them calling themselves, like you said,
You
feel
just
free to share.
read Tyrrhenian purple.
No,
And
that's
that's
what.
why the Greeks called them that.
Okay, all
And
right.
if I look it
So
up in English, I'll come to see that according to the word phonetics, because they say alphabet came from Phoenician, they would say that the word phonetics and not purple come from Phoenicia.
okay,
Is this
well,
not correct? Has anybody else heard that though? Since they've been
okay,
growing up in America, that the word Phoenician gave birth to the word phonetics because Phoenicians invented the
yeah, yeah,
alphabet?
but brother, I mean, I went by the etymology. I'm not making it up. It's not me who wrote the article. But here, I just would like to really say this: the name Canaan occurs in hieroglyphic as Kanana on the Meron-Ptah stele. The Meron-Ptah stele is also known as the quote unquote Israel stele, and that's the 13th century BC. So that name is attested 3,000 years ago, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't reject terms just because they're in the Bible. I accept terms when they are attested. When we have a record where the term or the name or the word is written, and that's how that's how
So
the field
what
of
is Canaan referring to there? A land or a people?
a land.
Okay, so now, who are the people of that land?
The inhabitant of the land. That's
No,
simple.
who are they?
The Canaanite.
Attestation.
That's what. No,
Can you
the
give me an
attestation.
attestation for the Canaanites?
I don't think
I'm
we
saying
have
the
a word.
people called Canaanites.
I don't think we have a word Canaanite in ancient time,
No,
but we have the.
well, can you give me the attestation for the people of Kinana?
Well, we're going in circles. The Meron Petastella.
Because that's a Hebrew word and it means lowlander or possession. So let's go and find an attestation for the word Kinana for the people that live in that land.
Yeah, well, feel
Since
free
you
to find.
accept that
But,
hieroglyph,
yeah,
then
but
you should accept that we should be able to find the people.
no, I accept the attestations. I'm not aware of any attestation of what we translate as Canaanites. We might have something that says people of Canaan or something like that. But the name Canaan is attested at least in the Medinature in 1300 BC. And like it says at the beginning in cuneiform, I think it's 1500 BC. It's right at the beginning when you go to etymology. Yeah, you see.
I
Now, okay,
totally agree with all this. I'm
they
just
say
asking for
I'm
the
on a letter.
people.
Well, you ask me, I'm not aware of that. Does that even exist? Feel free to look for it. I'm not going to look for it this evening
So,
because
so then why would you accept an attestation for just a name of a land, but not accept that some people had to exist in that land?
no,
That
I
don't
don't
seem
reject.
reasonable to me.
No, there's a misunderstanding. I think I never said that people did not exist in that land. What I'm saying is that all these biblical terms, they are not. If they are attested in history, then let us see. You see, in the Bible, they talk about people who live like Pontius
That's what I'm asking
Pilate.
you. Let us
Right.
see. If they are tested in the Medunetter, let us see.
I mean, how do you want me to show you something that I'm not aware of? You're asking me to show you something that
So
I'm not
then,
aware of.
so then you admit that there are things in the Medunetter or in Egypt that we can see, but we can't confirm.
Okay.
Like the word
Uh,
Canaan, we can see the land, but you cannot confirm the people.
okay. Once again, the word Canaan is attested on the Merenptah stele, which is in Egypt. Right now, the term
Mhm.
Canaanites, I'm not aware of it. I don't know if that exists. I don't even think that exists. If it does exist, then let me see. I
So
don't
now
even
I know
think.
some people say that Israel is on the
Yes,
Menerptah stela, right? But
yeah,
I know
yeah.
some people say, that's a misnomer, and that is the Syrio people, right? Syrio.
Now, a quick breakdown. A quick breakdown. So that's the article for the Merenptah stela. People just have to click on the link, and here, that's the breakdown here. So is it sharing? Yes.
Yeah.
So that's E, that's S, that's E. There's two lines here. That's R, that's E, that's R, that's R. So that says ECRR. And if you look here, you have
Wait,
E,
let's
the
go
Y is
slow,
pronounced,
Shaka. Let's go. Can you go slower for me? I'm
of
slow.
course.
Can you go
No,
real slow?
yeah. The read leaf,
Again, do that again. Like
yeah.
show us the
The
letters again, like E, the
yes,
S.
yeah,
Show them one by one.
yeah. The read leaf is the sound E. We have two, is still the sound E. However, the transliteration is a Y. This glyph here,
Yeah.
the boat or log.
So in Hebrew, it's called Y. It's Yisrael. Keep going, but keep going. Let's go.
Now, the Hebrew is Yisrael, yes, but in Medu Nature, the double relief is not Yi. It's not
No,
the
but I'm
Y
saying
sound.
it's not ye in Hebrew either.
Oh,
But keep going.
it is
No, it's
Yisrael.
not. It's
It's
no
like a
double
Y.
relief in Hebrew.
No, there's no double relief, but phonetically, like you said, they pronounce it Yisrael, right? Do we agree on that or not?
No, that's how Yiddish people pronounce it, and those people are German. So let's go ahead, Shaka. They Yiddish. They Jewish. Go ahead. They brought that in. But let's go ahead. Aish, go ahead.
Hold on, I'm trying to look at the pronunciation. How did it?
But you said it
Wiktionary.
was a Y, and now you change it. But I'm with you.
Well, I'm not changing. I mean, we're gonna confirm. To
You
me,
said two. You said the two release make a Y, and so when I said Yisrael, you said yeah, but it's not pronounced with a Y. But then you said yeah, it is Yisrael to you. Then I have to say it's Yiddish, and now I got to say yeah. So that's just rhetoric.
okay,
So I
okay,
wish you would
okay,
go ahead and show us
okay,
the second
okay,
letter, because only thing I'm asking to go one by one through that word, letter for letter, and you haven't done it yet.
okay. Let's listen to what it says here. The pronunciation of Israel. I might be wrong, but I've heard a politician from Israel pronouncing the word, and I remember he pronounced it Yisrael. You see, so
They
this
are
video is called.
Yiddish.
Okay, no, this was a person Israel, so you can say they are Yiddish, but they are. This was an Israeli. You know what I'm saying? So, okay,
That's 1948.
We are
That's when
looking
they
at how to
moved there. And
pronounce
even
the
the
name
Egyptian
of
president
this Middle
Nasser
Eastern
said that
country
how could
on
they
the
leave black and
Mediterranean
come back
Sea,
white?
which is regarded by Jews, Christians, and Muslims alike as the biblical Holy Land. In English, it is generally pronounced as Israel, Israel, Israel. Did you get it? Let me know in the comments. Israel. Here are more videos on how to pronounce more names of countries whose pronunciations aren't exactly always obvious. I'll see you there to learn more.
well, here
It's
he
pronounced the
pronounced it
same way you
Israel.
pronounce the I or the Ein. Iran. Go ahead though. I want to
No,
get to
no,
the
no,
rest of
no.
the word.
The Y sound
Israel,
is
where
not
you do it
the
letter
Ein
for letter
sound.
for us and show us that you could read this Medunetter. I want to see a word letter for letter translation of that word.
Mm.
Please.
Yeah,
I seen Smash do it. I would like to see you do it.
yeah, I've done it plenty of time before, but once again, the reed leaf is the sound E. When you have two, it's still the sound E,
Okay,
but it's
cool,
transliterated with a Y. But the Y is not pronounced like the Y in English or in French. It's pronounced E. The
cool.
lock, the lock or door bolt is the sound S. Those two lines
Can
is
you
the
show the
sound.
people the doorbolt?
It's here. Can you see my cursor here?
Oh, okay. No, I
Yeah,
didn't see. Okay, I got you. Go
yeah.
ahead.
Then underneath the two lines, that's the sound E. Then the mouth, that's the sound R. Once again, the reed leaf is the sound E. The vulture, reference G1 by the way, is the Aleph sound, is the sound R. And then finally, we have the mouth again, which is the sound R. So phonetically, that would be EC Ri R. And the throw stick usually is an ideogram or determinative for foreign people or something foreign. The seated man and the seated woman indicates that it's talking about people, not a place. And on top of that, we have the mark of the plural. The three strokes is a mark of a plural. So here it's talking about people, not a place. So it's definitely not talking about Israel. It's talking about a people, a group of people.
Yeah, so then that's why the people would say they talking about the Israelites. That's why people would say that. They wouldn't say they talking about Israel. They would agree with you even more so that they talking about a people and not a place. Although, you do see the land symbol up there. But
But
go ahead.
no, nobody agrees with me because no scholar translates it as Israelites. Some
No,
translate
no,
it as Israel.
no, I'm saying, listen, I'm gonna say that it's plain as day that if that word was Israel, and I'm not agreeing that it says Israel,
Hmm.
but if it does say that, and then the throw stick is the determinative for people, and those two people are determinative, and those three strokes under them is determinative of a group of people or plural people. The three lines is a U, like a plurality of people. Then if we look at that word, that would determine if that word is Israel, then the word would be translated as Israelites or
But
Israelis.
no linguists say that. See,
No, I'm
you can
saying
say that
you listen, Shaka.
if you're looking for Israel in history, you might make that proposition. But in terms of grammar, that doesn't exist.
I want to make something plain to the people though.
Hmm.
Uh, you cannot expect the Oriental Institute and the Rothschild Museum to speak the truth on our story. That's the first thing. They already done usurped the name Israel. They done usurped the name Judah. They done usurped the land Canaan, and now they pretending to be the true people. And you want people to believe your story that they are telling us the truth. They the ones
Brother,
that came up with the story that Sumer or cuneiform was older than hieroglyphs. But when I plainly ask you which writing predates the other, with pictures predate, like rock painting, petroglyphs, and hieroglyphs, would that predate abstract writing such as cuneiform? Because cuneiform is an abstract writing.
that's
Hieroglyphs is a
pictures.
concrete writing.
No,
Go
cuneiform is
ahead.
pictures. Cuneiform is pictures. But who said that the Bible was our story? You said it's
Show
our
me
story. Who said?
cuneiform as pictures. Show it to
Yes,
me.
I
Show
was
me the
just doing that.
cuneiform pictures.
I was just doing that now. I have the article for cuneiform.
Yeah, I can't wait to see these
Yeah,
cuneiform
and oh,
pictures.
actually, it's on
Because last
Britannica.
time I checked, in Greek, cuneiform means wedge script.
Well, I will show you. I've shown it already, but I can show it again here. This is
Yeah.
where is the okay? Maybe it will be script. I've shown it a few days
You can
ago.
show me some Sumerian pictures,
Hold on.
but you're not about to show me no cuneiform pictures.
There are pictures. I've shown it, and I will find it. They just have several entries,
No, you
but
won't.
you sure?
I'm positive you won't find cuneiform pictures when the word itself means wedge
Well,
script.
you see, you spoke
We
so
know what
quick, brother.
cuneiform looks like.
You spoke so quick. This is Encyclopedia Britannica. I'm sharing the link in the chat for the record.
Yeah, I know you're
So
gonna show me a transmutation of some letters.
Well,
You
this
did
is
this last night.
Encyclopedia Britannica. It's not me. I didn't make that up. So here, original pictograph. You see here, what is it? Bird.
Trash.
So well, you can say it's trash, but that's an encyclopedia. Here we have the fish. Then it changed position, and then they have it that way, and it's just like the progression of the Medu Nature through the Sinaitic, through the Phoenician, through the Greek and Latin. It's exactly the same. Here we have a
Okay,
sun,
let me
day.
ask you something. Let me ask you something, Shaka. So in each instance you have there, you have the picture first, and then you have a degeneration down into this cuneiform already. So which one would you say came first? Those pictures, or would
The,
you
the,
say the pictures came
the
from are we reading from right to left or left to right in that
no. So
Britannica? Since we depended on it.
it's from left to right. You see, it says original pictograph. That's what it was first.
Oh, so
The
the pictures do predate the cuneiform.
This is cuneiform writing. Just there's been some progression in how they wrote it, but this is
No,
the
I don't
original
think you
here.
understand what the word cuneiform means, brother.
No, regardless of what it means, this is what it
No,
was at
regardless of what
first.
it means.
Yes, regardless
And
of what it
where are the
means.
cuneiform people that invented that left
There's
that
no such thing
pictures?
as cuneiform people.
I know it's
Cuneiform is
not,
a
but
writing.
that's what
So
you
why do you
said.
ask me where are the cuneiform people?
Cause you
But
saying that, cause you said that the first row, the pictures are cuneiform pictures. Show me the word cuneiform pictures. What you talking about? And then you said irregardless of the word.
all right. So basically, you feel this is garbage. You have the right to. I go by
No,
what
no,
the
no, 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 no. I feel like it's a great example, and all I'm asking you now from this point is on the thing that you have on the screen,
Mhm.
which one predate the other? The
Well,
pictures
I
or
already answered. The pictures predate. I mean, they are all pictures, brother. Look, original pictograph, you have that bird this way. Then we have pictograph position in later cuneiform. They said it themselves. Later cuneiform. So
yeah,
this is
that's what I want you
cuneiform.
to say.
All right,
So
all right.
okay, so then if the pictures came first, then when you say the hieroglyphs are more like the pictures than the cuneiforms, the later cuneiform,
I did not understand that
hieroglyphs
question,
are
brother.
more like the pictures in the beginning than the cuneiform script on the end, the later.
Well, I can show you the hieroglyph, but can we finish with the cuneiform? Like here, you see it says pictograph position in letter cuneiform. So this is cuneiform, and this is the same bird here, but just a different position. So do we establish that this is cuneiform even at this early stage, or do you disagree? And you have the right to disagree. You know.
No, I totally disagree that pictures could ever be cuneiform.
Okay, but that's fine. That's
Cuneiform
fine.
is cuneiform means wedge script or wedge
Yeah.
form. And the one
Okay.
on the end is the only one formed from printing a wedge type wooden object into mud, like the brother said earlier, into mud tablets.
But
So
if you go by the etymology of a word, you're going to disagree with many words that we use in the English language. You have to go by what it means. If you just go by the etymology,
no,
like Cameroon, for example. Let me show you Cameroon. Cameroon.
no, thank you, Shaka. Come on,
No, I
let's
will,
get
I
to the
will, I
point.
will, I will, I will. Look, etymology. Now here, Cameroon. Originally, Cameroon was the exonym given by the Portuguese to the Wouri River, which they call Rios dos Camaroes, meaning river of shrimps or shrimp river. So it's like me saying, oh, no, 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 Cameroon is not a river of shrimp. Cameroon is not a shrimp river. So I don't believe that Cameroon exists. It's just an analogy. But anyway, my
Yeah, like
question
I
to you,
said
Babylon
about
Done.
Jesus, but you can go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Who says that the Bible is our story, as you have claimed earlier? Who said that? Which scholars say
No,
that?
I,
Which
I I
PhD
didn't
say that?
claim the Bible. I didn't claim nothing about the Bible. I'm not a Bible thumper. I'm not a Bible person. I read all of the books and I love all of the knowledge. And
You
right
didn't
now,
say our
all I
story
want to
earlier?
know is that you are on record. You are on record as saying that those pictures are cuneiform writing. That's
Yeah,
what you
fine.
said. Those pictures are in
Encyclopedia
cuneiform writing,
Britannica says that.
and you could.
Encyclopedia Britannica says that. It's not me who's saying that. It's
No, it said
encyclopedia.
picture writing. It didn't
Okay,
call out that
okay.
cuneiform, Shaka. I
Hold
think
on,
you
hold on.
making a universal or
Okay, okay,
generalization.
okay. Just for the
It
record,
even
I'm gonna
mentions the later
hold on,
stages, and it mentioned that one
hold
of
on,
them is picture glyphs and
hold on.
other one. Like it's not
Just for
cuneiform writing.
just for the record,
By
I'm going back.
definition of the word, it can't be,
Okay, look,
because a
this
picture is a drawing, and
ho-
a letter is a writing or script.
brother, I'm
But a
sharing the
picture
link
you draw.
again. Look, the link is in the chat. It leads to that article here, or that chart, right? And at the bottom it says
Yeah, we see
copyright
the chart.
2006 Merriam-Webster Inc. All right, but it is hosted on the website of
Yes,
Britannica. So here it says original pictograph, and here we have the bird. Underneath we have the fish, right? And there it says pictograph position in later cuneiform, and we see that we have the same
yes,
bird, but in a hold on, in a different position. We have the same fish in a different position. So this is cuneiform. Do you agree or not?
I disagree.
Okay, fine. And you have the
Wait,
right
wait.
to.
No,
You have the right to.
the second one, the second one that they call in later cuneiform, I'll give you that that's what they calling it. But I'm letting you know that it's not a wedge script. And they just doing that. And I guarantee you, if we talk to the printer of this, they'll agree with me that
Yeah.
we just using that as a linguistic term and not as a hardcore meaning. We understand that cuneiform is the wedges on the right in Assyrian, not the
Well,
pictoglyphs.
once again, you go by the etymology, but the thing is that you agree for the second one, but the second one is the same as the first one. Only change is the position.
No, I said I agree that that's what they call it, man.
Yeah, and those are the experts, those are the scholars. So anyway, we've established that. Well, if anybody else want to
No,
add
I'm
on,
saying
because we
if
have
you went to anybody, hold up, Shaka. If you went to anybody in the world and you asked them and you erased that top part and you asked them which one was cuneiform, I guarantee you
they
they'll
will
point
show
at
the
the
later
Assyrian.
they will show the later ones. However, what's
No,
interesting,
no, they'll point at the Assyrian.
yeah, well, probably, and I would as well. But here we have early Babylonian
I'll bet you any
and
money in the
Assyrian.
world
Yes,
that
yes.
anybody around here gonna point at the Assyrian, and if you show them anything else like that early Babylonian you got there, they're gonna be suspect. If you show
Yeah,
them
yeah,
the picture
yeah,
glyph right there, they're gonna be suspect
yeah. But then again, a lot of people say that,
because that's just what you call it. And the same thing with this.
yeah, and I agree with you. People would show the what they call the old Babylonian or Babylonian and Assyrian, but it's just like people say we have our script, there are letters. The Kemetic or hieroglyphic was with pictures, it was pictograph. Those were not letters. We cannot put sounds on the pictures, but little do they know that what we call the letter A is a picture. You know what I'm saying? And we have the different charts that shows it. So you can go by the etymology, but then again, we can get some clarity. But does anybody else want to add on or ask a question? We have Michelle, we have Bro Menkara, we have Raheru. Feel free, brothers and sisters. Okay, that means you're all tired then. Well, what I propose, it's been 5 hours and it's been lovely. What I propose is to basically go through the comments, and I'm going to let everybody make their closing remarks. So, Babylon, feel free to make your closing remarks.
The only thing I ask is one request.
Yeah,
Would you
yes,
look
I do.
up the ivory? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, go
I
ahead, brother
do.
Menkara. Yes.
There never was Sumeria, never was a Mesopotamia, and I dare anybody, Brother Shaka, if you could pull up the history of Sumeria, just pull it up.
That's the name of a region. So that does exist. It's like saying
No,
Nubia.
no, 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 no. Hear me out. Hear me out. There was a civilization in that area, no doubt. But
Actually, it's
somebody,
Sumer, but we say
right?
Sumeria, but
Somebody
yeah.
came along and gave that civilization a title and connected it to a Hebrew or Judaic culture. That's the problem, right? Just pull it up. Pull up the history of Sumeria and look at the first king. It sounds crazy. It never
Uh,
existed. There never was a Sumer. There
no,
never
there
was
was
Mesopotamia.
no, there was Sumer. But what they've done indeed, some people tie themselves to some historical region or historical people. Indeed, religious people have done that. But the region existed. You see, Sumer is an ancient region in Iraq. Sumer, the site of the earliest known civilization, located in the southernmost part of Mesopotamia.
Let me say this again, Brother Shock. Remember
And
that
I don't
example I gave
agree with
earlier?
that. I don't agree with that,
That's
but
fine. But
I,
hear it out, right? I'm gonna give you
yeah.
the same example, right? Let's just say you stumbled across some artifacts and you found a culture that no one knew anything about, right? And you describe everything as how you saw it, etc., right? You
Oh,
cataloged it,
we
right?
know a lot about it. We have
Right.
a fair bit
But
of
somebody
artifacts from
else
Sumer.
who connected Sumerian culture and artifacts to the biblical text, Jules O'Perk. That's why I had you look him up, right?
Now, you know why they tie the biblical narrative or characters to Sumer is because of Abraham, because Abraham is said to come from
Right.
Chaldea.
Now,
Yeah.
who wrote about Abraham?
No,
Moses is the first literate Hebrew.
yeah. No,
Moses wrote backwards. He wrote from the time in which he existed backward. He wrote in the beginning. He wrote the flood. He wrote about Abraham. He wrote about Cain and Abel. We don't know anything about those stories until Moses wrote about it.
No, I agree. I don't believe that Abraham existed. But I'm just saying that the reason why they tie Abraham to that region is because, according to the biblical narrative, they said that he's from Chaldea, which is Mesopotamia. So, Mesopotamia, here for the record, it
Right.
says that
But
Sumer
who
is a
wrote that?
southern. I mean, maybe there's some misunderstanding. Now,
And his uncle
Pontius.
visited. His uncle
Hold
was
on. Let me
passing
say it. Let me
through
say it. Let me say
No,
it. Let
Chaldea.
me
hold
say
on.
it.
He
I would
wasn't.
like to say
Hold
this. Hold on. Now,
He wasn't from
Pontius
Chaldea.
Pilate. Hold on. Pontius Pilate. He existed. We have what is known as a Pilate stone. So he is attested during the time period. Now, because I believe that Pontius Pilate existed, or let's say I know that he existed because he is attested in history, that doesn't mean that I believe the story of Jesus. So it's like me writing Spider-Man 2023, and I mentioned Joe Biden, sorry. It doesn't make my story real because I talked about a real person. So some areas or region mentioned in the Bible did exist in ancient time, but feel free.
Okay. Now, Moses is the first literate Hebrew, according to their myths. He's the first literate Hebrew, the first one to write about the 5 books. The Old Testament is written by Moses. Check.
So they claim, but we know it's impossible for someone to describe his own death. But then again, it doesn't change the fact that Sumer existed as an area or a region. It did exist, and we have artifacts from.
How do we know that area was named Sumer? See, I'm trying to get you to understand how
Oh, you're saying how do
archaeology
we know?
works.
How do we know it was called Sumer? Is that what you said?
Right. It'd be an example. You can find artifacts. You can describe how you found it, what you saw, in various details, catalog all the artifacts as you saw it, right? But then somebody else comes along
You
and they connect it to a culture or they put definitions and names on it, right? And the first people who did that were the same people who are trying to push this biblical narrative, biblical archaeologists like Jules O'Perk, right? That's why I asked the question.
Yeah,
Like
let
the
me just show.
Phoenicians, right?
Yeah, let me show you where they get the name Sumer from. You see that, and I've shared the link in the chat. That's
It's in
the
the
entry.
Bible. The
No, it's not in
first
the
reference
Bible.
for
No,
Sumer is in the
no,
Bible.
no, it's not. Look,
Okay.
this is a Wikipedia entry for Sumer. You see, I've shared the link in the chat.
Go to Google Scholar, brother. Let's get out Wikipedia. Let's go to
Yeah,
Google.
well, we can do that after. We can do that after. Now, here name the term Sumer. Sumerian, you have Emegi. I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce it, but and then you have
It's
Emegir.
originally Shinar, just for the record.
Okay, and then we have Akkadian Shumeru. Now the S with that thing on top of it is really the sh sound, at least in the transliteration of the Medu Neter. So from Shumeru, that's where we get the name or the term Sumer. You see, and that's not the Bible. Now they're giving number 5. We have the Pennsylvania Sumerian Dictionary. University of Pennsylvania Museum of Anthropology and Archaeology. So here for the record, this is indeed hosted on the university's website, so I'm sharing the link.
Go. Who's the
And
first king
now,
of Sumer? Click on the first king of Sumer.
okay, well, let me
Or
look for
Shinar.
king.
Right, Shinar is the proper name. Look, the first king. Look, click on it.
I'm going to type king.
First king of Sumer.
So I don't know if it's going to be the first, but we can look at the Google Scholar. But here they're talking about the
You can
Sumerian
use
king
Wikipedia. Use Wikipedia. You type in first.
Shulgi. Hold on, the Sumerian king Shulgi. Now let's look at the date. Shulgi, formerly read as Dungi of Ur, was the second king of the third dynasty of Ur. He reigned for 48 years from circa 2000 BC. So that's before Moses. If Moses existed, that was 1500 BC.
Now click on the middle chronology on Wikipedia.
Yes, there it is.
Hey, to the brother that's asked the question, I just want to give you one more hint, bro. When they say Sumer, that's two words like Shem Ur, and when we say Shinar, that's two words like Shin Ur. So that's why I'm saying ruler of Ur, because that word at the end R is Ur, fire, light.
Well, it did not say that here. If we go back, we have Shumeru. You know, now maybe, who knows? We can look
That's
at
why I
further
told the
what.
brother that was from me to him. It ain't have nothing to do with what you reading, because I know that you're gonna stick to what the Oriental Institute put out, and I'm not. That's just gonna be how it is.
Well, I'll go by what the experts say. But anyway, let's go back to middle chronology. Here it is. So here we are. That's the middle chronology. But once again, brothers and sisters, some areas, some regions that are mentioned in the Bible did exist in history. Some people, some historical people also did exist. Or if they're historical, of course they existed. But yes, it doesn't make the biblical story true. But it's a
That's like
reality.
I said though. Y'all pick and choose who y'all want
No,
to be real.
absolutely not. Absolutely
Yeah,
not.
that's exactly
We
what I
no
said to
no
start it.
no no no. The only people that we consider to have existed are those who are attested. If you open your Bible right now, please tell me the date when it was printed, and that ends the argument. So if you want to
No,
claim
what
some,
I want to know about, I don't have a Bible. I have an oral law. I am the Medunetter. So now back to the facts with this whole Hezekiah thing. Can you read the hieroglyphs on the Hezekiah seal? Can you tell us
well,
what they mean?
besides the
The
Ankh and this,
hieroglyphs,
it's
can you
Phoenician.
tell us
This
what they
this
mean?
No, it's Phoenician. It's not hieroglyph. It's not hieroglyphic. It's not Medu. Besides the Ankh and the sun wind disk,
There never
there's
was.
this Phoenician.
That's all I'm talking about. So it's the Ankh Medunetter?
It is the Ankh, yes, but the majority
Is
of the
the B
writing is Phoenician.
Medunetter? Is
The
the
what?
B
Sorry,
in the center Medunetter?
the B?
Yeah, the wing, the B that's in the center of that. What would you call that?
Oh, the wing disc. Yes. Well, it has a name. I don't have it on top of my head.
No, I'm saying, what's
It's
that on the
a
Hezekiah seal? You think that's the wing disc on the Hezekiah seal? That was a disc? That's a disc, or is that a
I mean, when I said disc, I mean the sun, the winged sun. Yes.
okay? You want to pull up the Hezekiah seal?
Yes, of
Can I see
course.
it closer? Because maybe you can
Of
see
course.
better than me.
Hezekiah seal.
Yeah, but we want to see these
Oh,
three little symbols.
now here we have the line drawing here. I'm going to share link in the chat. Oh, what's the line drawing? Oh, it's at the bottom gallery. Oh, what's going on here? No, there it is. I'm sharing this in the chat. And there in the middle, that's
Well, you have a
Ezekiel's.
beautiful symbol.
Yeah, in the middle, that's Hezekiah's seal. On the right is the back of it. I didn't read that, but it's safe to say. And on the left, that's a line drawing. So on the line drawing, we can see the Ankh on the right. The Ankh on the left, we don't really see where from but we have the line drawing here, and they even put it so that we understand that it's like not really like on the right. It was damaged, and what we have. This is a sun disk, the sun, and I mean the winged sun. Those are probably the rays, and then we have the wings, and these characters here. That's Phoenician script.
Which part is Phoenician? Oh yeah,
Uh,
okay. But we
yeah.
talking about we only want to focus on the three symbols that's going across the center. That's
Hmm.
all we want to focus on. Not no
Yes.
Proto-Phoenician, not no Proto-Paleo-Hebrew, not no Proto-Paleo-Sinaitic.
But this is
No,
a script,
just
so
the
this is
three
a
symbols.
language.
Just the three symbols in the center. What do they read? Why are they there? And are they Egyptian?
Well, we know that there are Egyptian symbols, but the Ankh is just a symbol. Why they're there? Because at one point Egypt had dominion over parts of Canaan, particularly Gaza, the area around Gaza. So that's
Okay, I
why
should ask this. What letter? But we ain't talking because that was found at the temple in a trash dump, not at Gaza, but in Israel. So now let's keep going.
no, Gaza in
What does the
Israel, brother.
what
Gaza
letter? What
Gaza
letter
is in
is the Ankh?
Israel.
What letter is the Ankh?
Ankh is not one letter. Ankh is a triliteral. We have the Ayin, the N, and the Ch. So
Okay,
it's
so we don't get a letter. So the Medu Neter is not an alphabet, really. We may have some letters that later
no,
on
brother,
came, some
you
pictures that we
you got
translate into alphabets,
you
but
got it
right
wrong, brother.
now you are admitting that this Ankh is not used as a letter. Facts. Now, so it's not
Oh,
a
hold on,
letter.
hold on, hold
What
on.
word does
It's
the
not a
Ankh?
letter. It's not a letter. It's a word. Ankh means life. It can mean living and so on. All the
Okay,
derivative
so
from
now we got
so
life. Okay, now what does the sun disk and the wings read? What does that read? What letter is that?
I don't know, but it's not a letter. It will be a word. Remember, in a language you don't
Is it a
have.
word or a picture?
It's a picture, but that picture is a word. The Ankh is a picture or
Is a
pictograph,
picture worth
and
1,000 words? Can you just say like it's a sun disk with rays, all of that, and it means this, and it symbolizes Ra, and it's all of this. So it's not really a word; it's a picture. It's worth 1,000 words. I mean, Shaka,
well,
right?
I don't know
Is
what
this
you're
not
trying to
true?
say. I don't know what you're trying to
I'm
say
saying
at this
you
point.
just described the sun disk as being a sun disk with wings, with rays, and all of that means something. But yet you called it a word. But you can't tell me the word for it. Like you said, means life,
I've
which
been
it
saying
don't.
I cannot tell you. Chut, mais c'est quoi ton problème là? Tiens, sorry. I
Well,
cannot tell you what the
I think you answered some of my questions. I'm
yeah.
cool.
Mm.
I
But
see where
Now,
you're
now,
going.
now,
Hey,
look
but
at that
for
artifact though. The question
the
I
people,
ask is,
Shaka
what is?
laughing.
okay, hold on, Babylon done. You have
Okay.
I don't know if it's Babylon done or Heru that has a question. Feel free. Who yeah, who was it?
No, I didn't have a question, brother. I just had
So
closing remarks for
okay,
when you get ready to close the show.
all right.
Now,
So it was
looking
Menkara.
at
Then
that
feel free,
picture,
Menkara.
what is distinctively Phoenician about that artifact? I see a winged sun disk and an ankh.
This is the Phoenician here
Hold on.
that you
Let me
have.
ask the question again. What is
Yes,
Phoenician about the artifact?
the script here. That's a Phoenician script.
Looks heretical, demonic to me. Outside of the
It is
little,
not. It is not.
outside of that, what
It is not.
symbols are on that artifact?
But we can see them. We can all see them.
Our ancestors, right?
Come again?
Our ancestor symbols are on that artifact, right? I'm not going to allow them to steal our ancient Egyptian heritage and symbols by saying about a Phoenician. That's an Egyptian artifact.
Well, I
That's
wouldn't
right.
say that, but they clearly say that we
Why are
have.
okay? Why would Phoenicians use a sun disk? Why would Phoenicians use a ankh? If that means that they have similarities with Egyptian culture, would you agree?
They probably had similarities with the Egyptian culture because Egypt at one point controlled parts of Canaan, and somebody
Right.
showed that there was some Semitic or Canaanite deities
right.
that we found in Kemet. So
That's why I asked the question. Where is the capital of Phoenicia? Is it an ethnic group? Is it a country? Is it an empire? What
Phoenicia
is
is
it?
a
What?
region. Phoenicia
But
is a
what is the
region,
Phoenician?
just like Sumer.
Okay, well,
Where?
Phoenician,
okay, but you were
a
able. You
Phoenician
were
will be
able.
a
Hold on. You were able to show a picture of Sumerians, right? You did show the picture of what they look like, right? Can you find a picture of what the Phoenicians look like? I'll wait. I'll
well.
wait. Take your time. Just
We
type in Phoenician and go to images
hmm.
and see
Well,
what pops up.
there's my video, White Semites Black Awakening, and I
And
show
and,
inhabitants of
and
this.
brother Shock, I'm not being facetious because I spent days, a lot of hours trying to find what they look like, and I haven't been finding anything. I'm like, what is a Phoenician? Well, they said that they were merchants on the sea, the purple
Well,
people, right? They
it's
died.
it's, it's it- it's very simple. A Phoenician is inhabitant of Phoenicia.
Where is
It's in the
Where?
Phoenicia. Well, we've established what Phoenicia is. Phoenicia is the region that includes Lebanon, Israel, or
So then
Palestine, or
they just
Canaan.
done renamed Canaan.
Let's do this together, right? Go on the search engine, type in Phoenicia, and just go to images, and let's just see what pops up with the images.
Okay, but that's not really how I would do it. But we can do that. So I'm gonna put Phoenician plural, and when you go to images, you have a lot of modern representation. Like you have some artifacts. Like here, for example, this is the Met Museum.
Now that doesn't look like
Hold on.
Crescent Valley, Crescent the Fertile Crescent culture.
Okay, hold on. 'Cause baby girl is cold, so I'm taking the blanket for her. Ciao. All right. So the Phoenicians from 1500 BC to 300 BC.
And you don't have to click on one image. Just look at all the images and just see some of them were cartoons,
Oh, it
some were
opened in a new
artifacts.
window. That's why.
Yeah.
Hold on. Well, you don't have many here. So let me look for. Hold on. I'm gonna close this. Um, okay. Let me see what this image is. It's loading now. They did not give any description for this artifact, so we're gonna continue. Uh,
Just keep scrolling through the images. Just keep going
yeah,
down.
yeah. It's actually when I click, it opens in a new window. So here, for example, it says it doesn't give any reference though. It says Phoenician small ship. You see, Phoenician small ship, but it did not give. It gives a name, which is in the public domain, but there's no further. I mean, maybe in the article they give a description, but I'd rather have something more definite. I don't want to read whole articles.
Right.
So
But you see where it says maritime, so they were sailors, they were merchants, they were traders, right?
yes, yes, but there were people in those area. They did some commerce. With the other people. Now I don't know what website that is.
Man,
But I
those
want to say
people.
I want to say for the record that even if we don't find any depictions of them, it doesn't mean that they did not exist. You know. Now,
Exactly. So that don't mean the Israelites didn't exist then, and that don't mean that the Shemites and all them didn't exist
But we
then.
know they didn't exist.
well. Now the question is, what is an Israelite? Israelite? It's an inhabitant of Canaan. So
You
Canaanites
go
did
to double
exist.
standard.
It's a
No,
fictional
there's no
character
double.
in the
There's
book.
no. There's no. There was no double standard. Now, if we're talking about Israelites, we're talking about inhabitants of Canaan. There were inhabitants of Canaan. We have depictions of Hyksos or Hagahasut in Beni
No,
Hassan, 1900 BC, in the tomb of Khnumhotep.
no.
Now,
See, what you have to understand, Shaka, is that according to the Israelite story, they wasn't always inhabiting the land of Canaan.
yeah, but no, but
They
hold
were
on, hold
put.
on, hold on, hold on. No, no, no. We have to be clear. No, it's important because otherwise we're going to turn in circle. If you talk about the Bible, that's not history. If you want to talk about something, it needs to be archaeology. It needs to be some historical data, some records. With the Bible,
Well,
you
I
know,
just got Shaka. See, y'all put that standard out there. Then when we pulled up the Hezekiah seal, and then the brothers asking you about Phoenicia, you can't show us a real people. You can't show us an agriculture or a culture. You only show us pictures of
I
people
mean,
selling the sea,
I mean, I mean,
which is the sea people on the Narmer tablet, by the way, which is that's who the Phoenicians will equate to. The
that's what
sea
you're
people
saying.
on the
I don't know
Narmer
any
tablet.
scholars. I don't know any scholar that says that. But you know, I, you put me
But
on the
each
spot. You put me on
my
the
point
spot to show some
my
Phoenicians.
point is this: each picture you see of
I,
the Phoenician looks different. Look at the one you have up now.
okay, so what are you saying, brother? Are you saying that the Phoenicians did not exist?
Pseudepigrapha.
Come again?
I'm saying that
Pseudepigrapha.
Phoenicia is a Greek word, and that's what
Yeah.
they call the people based on trade
Okay.
of
Okay.
purple dye.
Yeah, we know it's a Greek word, but you know, Ethiopian is derives from the Greek. You know, that's a Greek word
Right
Based
also.
now,
on
You know,
them
now,
having
there's
now,
contact with the
let's
yeah,
be
Ethiopians, and the
analytical. Let's be
Ethiopians being
analytical.
yeah.
dark skinned, they
But
called them
hold
burnt
on, hold
faces,
on, hold on, hold
Let's
on.
be
Ethiops.
Yeah,
analytical. What
yeah.
are they using the Phoenician to reference as? They're saying that the Phoenician had linguistic contributions, right? Right? Look at that alphabet. I brought up the Phoenician because when you brought that alphabet up, it said Kemetic, it said Proto-Semitic,
Pro,
Phoenician, then Greek,
pronounce,
right?
yes.
So how are
But
they
if you
using
look
the
up
Phoenicians? They're saying that the
if you look
Phoenicians contributed to the Greek alphabet.
Yes, but I
That's
mean
how they're
earlier,
using it.
yeah, yeah, but earlier I did not really get your answer when I asked you, are you saying that the Phoenicians did not exist?
Yes.
Are you sure? So all the scholars are wrong then.
What's the first reference for Phoenician? The Bible.
No,
Okay.
no, we've established that it derives from a Greek term, you know.
Does
let
the
me ask
word
you something.
Phoenician exist in the
So
Bible?
you know what? If you don't like the term Phoenicians, then you can say, okay, people from Lebanon, and you can say people from Syria, and you can say people from Israel.
But those are different places. Syria is not in Israel.
Yes, but the
But where?
Phoenicia, hold on, Phoenicia is an area, it's a region that includes Syria, that includes
Show us that.
Israel.
Show us the scholars that say that. Show us the
Okay,
scholars that
okay,
say
okay,
Phoenicia
okay,
is a
okay,
region
okay.
that
Yes,
includes Syria and Israel and
I'm going
Canaan
to do that. I'm going to
and
do that right.
Lebanon.
I'm going to do that right now, brother.
Right. And while you're
Okay.
doing that,
There we
they
go.
have an
There we go.
alphabet, right?
Okay,
They have a
hold on,
culture.
hold on.
They don't,
Please,
brother.
one
Look
thing,
up the
one thing.
Lachish
Wait,
letters.
wait,
Look up the
wait. What?
Lachish letters, brother,
Please,
and you'll
one
see
thing
that
at a
it's not
time.
Phoenician,
One,
it's
one thing,
Egyptian.
one thing at a time,
And the
please. So
Phoenicians are
here,
called Philistines, which would be Egyptian too.
well, we have a term in Medu Nature that might be the origin or etymology of what we call Philistine or Palestine. Or, but anyway, this is Britannica's entry of Phoenicia. All right,
I know.
and here, right at the beginning, they say ancient region along the eastern coast of the Mediterranean that corresponds to modern Lebanon with adjoining parts of modern Syria and Israel. I just delivered just like you asked me.
Okay, now, can I make a statement while you got
Feel
that
free.
up? You
Feel
don't have
free.
to move it. You don't
Yes,
have
feel
to
free.
move it. Just
Feel
leave
free.
it right there. Just
Yes.
leave it right there.
Yes.
Its location along major trade routes led its inhabitants, called so-called Phoenicians, to become notable merchants, which I said they were traders, and you saying Lebanon, Syria, and Israel, and that's three different regions, and that's all about trade. Those are
No,
different people. Wait, let's keep going. Let's
that's not
keep
three
going.
different regions. That's three different
Traders,
countries.
traders,
But that's
just
one
like you
region.
said, Somalia borders Sudan and Ethiopia borders Sudan, and then you said that the Ethiopians should be, the Sudanese should be called Ethiopians. I understand, Shaka. You with that. But let me finish. To
Well, I
become
didn't
notable
exactly say
merchants,
that, but you know,
traders, and colonizers in the first millennium BCE, the chief cities of Phoenicia, excluding colonies, included what? Now read what I said earlier. Byblos, Sidon, and
well,
Tyre,
Byblos, you know
and
that's in
Beirut,
Lebanon, right? You
modern
know that's,
Beirut.
brother. You know that Byblos is Lebanon, right?
What I'm telling you, do you know that Sidon is on the coast of Canaan and
I
Tyre
think
too?
I think Sidon and Tyre
I
is
think I
Lebanon
said that
also.
earlier.
But
So what the brother
let's
is saying,
establish
you
that. Hold
still
on, hold
haven't
on, hold
showed
on,
us
hold
a
on, brother,
Phoenician people. What you
brother.
have showed
Look,
us is
look,
people from Byblos, Sidon,
brother.
Tyre, Beirut,
Just check
Israel,
this out, brother.
Sidon, Syria, and Lebanon. And
Yeah,
first of
brother.
all, they got Israel there, and Israel, the word didn't exist to the year 1948, that land.
Well, on the Moabite stone or Mesha stela, there's mention of Israel. Now, whether it is authentic or not, that's another debate. Scholars will deal with that. But Byblos, that's an ancient city in Lebanon. Then Tyre, you will see that is in Lebanon also, I'm sure. Tyre, town and historical site, Lebanon. And finally, we have Sidon, right? Sidon is Lebanon. All right, so all those places are in Lebanon. And for those who don't
Now
know,
show us the Phoenicians.
brother, you put me on the spot. Why don't you look for the Phoenicians?
That's why I
Because
asked you. I
you
have, brother
relying
Shaka,
on
brother
it, and
Shaka,
you said that the people called
brother
the
Shaka, brother
Phoenicians
Shaka.
exist. And now, and when I said they Palestinian, which is gonna be Philistine, which is gonna be Lebanon, you say that it's an attestation in the Medunetter for Palestine, but now you want to say, oh, they something else, they Phoenician. You want to go with the Greek word
Right. See,
and
brother
not
Shaka,
with
brother
the
Shaka,
Medunetter.
brother Shaka. I've been researching the Phoenicians, right? And I haven't been able to find what they look like and their capital. That's why I
But
asked
but
you.
but but,
Anybody else
but
out there? Anybody? What did they look
yeah,
like?
no,
Hold
no,
on,
their capital, their capital.
they
Here
don't
they tell
exist.
you about the chief cities, right? And maybe on the I still have it open. I'm gonna have a look right now. I'm gonna put Phoenicia because I have the actual software. Phoenicia. So Phoenicia. I'm gonna search for capital to see if they had one. Capital. Okay, there's no such thing in this entry there. So they are talking about chief cities. Now, if you don't have any depictions of Phoenicians, will you conclude that the Phoenicians did not exist?
Yes. No. What's the
Yes,
capital of Sumer? What was the capital of Sumer?
Well, you guys keep asking me questions that you can
No, no, no.
find out just by going.
Let me explain why I'm
going,
asking that question.
going.
Meaning we can find that the
Look,
Sumerians had
look,
a
look.
capital, a culture, and you were able to show what they looked like, right? They had pointy noses, right? Bald heads, right?
You see, they don't
Now when we
mention
look
any
up
capital for Sumer.
Ur, Chaldean Ur.
that's right. Teach, brother.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't even understand what your point is.
My point is the purpose for creating a Phoenician used by them is to give credit in saying that the Egyptians did not give the Greeks an alphabet, the Phoenicians did.
Facts. Teach,
The
brother.
Phoenicians
Yeah,
are
yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Egyptians.
Okay, okay. Oh, all right. That's your claim. Okay, all right. Fine, fine. That is
The
your
first
claim.
artifact that
Now,
you
now
showed had
you
an
you
ankh
you you
and a
you.
sun disk in it.
Yeah. Now, if you claim that, okay, I hear you. Now you need some scholars to back you up,
You
some
already did. The
data.
first artifact that you showed was a clay
Hezekiah.
tablet that had an ankh on it, and it had a sun disk. And I asked you, what is
No,
the
no,
Phoenician about it?
no,
Because it looks
no,
Egyptian to
no,
me.
no. You know what? That's erroneous to say that is because I think it's in Ghana you have a slave port or slave fortress. Mais Ruth, ça va pas la tête ou quoi? Hold on, I'm gonna put her down because
Okay, take your
she
time,
she,
brother.
she
Take your time.
I don't know what she thinks this is. She loves to put the volume up.
She want daddy, daughter. We'll wait, brother. Go ahead, take your time.
Yeah, I'm gonna put her on the bed. Now there was a slave fort in Ghana, and there was a Star of David. Eh, arrête de crier là, c'est le matin là. There was a slave fort, and there was a Star of David on it. So this like me saying, okay, because there's a Star of David, it means that the people in Ghana were Jewish. You see?
Right now,
Shh, shh, eh ben, va sur
look at
le-
what you just posted. It says the second paragraph: the destination or the yes the of the Phoenician Greek is not known to have a reflux native to Phoenicians. They typically identify themselves by city states.
Hold on.
That's what the whole land of Canaan was, city states, bro. So you're right.
I'm,
All right. Well, if you argue that the Phoenicians were Egyptians, I'm like, fair enough. You will need some data to back you up, and some scholars to back you up. You have
and
the
I
right to
got
make a
one.
claim.
And I got one. You just showed the
Well,
artifact that
present
proves
it,
it.
present it. You know, you can write a peer-reviewed document. You know, because it doesn't
There
seem
you go.
solid enough. Besides, I have shown um, phenotypes or depictions of the people who live in this area, and yeah,
But
c'est bon,
the
c'est bon.
Phoenicians
and
are
and and
called Philistines,
they are
and the
Caucasoids.
Philistines are
The ancient,
Egyptian.
well, that's a hypothesis. You know, present it and see where it goes. You know, hold on.
And where the thing is found at is
But
in it's
I
called
wouldn't
the
say that.
Lachish. It's
That's not
called
what that's not what academia says. That's not what the
okay,
scholars say.
Shaka. If we look up the Lachish letters, where is the Lachish letters? You pulled up a map earlier.
Brother,
Can
hold
you
on,
show
hold on,
us a
hold on,
map
hold on.
of?
Hold
Can
on.
you show?
Now you're asking me something about Lachish. I'm not familiar with Lachish. So if all this evening you're gonna tell me, okay, Shaka, look this up, look this up, look this up. Uh, we're gonna
No,
this
I'm
live
not
stream is gonna
asking you
last
to look
15
it up. I
hours.
just would like to finish the statement.
Okay, feel free.
Yeah, other people can look it up. You ain't really got to look it up. I'm cool with people just hearing me say it. They'll look it up. They smart people out there. It's something called the Lachish letters, Lachish. Anybody can look it up. They were found near Egypt. And we pulled up a map earlier. So only thing I was gonna say is one day, Shaka, you should pull up a map of Egypt leading into the land of Canaan and show that just like you showed Sudan, so that people could see how close the land of Lebanon, Palestine, all the names of Sidon, Tyre is in relationship to Egypt. And why you said that
Those were
Egypt
all colonies of
ruled,
Egypt.
and you
All right,
said Egypt ruled those places. Let me finish,
check this
y'all.
out.
One thing. Let me
Check
finish
this out.
last thing.
Now, the Democratic Republic of Congo was a colony of Belgium. If I argue that the Congolese are Belgian people because they were colonized, people will not agree with that. Now, I just want to show this, and I have a question for both of you. Babylon Done, you're saying that the Palestinians were Egyptians or Philistines were Egyptians. Which scholar says that? And Menkara, you're saying that the Phoenicians are Egyptians. Which scholar says that?
Look it up. Google it.
No, it's your
Now
claim.
you just
Now I
asking
can
me
go
on the
first.
fly. I don't remember the scholar's name. I don't
It's your
remember
I
claim.
what
can go.
book.
I can go
I
first if
don't
you like.
remember the scholar's name. I'm not that much into
I can go
scholarship
first if you
like
like.
that.
I can go first, right? Sheikh the
I'll
Deal
go
talked
look it up
about
for you though.
in civilization to barbarism. Sheikh the Deal talked about an African imperialism. Am I right? Anybody remember that?
Well, I don't remember it from the
Yeah,
top of my
yeah,
head.
yeah.
He talked about the Egyptians having an imperialism, right? The University of Chicago wrote a book called When Egypt Ruled the East. And it goes into detail on how that area of the so-called Middle East, which is Western Asia, the areas of Lebanon, Turkey, all the way to even the Arabian Peninsula, were colonies of ancient Egypt or the Nile Valley, right?
Facts.
And what does it
So
mean?
that's why in that area you see the symbols there. When I asked you to pull up
Yes, I agree. I
an
agree with you, but
artifact,
it doesn't make those
hold
colonized
on,
people Egyptians.
hold on. When I asked
Hmm.
you to pull up an artifact for the Phoenician, you went to your best art, and it was a great artifact because it was very clear, concise. It came from the period in which they found it or dated it, but it had two unique symbols, right? I asked because the Egyptians had a lot of symbolism. We're familiar with those symbols, right? Correct.
But do you mind answering my question though? Because
Ask the question again.
Babylon done said that he was going to look for it, so he doesn't have an answer yet. You're saying
Wait.
that the
What's your question? I
my
said I
okay
would.
okay
What's your question?
my question to Babylon done is which scholar says that the Palestinians or Philistines are Egyptians? And my question to Menkara is which scholar says that the Phoenicians are Egyptians.
Okay. Only thing you're doing there is moving the goalposts,
Well, you
because
can
if I
call it
do
that.
look up a scholar that say, hold up, if I do look up a scholar that says that, it's gonna be a theologian probably, and then you're gonna say, oh, that's in the Bible. Like at the top of the page you got right there for historical references, it say Philistines of the book of Genesis. At the very top of the page, you got up there.
Well,
You
it's
see how
just
y'all play
saying.
games?
I
So
don't
even
play
the
no
people
games.
you dealing with,
No, no,
even the references you making
I'm
are
not playing
making
any games.
references
The
to the
Bible is not
Bible first.
okay.
Even if you
Okay.
try to out-talk me, it still ain't gonna make it untrue. Even the references you using are making biblical reference first. Read the top of the page you have there. Let's do that. We're
Well,
different from the Philistines of the book of Genesis. See that? See how you do?
okay. Well, I'm not sure what you're trying to say, but for the record here, I told you that, you
What I'm
know,
saying is you're using a biblical reference right there, Shaka. What you mean
okay,
you
hold on,
ain't sure?
hold on. Who is using a biblical reference?
Look at the top of the page you got that you
No,
just
no,
covered up
you're
with.
saying I'm using a biblical reference.
Yes.
Which biblical
The
reference am I
people,
using?
the people that wrote this thing have a biblical reference at the top of the page.
The people who wrote this, right? Oh,
The
you mean the
people who
article?
put
But
this
that's not
thing
me.
together.
That's not me. Now here, this is what I was telling
But
you
you
about earlier.
referencing the page as if it's something non-biblical and historical when the biblical is above the
Okay.
historical.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure you know what I'm doing. What I'm doing is showing you the attestation of the term that probably is the etymology for what we call Philistine or Palestinian. And here
I'm
it says
absolutely sure of what you're doing. I'm in the conversation. I'm very intelligent and I'm aware. So go ahead.
well, I'm not using any biblical reference then.
It's a
So
biblical
here,
reference at the top of the page.
yes, there
Is it
is on
not?
this article, but that's not what I'm using. All I'm trying to show here, if you allow me, here it says ancient period from 1150 BCE in Medinet Habu. We have records of a people called the Pereset conventionally. Pereset, you see they've put the R instead of the R, but it's fine. Among those who fought
Now you're
against,
gonna try to supplement that. I already saw that. So the L and the R are the same and are interchangeable in this language right here, according to this scholar. Unlike you said earlier, where the L and the R, how would they do that? Go ahead. And I can
I,
tell
I,
you how they
I
would
don't.
do that, but you wouldn't even respect it if I showed you how they do that, Shaka.
I don't know what scholar you're talking about. All I'm saying is that you can ask any person that's familiar with the murder nature, any scholar, any PhD. In the murder nature, there's no such thing as the L,
Now,
but later on, or with other people, whatever sound that they had as L might have been the R in the murder nature. But anyway, that's just a detail. You know, between the R
right,
and the
right.
L, there's
Now,
no huge difference. So
No,
that's just a
no,
I
it's
detail.
want to say this.
important.
I want to say this, family. I want to say this. When the
Yeah,
show started,
can I finish reading this though?
yeah, yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Sean.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead. I'm
thank you.
sorry.
No problem at all.
Finish
So
reading about the pair I said.
yeah, but okay. So among
The
those,
house of Iset, the pyramid of Iset,
okay,
Iset. Go
okay,
ahead.
okay, okay. So among those who fought against Egypt in Ramses the third's reign, and here we have AP. That's the description here. A people called the Pereset conventionally Pereset
Hmm.
from a graphic wall relief on the second pylon at Medinet Habu circa 1150 BCE during the reign of
That's the
Ramses II.
Israelites right there. There they go. The Palestinians, the originals. That's the Israelites. There they
Well,
go.
it doesn't say anywhere Israelites. You're the one
You
who
just
said.
said that
Yes, sir.
Israel, Palestine, and Lebanon and Syria were in the same spot in the land of Canaan. You named all of them together. Now, when we get to the Palestinians, who are the Pereset, the house of Aset, you say no, they not the same. They are the same, brother. You
Okay,
Now
just
okay,
watch,
said they
now
are.
watch
okay,
this. Watch this. Watch this. Let me
okay. No,
provide some
no,
clarity. Right.
hold on, please. I would like to respond to that really.
Okay. 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 Go ahead.
Now, I said that what is called Israel today was called Palestine before, and
There you
before it
go.
was called Palestine, it was called Canaan. But in this time period of 11, hold on, I
Wait.
like to
So
finish. I won't be long.
Pereset
In
is
no,
Canaan? Kinanan? They the same?
okay, let me repeat. What is known as
You just said
Israel.
it.
Are you sure that I mentioned that? Just
Yeah,
listen to
you
me.
just said
Just
that
okay. Just
Palestine is the Canaan. And so when we look at the stele that you showed earlier, we have the word Kinana, which is a separate word than Petaset. And I said to you earlier that the Palestinians are the
Okay, okay,
Canaanites.
okay,
They the
okay.
same people. And
Let's
now
do it
you
this way.
agree. Go ahead.
Let's do
I'm
it this
listening.
way. Let's do it this way. Babylon
Hmm.
done. Where do you see Canaan or Kenana here? Where do you see Kenana here?
No, you said that.
No, you're not listening to me. Now, not only you don't see Kenana, and you don't see the other term that you
No, I
use, but I
ain't
already
looking for
forgot
it.
it.
I'm looking for you to finish telling me about the paraset,
If you
which
let
is
me
where the R
if you
is
let me finish, I
interchangeable with
will
the
finish.
L.
If you let me finish, I will
Let him finish,
finish.
brother. Let him finish,
Yeah,
brother. Go ahead, brother.
because
Okay.
what is called Israel today was called Palestine before that, and before in ancient time it was called Canaan. All right. So when you say, "Oh, there's Israelites," there's no mention of Israelite here. That came later, maybe with the Bible or maybe with the Mesha Stella, but you cannot put some terms that did not even exist at the time. That's what I was trying to say. But feel free, Menkara.
All right, now, but brother, Shaka, right in the chat room, there's a link I posted. Right, click on it and pull it up. Right, my position is that
It's the private
that
chat, you
area,
mean?
yeah, and not on
The last
YouTube.
one or the one before?
Oh, let me check the
Because
the
I
last
have
one,
the last one. Okay, I'm going to do that now.
Fox News. Right,
Yes,
what
I'm
I'm
going to do that
saying
right
is
now.
that that area of Israel or Palestine, that was an Egyptian colony. Right, now pull that artifact up. Right
Yes, there it is.
now, go ahead and read the couple paragraphs. Tell me what they found in Israel.
Well, you read it, brother. Feel free. I read a lot today.
Basically, they found artifacts of the Egyptian king Menkara in Israel. So that
Yes,
dispels
but
that proves my point.
that doesn't mean that the inhabitants of Israel or Canaan were Egyptians,
It
because
does.
once
It does. It does. It does ask the question that it is a possibility that there was a colony that practiced the culture
well, I think it's
under
more
Fact.
than
under
a
Egyptian imperialism.
I think it's more than a
Fact.
possibility. Scholars say that the ancient Egyptians control parts of Canaan, just like Belgium controlled the whole of the Congo. So we will find
Right.
artifacts
But the difference
by
is
the
this, Shaka.
Crazy.
Just like in 2023, we don't have to force people to accept hip hop culture. That's our gift. They follow it because it's, I don't know what it is, magnetic, right? We've never forced anybody to accept our culture, our lifestyle, right? In 2020, in 2023, you got, especially in London, they doing drill rap, right?
yeah,
Influenced by American culture, right?
yeah, true,
Right. So the influence is there,
yeah.
and it's not forced. Belgium forced the culture on the natives there, right? That's the difference, brother. That's all. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is
Mm. Yeah,
referencing
brother.
referencing the University of Chicago when
Mhm.
Egypt ruled the East, right? And it goes into detail about the various lands that were under Egyptian rule or influenced by Egyptian imperialism. And I'm referencing Sheikh Diop when he said that there was an Egyptian imperialism.
You know, that's interesting because Sheikh Anta Diop said, and Dr. Wesley Muhammad used that quote to mislead the people. He wrote that Arabia was once a, um, a Negro colony, and it was obviously a reference to the Kushite or Aksum kingdom.
Right.
So saying that Arabia was a Negro colony doesn't mean that Arabia was populated by Negro people. You see?
Right. Then
So,
Yes, it does.
he got his words mixed up because there was no Negro term during that time. That's a Spanish word, right?
um, uh,
Yeah, but they
no,
they,
no,
they just
no, but
using Negro
that was the
to
term. That was the
mean
term
black
then. That was
man.
a scientific term then, for lack of better word. But what I'm saying is that whether it was forced, whether the culture was forced in Canaan, or whether it was not forced in Canaan, the fact that the ancient Egyptians had control, or mais c'est pas possible ça, control or dominion over Canaan does not make the Canaanites Egyptians.
Right.
And
But look at
yes,
the literature.
Man,
Researchers don't believe Egypt had a relationship with Israel during Menkara's reign. Well, of course they don't
well,
believe that.
well, scholars
But just
say,
put it on
Scott,
record that
Scott,
none of the
Scott, Scott,
Arabs today and none of the people over there in Egypt today are the original people. And you can
no,
look that up now.
original,
Google that. Those
ori,
Arabs are not the original Arabs. The original
no.
Arabs were
I disagree.
Negroid.
I disagree. When you say original, it's not precise. It could be 1 million years ago or 10,000 years
Just
ago.
like you
You need
said, just like you saying that the Egyptians ruled parts of Canaan. When
well,
did you ever know a pharaoh to share rulership with some other people? Either they ruled Canaan
okay.
or they
Well,
was
you got.
powered by the Assyrians, the Babylonians,
No,
whoever, but they never shared no power with them.
Look at the fourth part. It says that the part
You making
lion,
up stuff,
part
Shaka.
human Sphinx was
Well,
mythological
you
creature
brothers are not
representing.
letting me speak now.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother. This is your platform. Sorry.
No, it's not about my platform, but I was kind of having a conversation with both brothers. Babylon don't say that I'm making up something. Now, the ancient Egyptians, we know that the dynastic period is circa 3000 BC, 3100 BC, and they were finally conquered in 600 BC. So during that time period, when I say the ancient Egyptians, that's a time period. Of course, there's the pre-dynastic period. But when somebody says the original Arabs, what is the time period? Now, during the time of Prophet Muhammad, I've been arguing for years that they
The
were
same
white skinned
period you
people.
just named,
All right, based on what?
based on the phenotype and the genealogy of the people.
Well, I've shown the phenotype of those people in my video, White Semites, Black Awakening. In the Louvre Museum, we have artifacts of inhabitants of Arabia, Southern Arabia as well. So,
Right.
and when it comes to the writing, the Hadith, we have descriptions of Prophet Muhammad for those who try to claim that he was black, and he's clearly described as a white person. So,
Shaka, do you realize you done went down to the year of the Prophet Muhammad 623 and all of that, bro? And we
well,
all
you
we,
said
we
this.
was talking.
Yeah,
I
okay,
mean,
okay,
for
what?
real, those are not Arabs. The Prophet
Okay,
Muhammad
uh,
is not an
okay,
Arab. It's
okay,
just like the
okay,
Bible,
okay,
you can't
okay.
even prove that the Prophet
Which,
Muhammad even existed 1400 years ago.
okay,
You can't
okay,
even prove that it was a man named Prophet Muhammad.
okay. I'm going by what the text says. I don't. His historicity is not what I'm arguing right
No,
there.
it's not
No,
history. That's biblical. That's religion. The Quran is biblical as the Old Testament. The Quran is. You can't use it as a historical book.
now, the Quran is not biblical, brother. But
Oh
once again,
man. Okay, good. Go ahead, Shaka, teach.
well, you have the right to believe that the Quran is biblical, but that's kind of oxymoronic, and I don't mean any disrespect by that. But brother Menkara, I don't want to monopolize the conversation. Feel free, brother.
All right. Now, in that link that you pulled up, the third paragraph says that the University of Hebrew or Israel, that's the first artifact on the earth of Menkara in that region with the Sphinx, right? That changes the whole narrative of who was running that land. That's
But
a problem for them because it changes
brother,
the narrative. It changes the narrative,
brother, we don't disagree on that.
right?
At some point, the ancient Egyptians controlled Canaan and other parts as well. As a matter of fact, I even have a video where I show a sphinx that was found, and I think it might have been Phoenicia, but I'm looking at it right now. But that's from the Louvre Museum. So here,
Syria.
Sphinx.
Syria.
Um, there it is, Syria.
Assyria.
Yeah. It's,
Okay, okay.
so it's well, it's two
But
minutes
the
thirty.
writing on that is newer than the actual artifact. So the artifact actually came from
Viens ici,
Egypt,
Merod.
and they wrote that on there. Facts.
Right.
Well, we're gonna have a look together. I'm going to share this. Viens ici, Merod. Viens voir papa. Viens voir papa, Merod.
Take your time, brother. Take your time.
Yeah. So that's a link in the chat, and we're gonna have a look together. I'm gonna mute my mic.
Ito. Greetings. I'm in the Louvre Museum, and this is the daughter of Amenemhat the second. Her name is Ito. But this is not from Egypt. This is from Syria. I'm about to show you the reference. Reference A013075. Sphinx bearing a dedication in the name of the Princess Ita, daughter of Pharaoh Amenemhat II. That's the material that is made of. 12th Egyptian dynasty, around 1930 to 1850 BC, from Mishrife, ancient Katna, Syria. Temple of Ning Egal. The hieroglyphic inscription between the front leg say, or front paws, but it says, the princess, daughter of the king, of his stomach, his beloved Ita, who possesses the veneration. I will see if I can find. Oh, okay. I will show you the inscription. That's where it is.
All right. So here the inscription is in Medunecher. Can you hear me, brothers and sisters?
Yes, Shaka, I'm on mute just so I can make sure I ain't saying nothing while you talk.
Yeah. No, I'm done with the sharing of this video. But indeed, yes, we found some ancient Egyptians or Kemetic artifacts in different other countries. But still, it doesn't make the inhabitants of these other countries or region ancient Egyptians. Now, whoever disagrees, they have the right to. And then we have to see what academia says. Okay, bro, Menkara, you're back on the panel.
All right. That's my only argument. We had a lot of influence in that area. And that's why you see our symbols in a large majority of their cultures, right?
Mm-hmm.
They like to cite the
Well,
Phoenician,
majority, I don't know, but I get your point. We do
right?
find, yes.
Right. So,
Feel free, brother.
this is the same thing. The connection we're making is the same connection our ancestors were making. Sheikh Diab was making. Theodore Banger was making with regards to the symbols, right? That's why I asked the question, right? And because you have to, you can pull it up. I like one of images because you can you can see it for what it is, how they found it. That's how archaeology works, right? I don't want to hear about what you think it is. Show me
Mm-hmm.
what it is, right? And then how can we connect the symbols used to civilizations that we've cataloged in the past, right? Right?
Well,
So
then they're not making any connection. They found out things in Syria, and we have some Medunet on that things because it is an Egyptian artifact that mentions what was it, the daughters, the king's
hmm
daughter or something.
hmm
So uh you're not gonna argue that the Syrians were black, were ancient Egyptians, are you?
I would say that they were influenced by Egyptian culture.
Oh, influence, yes, yes, and I agree. Now, to what extent, that will be the question. But what we have is
Exactly.
just, yeah, it's just an
Now,
artifact. Yeah, yeah.
now
Feel
they
free, brother.
reference Hammurabi, right?
On this artifact there,
No. That culture, that culture likes to say that Hammurabi, outside of Egyptian influence, wrote laws in
the
place, right?
code, yeah, it's actually
Right.
in the Louvre Museum, But
Right.
Hammurabi, I think that's Iraq, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, so that's
Eh,
not really the same, you know, the same place, but you know,
but they're all, what is that area? Western Asians, right? The Arabs are Asians. Would you agree?
of course, the Arabs are Asians, yes.
So the word Middle East is a word that could kind of confuse people, right? It's really
It is
word.
confusing. Middle
It is,
East is a confusing term indeed. Yes.
right? So you can see that we've influenced a lot of cultures, right? And you can see our symbols, right? So that's why when I say when we look at them for their distinctive cultural identification marker, what is truly Phoenician about them that's unique, and be able to say, you know what, that's Phoenician, right? If you pull up an Aztec artifact, right, we can
Hmm.
look at the images and the type of style of artistry that we see, and be able to say, you know what, this is Aztec, right, et cetera, right? So when we look at the Phoenicians, that's why I say, as I'm looking at the Phoenicians artifacts, if it's not cartoons, it's some kind of artifact that has a lot of Egyptian influence, right? And I'm like, how are they using the Phoenician? They're using the Phoenician historically as saying that they are the ones who taught or gave the Greeks an alphabet, right? But look at the word Phoenician and look at the word phonetic, phonological, right? These are linguistic terms, right, brother Shaka?
Well, I don't know if I could say that Phoenician is a linguistic term. That
No,
that's
no,
that's.
like the word phonetic. You ever heard the word like the word phonetic or phonemic awareness,
Well,
phonological
I've heard people saying that there's a correlation between the
phonics.
word Phoenicia or Phoenician and phonetic. Yeah, I've heard that before. But where are you getting that right now?
How are they using the phonetics? Why are the Phoenicians relevant in human history under Western academia? It's a linguistic connection, right? The alphabet that you pulled up. That's why I want to point out when Sister
Hmm.
Michelle came on here, she said she asked a question about chronology, right? And I
Yes,
said you cannot use the Bible to establish chronology, and you can't use biblical archaeology, right?
I
And I'm
agree.
sorry to say this, but the
I mean,
chronology of
I'm
Egypt
sorry.
has go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. Biblical archaeology. I mean, um, I would say we can use the Bible as archaeology, but there is the field of biblical archaeology where basically they will look for records and artifacts or in those areas. So they will find some artifacts, but keep going.
Okay,
Like the
now
seal of
let's go with that.
Hezekiah.
The best way,
Like the
the best
seal of
way
Yes,
to end the
Hezekiah.
argument is to go with it,
yes.
right? Let's go with it, right? What
Hmm.
is the primary source that biblical archaeologists use to validate their science?
Well, I wouldn't call it the science, but to validate their religion, they will use the record or data, the archaeological documents that they find.
Thank
That's
So
what
you,
they
you
do.
saying
thank
that
you, Brother
you
Shaka.
saying that
Now,
theological
what
archaeology?
will be the primary source that the Egyptologists will use to validate their science?
The records,
And it's a lot of records, right?
y- yeah, plenty.
Because the Egyptians left a lot of cultural material, right?
Yes.
So even if you can't read Metal Nature, right,
Hmm.
you still can have an understanding of who they were because of all the cultural material that they left. Would you agree?
Yes.
The artifacts, the monuments, right? They didn't leave just a book. They left artifacts in stone, right,
Hmm.
to prove that they existed, right?
Yeah. Well, even if we
Very
don't find out,
distinctive symbols, right? You are a scholar of Metal Nature, right?
well, I wouldn't call myself a scholar, but I'm
I will,
knowledgeable. Yeah, I
and I
teach
will.
about nature.
I
Yes,
will. I
yes,
think Shaka Ndu Kemet is a scholar
yeah.
of
Facts.
Metal Nature symbols, right? So you know a symbol when you see it, right?
I know a fair bit of them. Yes, not all,
And
of
you
course.
and you can break down its context, what it means, right? So that's why when I asked you, when you put up the Phoenician that artifact and you seen that Ankh and that this sun, what does it mean, or where did
Well,
it come from?
Ankh means okay. Well, obviously that's the Egyptian influence. That's undeniable. Nobody's disputing that. But still, that doesn't make the Phoenicians ancient Egyptians.
And
We
I
don't have
agree,
any records.
I
We don't
agree,
have any.
but
Yes. Okay.
it wouldn't be far fetched to say that they were influenced by them. Would you? Would that be too far of a
Oh no,
reach?
no, no! It's not far fetched. Scholars say that as well. Scholars says that they were influenced,
Right.
even when it comes to religion. Encyclopedia Britannica as well. They talk about, I've read that about Isis and Horus being a prototype or archetype
Mm-hmm.
for Mary and Jesus.
Okay. Right. Right. So
So yeah.
we can see that, right? Now
Yeah.
I had a professor tell me, he said, Menkara, he said, you know what's exceptionally great about the Egyptians? I said, what is that? He said they had a saying that the culture will outlast the conqueror. and how every conqueror that came into Egypt as colonizers had a fascination, influence, and obsession with Egyptian culture, right? Have you ever seen a debate uh with Black Athena
The
with
Black
Dr. Clark?
Athena debate with Clark. Yeah, I've seen it. I'm not sure if I've watched it in full, but I've seen it.
Right. Now
I've
there's
seen
a
it years
scene
ago.
where Dr. Clark made it very, very, he said, I don't, I want to make it clear that I only
I
debate
don't
my
debate my
equals, all
equals.
others I teach,
I
right?
teach. Yes, yes. Very famous quote.
Remember when he said, he quoted Egyptian saying, he said that when Alexander the Greek came into Egypt, he wanted to see the scholars, right? And he asked the scholars a question. And one of the scholars said, maybe in 30 years, you can ask me a question I can't answer. And the crowd started clapping, right?
Uh,
Alexander the Greek
co-
died at 33.
I'm sorry. Come again about the question. Are you saying when the European guy said that he's not sure if he understands the question? Is that what you're asking?
Right. Dr. Clark was given the context of how the Greeks were thinking when they came to Egypt, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he said Alexander the Greek was like, I want to see the scholars. He had a arrogance that he could ask a question at the scholar. And he said the Egyptian priest said, maybe in 30 years, you can ask me a question that I can't answer. And the crowd started clapping, right? Showing you how far advanced they were, proving the point that they had a fascination with Egyptian culture, right?
Oh,
They
they
came
had,
in as
and
conquerors.
yeah, it is said that Pythagoras like studied like for 20 years or 22 years. You know, I don't have any quote for that, but that's what people said. But
Right.
keep going, brother.
But you, and even if you don't have a quote, you can see the the uh the direction of influence. You can see the political, social, economic structure that's pointed towards studying Egypt from European scholarship. You see the
Yeah,
point I'm
yeah.
making,
Herodotus in his writing, History Volume 2, even some deities, he believes that many things came from Egypt. Some of the things, scholars don't necessarily agree, but yeah, it's a known fact. It's a known fact
brother?
that the
When
influence.
you
I
read
mean, I don't think any scholar denies that.
right now, when you read Walter Williams' book, The Historical Origin of Christianity, he goes into detail on how frustrated they were when the Egyptians didn't let them join their 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 uh their fraternities, right? They didn't let foreigners participate in the craft of Amara, right? So he
Well,
threatened to close down all their. He closed down all the temples, right?
the temple's closed by was it Justinian?
But just right. Go into the
Yeah,
you familiar with the
yeah.
history, right?
But I don't think it's because they refused to let them into the craft. I think it was more like a political, religious political move or political religious move. But just for the record, so people can see, I've shared the link of the entry on Britannica. So you have that link. So it's Isis, Egyptian goddess, and here you have, and they're talking about the cult of Isis for the record. You know,
And I'm only saying this
and
because
yeah.
look how
the
they
one
did
from
this
Dendera?
brother who wrote Stolen Legacies, right? He was a.
Come again, please. Can you
Are you
come again,
familiar
please?
with
Yeah.
this? Are you familiar with Stolen Legacy?
Yeah, of course. I read it. I read it. Yeah.
What was what was the one thing that they couldn't stand, and why did they assassinate their brother for that book? That's the two questions you have to ask, right?
Well, I didn't know it was killed for that book, but see, in the black community, when somebody dies, we have a habit of saying that the person was killed. They do the same with Tupac when it was really some gangster stuff. But arrête, Meroud, j'aime pas ça. J'aime pas ça, Meroud. Arrête. Tu vois? Tiens, va sur le lit. Voilà, va sur le lit. Sorry, but yeah, just for the record, I'm going to mute my mic after that.
Take your time.
Here it says um, the first major temple dedicated to Isis was built by the late period King Nectanebo II, circa 300 BC, at Beit El Hagar in the central Nile Delta. Viens ici, viens ici. Et arrête de faire du bruit là.
Brother Shaka, you gonna have to get that queen your attention, brother. You know she wanted. That's the daughter, man. Go and take your time out, get the queen
Yeah,
situated.
I'm going to close soon. But
Okay.
she's just been just being a troublemaker.
Well,
So,
Shaka, you can just pause
yeah,
it
hold
for
on,
a
hold on.
second.
I just want to finish that quote here just for the people. Tu veux quoi là? Tiens. So here I was. Other important temples, including the island temple of Philae, were built during Greco-Roman times when Isis was dominant among Egyptian goddesses. Several temples were dedicated to her in Alexandria, where she became the patron of seafarers. From Alexandria, her cult, so that's the cult of Isis, from Alexandria, her cult spread to Greece and Rome. Images of Isis nursing the baby Horus may have influenced the early Christian artists who depicted the Virgin Mary with the baby Jesus. So, just for the record, when we
That's
talk
right.
about influence on the religion of Christianity, we're not being pseudo. This is an encyclopedia, one of the most famous in the world. But keep going,
That's right.
brothers.
That's right. That's a
Okay.
fact right there. Those are facts.
But anyway, let me propose that it's
Shaka,
been 6 hours.
Shaka,
Yes,
Shaka,
brother.
Yeah.
before you go, I want to know. I know you probably don't have time to pull it up, but I want to know, can you see this or hear this? Tell me.
Coming behind you.
I can hear. Yes, I can listen. How long is it going to be, though?
1 minute. Listen.
Okay, I'm listening.
State University. So I came up here to hear you. Thank you very much. And I haven't been disappointed. I want to ask you a few questions though. Afrasan versus Afrasian. I noticed in your first edition you said Afrasan. In the second edition you said Afrasian. So
I thought, well, I'll just make it short for people. It was stupid of me because it really makes more sense to be Afrasian. That's a short way of saying Afro-Asiatic. And it's a Northeast African language family with this one little offshoot, Semitic, that gets all the historical attention and whatever. So it's kind of too bad that it's even called Afro-Asiatic, but that's also a name that's well in it. So I've often also used Afro-Asiatic, but I probably am going to go back to that, except for students, it's better to have a shorter term. So Afrasian is what I've gone to. So.
I'd rather like Afrasan, but now I better not like it, right?
Please, if more people tell me that when we have a third edition, we'll go back to it.
Okay. I am thinking that, this upper lower thing, it really, I used to have to concentrate, okay, yes, maybe we should just be talking about North and South. That's it.
Babylon Dawn, is it going to be over now? Because
Yeah, it's about to end. It's about to be over.
okay.
I thought too that Afro-Asian, Afro-Asiatic. I agree with Obenga that name should change, and I think we should still try our best to get a better terminology instead of that. The language map, though, I see a disconnect between the map and the idea of Afro-Asiatic as such, starting in the area south of the confluence. But I may be wrong. Probably I'm missing.
Well, that's Nilo-Saharan family.
Yeah, but I'm looking at the map. But anyway.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I need your advice. Thank you.
That came to me. Now, do you agree with the thesis, though, that Sarurab, I think is the name of the place, would have parts dated to about 12,000.
Well, Babylon Dawn, maybe we'll have to listen to the rest another time because it's been 6 hours and a half. But I heard them talking about the language family,
Yeah. Okay. You on mute, Shaka.
Yeah, you're on mute, brother.
Thank you. I've been talking forever. I was saying that they were talking about the language family. First, they mentioned Afro-Asiatic. Then he mentioned Nilo-Saharan language. So maybe next time we can get into this deeper. But actually, Babylon, let's start with you. Feel free to make your closing remarks, please, brother.
Yeah, she was just gonna say something about 12,000 years, and they was gonna talk about Obenga and how it started from the south up the Nile and all of that crap about coming from the west or coming from Asia into Africa is a bunch of malarkey. And she's a an African woman and a professor, I think at Connecticut University, and her students are there. And the man there is named Mr. Eretz, Christopher Eretz, which means earth in Hebrew, Eretz. And he is there, and he is a scholar and a serial Egyptologist. And so, I just wanted the people to hear some of the dates and some of the names they was using as reference to Tasseti and Kustul and different places, Kush, and how they use these words. And these are scholars, and they talking about biblical things and different things like that. And they university professors. And I just feel like this been overlooked in our community by just trashing it and saying like it's, like some religion when it's not. These people are theologians and it's a science, it's theology. But that's it. That's all I want to say. But we will address, last thing, Shaka, I do want to address with you though, next time, the L and the R. We got to talk about that.
Sure, sure. Well, actually, remember the date. Our brother Menkara will be back with us on Friday, February 3rd, and it will be same time. It will be 7 p.m. EST. I will, probably later on during the day, I will uh, share the YouTube link. So our brother Menkara, if he has enough time, he will come up with a presentation. But even if there's no presentation, we're gonna be like we did today. I really enjoyed the conversation. So thank you, Babylon Don. Now, brother Raheru, if you're still there, feel free to make your closing remarks, brother. The brother might not be there. Now, Sister Michelle, are you still there? Okay. Okay. Well, brother Menkara, feel free to make your closing remarks.
History is best qualified to reward those who do their research. History is a compass. Like Dr. Clark said, history tells the people who they are, what they must become, and where they must go. The relationship with history to a people is like the relationship with a mother to a child. This topic of discussion will be to be continued. I'm affirm, I stand firm on being African first, second, and third. I also support that religion has to be abolished because it promotes confusion, and confused people promote confusion. I believe that we're the first civilized people on the planet, and that we've civilized a lot of cultures, and we need to put that in perspective, and that our true greatness comes from awakening our history. And also we need to take a selfish approach towards our children and who's teaching our children. I'm going to say this and I'm going to end. Frederick Douglass said it's easier to raise a nation of strong children than it is repair a broken man or a woman. So I'm not wasting my time arguing with a grown-ass adult who's just arguing for the sake of arguing when we got these children that's looking up to us. BB48, may I Hotep.
Thanks a lot, Hotep Sen-E. Well, brothers and sisters, what I want to do is go through the comments because I really appreciate the comments. Plus, it comes from people who support the channel. I'm just going to play a little some so I can, refresh myself. And then I will go and read the comments, and then, it will be the end for the live stream. So thank you again, Brother Menkara. And we're going to see you again on February 3rd, right?
That's right, brother. I'll see you February 3rd, Black History Month. Let's get in.
Yeah, okay, so
get your brother Shaka.
Yes, brother.
Shield and your mates, brother. We need you. Raheru, Sister Michelle, we need it.
Thank you, brother. So, brothers and sisters, remember the date. You can save it already. You can add it on your diary, on your smartphone, I presume, because that's what I use personally. February 3rd, same time, 7 p.m. EST, New York time. All right, brothers and sisters. So I will put a little some. I feel like putting something different. So which one should I put? Which one should I put here? Which one should I play? Okay, I'll play that one. So stay tuned if you want me to go through the comments. Otherwise, it's going to be the end. I'll put a little something that's going to be like 2 minutes. Then I will go through the comments and it will be over. So thank you very much. Raheru, would you be there by any chance? Maybe you fell asleep. Okay. All right. Sorry.
And now today, it is so sad that I have to say Dr. Ben is now rolling over in his grave. Dr. Ben is now looking up, looking down or looking around, wherever, at one of his top students. And he is now saying, what happened to you, my brother? You were supposed to carry on the torch. Now you're going against the greatness of my teachings, of what I taught you. I think it was the time when my brother Dr. Reggie committed treason when Cyrus Sutan said he was going up against Nasi Yashavel. And I should have seen it then when Dr. Reggie secretly went behind all of our backs and gave Nasi Yashavel, a Hebrew Israelite, the antidote, the information that can try to kill Cyrus Sutan Seti when Seti was defending Dr. Ben, defending Kemet, defending African culture. But Reggie went and gave Nasi Yashavel information against us. I didn't see it then. I couldn't believe it. I said, no, that's not my brother Reggie. He ain't do that. And then I heard Reggie one day admitted it. And I was so hurt, man. I just couldn't believe it, man. That's when Reggie failed. He have no longer become the backbone of Kemet. He have no longer become the strength of Kemet. And I just got to say, man, I just feel sorry for my brother.
Oh, I don't know if you can hear me, but yeah, you can hear me. I'm coming. All right. Okay. All right. Let me go through the comments now. There are many, so I will skip a few, of course. Such a lovely bill it was. Now, I think it was when we had the second subscriber. We had 2 subscribers to pick up. People became member of the channel. So here we had Rain. One F.O.G came into place to be. James Powell wrote, our elders gave us many facts that are still very true today. Rain wrote, challenge accepted. Why is she trying to figure it out? It's not spoken language at all. Kinetic Energy wrote, yeah, I peeped that, Donnie. The process Champollion took is detailed, hasn't been refuted in any journal, and can be done by anyone. You can perform the translation yourself. He added, the Medunetta not being translated must be put down and laid to rest. It's been done. We must proceed forward. None of the science branches debate this. Rain wrote, not a system of writing at all. Bob Funk wrote, the issue is that in the discipline of anthropology, they actually teach that it has been deciphered, not directly translated due to contextual imperatives, as Menkara said. Kinetic Energy wrote, together the Ptolemy cartouche and the obelisk of Cleopatra, the Ptolemy in Philae is the source, and again the translating can be performed by anyone. Rain wrote, origins to all languages starts with art, pictures, and symbols, then letters. Wab Funk wrote, however, they also teach that Horners today speak the closest derivative of what may have been spoken at the time. I don't know what Horners is, what it means here. Wab Funk wrote, a few Australian professors have made quite strong arguments that Amharic, the language spoken in Ethiopia, is closer to the dialect than Coptic is. I That's very unlikely. Actually, the anthropological linguist at one point he was arguing that some language in Asia, and I think he chose the language isolate, but he argued that, I think he was Niger Congo, Niger Congo or Chiluba, but he basically argued that another language besides Coptic was closer to the Melanesia than Coptic itself, when Coptic is the latest phase or latest stage of the Melanesia. But anyway, that's what happened when pseudos make claims. It is not a language at all. That's why no one can figure it out. It's not a language. Well, we're seeing what the scholars and the experts have said. So, people are free to believe otherwise. But I will advise people to listen to what the experts and scholars say. I'm not a scholar. I'm not an expert. I'm not a specialist. I'm learning in the field. But those people have spent years of their lives studying, and they've earned degrees, so they are qualified. And no PhD, to my knowledge, says that the Medunacha has not been deciphered. Kinetic energy rule. I'm sorry. The guest answer to the Medunacha not being translated was the African community didn't agree. Who didn't agree in Africa? Please detail names or written papyrus stating. Daniel Williams wrote Coptic is a third stage from Egyptian. Kinetic energy wrote there is written documents in Greece area before what? Or probably 303 BC. Probably 300 BC, something like that. Walter Williams got that wrong also. For the record, he says 3W3, but okay. Oh, there it is. 323 BC, typo. Walter Williams also said Egyptians never fought in any war. The Battle of Kadesh. I remember him stating that during one of his lectures that Egypt never had a standing army. But there's some scholar who has stated something similar, But they did fight some wars indeed. Yes, yeah. Like the Battle of Kadesh is one example, and the um, expulsion of the Hekachasut or Hyksos, or some may argue Canaanite invaders. For those who wonder why I say Canaanite, we have Encyclopedia Britannica. You can just type in Hyksos. Some people pronounce it Hyksos. It's spelled Hyksos. Hyksos. You will see that the Encyclopedia Britannica says that they are of Palestinian descent, and people of Palestinian descent are Canaanites. And I have another video that I have shared in the British Museum where it says that the Hyksos are of Palestinian descent as well. So we're going to need to chew the meat and spit out the bones, my fam. There is difference between Egyptians and Nubians. I think the good brother doesn't go with academia consensus, but with his elder, I think I could be wrong, perhaps. A linguist studies language, and it's not language. Are you still here, Sister Rain? What is not language? Are you talking about the Melanesia? And Walter Williams says there were no such thing as the Phoenicians. When the Phoenicians stele is in the museum's facts. Bob Fong wrote this is a great debate that has never ended, even among white scholars. Now I'm not sure exactly what it was here that he was talking about. That link shows you the Phoenician stele. Some of my lecturers in Australia believe it wasn't directly translated but deciphered. Yes. Well, okay, there was a nuance. But directly translated is not precise. We have 25 people, by the way. It's not precise, But whoever have doubt about the meta nature, we can always talk about it. We talked about it a great deal today. I did not expect that we would talk about it because I knew my brother Menkara's position. I was wondering though if maybe his position has had changed. But from what he said, I would say that he doesn't have exactly the same position that he had back then. But remember, don't take it from me. I am not a specialist. I am not an expert. You have PhDs who are the specialists and the experts, and feel free to consult them. Not just about the medical nature, but any other questions that you have, any other field. Usually you have their contact details. It's possible that they might not answer you because they are busy, but some of them will hopefully answer you. But with the questions, try to make sure that the question doesn't seem too far-fetched or pseudo, because they might not reply. They might think you're trolling. So don't send them messages asking them, do you know where the land of Mu is, or do you know where Lemuria or Atlantis is located? They might not answer. You know what I'm saying? Rain wrote Kemetic hieroglyphs equal untranslatable by any other than the artist. Well, I beg to differ. You are not the artist who drew the symbol A or the symbol B or the symbol C all the way to the Z. You may argue that you heard the language, but the Greeks heard the language as well when it was still spoken. And maybe you've missed it, but feel free to go back to the beginning. I've played twice a PhD who is a curator in the British Museum, and she says that the hieroglyphs or hieroglyphic writing system or language, let's say, is most one of history's oldest spoken living language. It survives through the Coptic language, spoken in the Coptic church and in their homes, I would presume as well. Kinetic Energy wrote, what is the guest looking for us to give him a photo of a Phoenician chilling in the Mediterranean? Ryan is laughing. The Ferretist is telling Kinetic Energy that she's still there, that she's reading a book. That's why she's not talking. Bob Funk wrote, I sit in the fence with this. Sorry, deciphered. Yes, spoken. No. Donnie wrote, nobody says they speak it. Not Mednature. The stages after yes, particularly Coptic. Wabfong wrote, also the problem with Coptic is that it has been heavily bastardized over millennia. Well, many languages have been bastardized. For example, in French, with so many English terms, and lovers of the French language are alarmed. Walter Williams also admitted he had to stop using certain names in his lectures because of lack of evidence. I was listening. I have all his books, and I have been a big fan of his for over a decade. But my research in continuance in procession grew, and today Walter Williams was to me a step off the porch that the nation of gods and earth was, and Christianity. Um, Wapfong says that Moabites are Jordanians today. Oh, really? Moabites. I guess I should put Moab. Nika. It says Moab kingdom, ancient Palestine, located east of the Dead Sea in what is now West Central Jordan. There it is. That's what's up. Kinetic Energy wrote, I can only confirm publications, not private conversations. Rain wrote, all of this needs to Okay, I guess she meant to write to be researched. All of this needs to be researched from a perspective of not knowing, approaching it with the research of people who no way I am trying to be rude here, but out of curiosity, how did you choose your name, sir? Menkara. Oh, well, Menkara is a Kemetic name for those who don't know. It's broken down in three words: men, Ka, which is usually translated as spirit, and Ra is, of course, the sun god Ra. Men can be translated as stable or firm. I'm skipping a few comments. The Battle of Kadesh, our planet's first documented war between Egypt and Hittites, is in the UNESCO records translated from the literature. And I think it's the oldest peace treaty, the world's oldest peace treaty following that war. C'est quoi ton problème, Mérou? J'arrive, Mérou, j'arrive. Boom, F.O.G wrote, great beard, brothers. No. That's the name of the PhD who says that the hieroglyphic, or let's say the Mad Nature, is one of history's oldest spoken living language. Viens, viens ici, viens, viens. Laisse le téléphone. Laisse le téléphone, viens. Laisse le téléphone, j'ai dit, viens. Laisse le téléphone, tu peux pas venir avec le téléphone. Prends la couverture là. Viens. Viens. Okay. And you also have the link to the British Museum. You'll see she's listed as a curator. The Pharaoh disruled that the lights are at 100%. How many lights do we have so far? 28. Okay. And we still have 24 people watching right now. Danny Williams wrote, I'm related to Walter. That's my uncle. I don't know if he's serious or if he's joking. But if you are related to him, feel free to tell him that it might be worthwhile for him to reconsider and to consult with linguists. Linguists are the specialists and experts when it comes to languages. And to my knowledge, there's not a single linguist, a single PhD in linguistics that says that the Medinach has not been deciphered. To my knowledge, there's no PhD, regardless of the field, that says that the Medinach has not been deciphered. But who knows? You might have one or two hanging somewhere. I mean, you might have one or two somewhere in the world that have stated that, but I'm not aware of it, you know. Well, actually, yeah, kinetic energy wrote, possibly you could execute an interview with your uncle right here with Shaka. And he was capping. Oh, I was capping playing on our last name. Thank you for this participation in the chat. I really do like it. Indeed, setep to choose, so it can be translated as chosen as well. Early is what we say in Philly, meaning right on. Now I understand now why these battle raps they usually end by early. I'm scrolling a few messages. Mess born, yes, born birth and whatnot. Derivatives. Donnie Williams is asking Shaka, how do the $10 classes work? It's very simple. Where's the link? Oh, in the meantime, I'm sharing three. The email address and two links, the Cash App and PayPal. So those who are interested in taking middle lecture classes, feel free to send an email to me and give me your availabilities. For example, okay, well, for the time being, what do I have? I have Tuesdays, Wednesdays. Do I have Thursdays as well? And Thursdays. Now, eventually, the weekend I could, but I prefer to have the weekend and be free. So 3 p.m. EST works fine with me. But anyway, feel free to just give me your availabilities. And once we agree on a particular day of the week and time, then we can do it. It's best to choose a time and date that will remain the same once a week. That's the frequency of the classes. And all you need is an internet connection, preferably a PC because it's larger. It's easier to see, but it can be done on a tablet or a smartphone. You know. I'm scrolling through a few messages, but I'm reading them as I'm scrolling through them. Danny Williams wrote toponym. Maybe I mispronounced it earlier when I addressed the Riparianites. Bon F.O.G wrote a rescholastic bill. Salute. Salute. Again, family. Listening in at work. Zulanda Zakari asked, who was your Mother Nature teacher? I wouldn't say I had one. I used books. I was lucky to come across some softwares, which made me, which saved me a lot of time. So yeah. I never took any lecture classes. Studied on my own, but it didn't take me a few months to get there. It took me a few years. Yolanda wrote, I'm just trying to figure out which Liberty University have historical linguistic and Egyptology courses. So are you adapting what our brother Netaneb said? You don't think he would just make a live stream and tell a bullfest lie like that? That'd be such a bad look. I really don't see him doing that. Oh no, I'm trying to close this. There it is. So here we have an online linguistic master's degree from that said university, Liberty University. Here we have online masters in applied linguistics. Not the same degree. That's two different linguistic degrees. That. Now let me see for Egyptology. I did not find Egyptology, but it might be, a minor or specialist. I mean, I don't know all the terms or the jargon, but Sister Yolanda has been asking for that apology. Somebody hurt her feelings. From what I remember, somebody accused her of faking some illness. Well, I don't know who she's addressing there, but that's saying, keep my name out your mouth, please, and thank you. You know, are not friendly. Apparently, she was talking to Danny. The elder wrote, settle down, people, peace in the chat. Some of you don't know, but when that young girl Number one blocker moderator kept talking greasy about me. I told her, I was live on air. And I said, well, if I offended you, I apologize. But still, she wouldn't stop. So, hey. As a matter of fact, let me listen to something that was sent. But I've got bad news. I don't have any way to confirm it, but I was told that JJ 7000 is locked up. I don't know if it's due to his domestic violence situation that he had. But I think they would have judged the matter sooner. So I hope he didn't do anything crazy. And if there's any way we can support him, then we'll see. I don't know if there's any way to send him some donation in the pen, in the belly of the beast. When in situations like that, sometimes people say, okay, well, he was a fundraiser, but you may not necessarily know who's behind it. Now, that was said on Saturday Studios. It looks like Chris was on there. And actually, Chris, was it today or yesterday? Well, it will be yesterday now, judging by the time. He said, where's JJ? We don't see him. I hope he's doing well and so on. And it's true, we haven't heard him for a while. So Chris's intuition was correct. So more power to you, JJ 7000. And if some people present themselves as, I'm sorry, the way I am, I'm really tired. I've been live streaming for 7 hours now. Um, if some people present themselves as relatives of JJ 7000, then I expect that some people in the community will confirm, okay, yeah, it is definitely a family member or relative. I mean, I know the brother was working because sometimes he came on the platform and, he had this working gear, so I don't know what the motive was. And, it's sad. But that moderator, Tamika, she wrote, I don't. And I was sent the screen capture when they were saying that they feel sorry for JJ's situation. And she wrote, I don't. So she might argue that it was not meant for JJ's situation, but But Donnie, what did you really deny our sister's sickness? Now here the elder wrote, you to go ahead and get it on and get it over. It's annoying when you are falsely accused. It happened to me a few times. So I was saying that I told the lady Tamika back then that if I offended her, I apologize, and sometimes it helps. It resolves conflicts. See, Jolanda wrote addressing the elder James. This dude went on a whole other platform and told the chat I'm a liar and a fraud. I didn't even acknowledge it, but he kept going. And she added, well, I don't know if she put it in the chat, so but I might not need to, just read that on the air. Um, mm, she lost her significant other late last year. I'm sorry to hear that. So horrible. Well, significant other or maybe family member. She wrote, she lost the love of her life. Wab Fong wrote, "Brass is not black." James is issuing a message of support towards our sister Julanda. Donnie Williams also says that he's sorry for her misfortune in life. Now I'm scrolling a fair bit of messages, as you can imagine. I'm scrolling many messages now, many comments. It's better when I've participated, so I couldn't put up the comments in the screen. You've noticed that sometimes I have guests, and I just put the comments on the screen. Even though I might not read them, but I put them up on the screen. I'm reaching the end of the comments. Oh, a good question. I did not mention a class is 1 hour. Now, usually the first class can last maybe half an hour more. Well, it depends on the day of the week, but it might be close to 2 hours. Some people don't have the same speed because in the first class, I like to finish with a sentence, a short sentence that we read together. And if it's good when you're able to read the first sentence after at the end of your first class. I think it might have happened once or twice that I couldn't finish the first class in with the slide where there is a short sentence because people have different speed, then it's like you would have been just too long. But it's an hour per class, so uh, whoever's wait a minute, whoever's going for the first class, just make sure you have a little bit of extra time, just in case. Some people have started learning the meta nature with other teachers or with different books. So some people are just complete beginners. Some people have not had any teachers, but they've read some books. But that's it. Yes, she needs some tidy attention. Well, now she has a mobile phone. She doesn't need anything else. So thank you very much for being there. I know it was long, but it was nice. I really appreciated the conversation. Stay safe, stay healthy, and if I'm allowed to, by the nature, I will definitely holler back at you. Do I to do a nature me that experience about. I've added my own personal stuff. Let me repeat. And I was gonna put the intro instead of the outro. That's what happens when you're tired. Stay safe, stay healthy. And if I'm allowed to by the nature, I will definitely holler back at you. I don't argue, I state facts. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problems. Do I to do a hotel. Now, for the record, for those who don't know, I'm giving middle nature classes. And here, that's the flyer. Okay? So, those who are interested, feel free to holler at me. If you're not interested, it's cool. But I recommend that everybody who has not yet seen the video Kemet and Ma'at before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, then watch it. It has about 300,000 views and really deserves to have a lot more. I just want to let everyone know who's listening in now and who's going to listen to this stream in the future. I just had my first Meta Nature class by Brother Shaka today, and I've had other Meta Nature lessons by other teachers, and I can tell you right now, the brother is the best in the game. He is that was one of the best classes I've ever had, ever. So if you're interested in learning the Meta Nature, if you're interested in getting the basics of it, Brother Shaka is an awesome teacher. Get with him, and it's extremely affordable. This brother is giving us his time and his skills, and he's basically giving it away. I mean, I just consider it a donation. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody's interested in learning the Meta Nature, get with this brother right here. He's an awesome, awesome, awesome teacher. And I'll end with that.
Hotep Senu, Hena Senut. This is Julie, also known as Servant of Yah, and I'm currently taking the Medu Neture classes with Brother Shaka, and it has been an amazing experience. Only 2 lessons so far, and I feel like I've been taking the classes for months, just with the how in depth he goes into the vocabulary words, the construction of the language, the grammar. It's been immeasurable, the experience. And one thing that comes across, hands down, is his extreme passion for teaching this to anyone who is willing to learn and has an interest in learning. So I highly suggest, if you are interested, even a minimal interest, that you subscribe to the classes with Brother Shaka. It's such a nominal amount for how much you get. I know, like, our last class was over 2.5 hours. It felt like 2 minutes, but because that's how involved you are in what he's teaching and how he teaches and how compassionate he is about what he teaches. Also with sharing materials free of charge, no question, no doubt. It's just what he does. He doesn't have to, but he does. And so I just wanted to give a short testimonial about the class and the effectiveness of the class, and all of that is attested to how studied Brother Shaka is. So I highly recommend anyone with a minimal interest that you do sign up for the Medu Neture
class. Hotep.
Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, which is Ma'at Forever. Don't forget to watch the video entitled Kemet and Ma'at. Don't forget to share Kemet and Ma'at on my channel on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or other social media that you use. Email, text messages, you name it. Those who wish to donate can do so on paypal.me/ma'at4ever.